Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Minecraft Enderman Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. For what it's worth, Tommy never intended to lash out at Dream. Well, not yet, at least. It's not entirely his fault. It's just the cell Pandora's vault was too quiet. Too stuffy, bland, hot, and so many other annoying things. Obsidian blocks and their amethyst ravines aren't fun to count anymore when he keeps losing count at around 500. The crackles and fizzles and popping of lava can only go on for so long before becoming irritating or just shitty white noise, and they only fill so much of the silence, too, this overwhelming, oppressive thing that Tommy had found to immediately hate. It reminds him of Dream and Exile too much, the man in question only making his problem worse by being here. To tackle all of that, Tommy tried to keep ranting about whatever he could, but he couldn't keep that up forever, even with the occasional comment from Dream. It was so bloody warm, too, being so close to the lava in a small space. Tommy. He doesn't care much about that anymore, though so long as Dream was far away from him, Tommy would be fine. He'd have to be. He can't show weakness now, not when Dream had manipulated him so easily back then. Yet looking back on it, this silence was probably what started to bundle his emotions and stress into a bomb, what made him reckless and irrational. When Dream had started talking about a revive book and what it entailed, Tommy wanted to stop thinking about it, because surely Dream didn't have that much power, right? Despite Dream being an admin, despite Dream being an equal to Techno in power, he wasn't. Dream wasn't allowed to truly play as Prime, was he? Tommy wanted to stop thinking about it. The silence didn't help. And after what Tommy could only assume was a few days or maybe weeks. Months? Years? He didn't know, and he never would. The nightmares came back. Of the final control room despite having forgiven Eret, of the festival and fireworks and Tubbo and Pogtopia, Techno and his withers as he laughed and laughed, war and colors and smoke and ignited TNT, crimson leaking down his palms as he watched Phil kill Wilbur who died with a smile, and then Exile and Ghostbur, and how he grew attached to his own abuser and yeah. If Dream weren't there, always watching, waiting for something in the silence of the cell after Tommy couldn't talk anymore, then maybe Tommy wouldn't have been as annoyed as he became. Either way, at least one of those problems had led Tommy to snapping. Really, both he and Dream should have expected it. Tommy's always been a problem child to everyone he's met besides Tubbo and his family. Running off into danger when he was younger, constantly asking Techno to spar, causing the whole disc war and most, if not all, of the other main incidents in the DreamSMP. But Tommy knows that he really shouldn't have kept pushing Dream's buttons more and more until the man fell over the edge. He knows the consequences firsthand. The scars on his skin are enough to prove that. Yet he did so anyway, because Tommy is bigger than that, bigger than Dream. Because otherwise, Tommy might have started to lose it. I'll get out eventually, Dream begins, his voice slightly hoarse and muffled as he chews on a potato. He and Tommy are talking, standing in the middle of the cell. Well, it's more like Dream trying to rile Tommy up instead of the other way round. Though, as much as Tommy would like to stay away from Dream forever, he had to put up a brave front and talk someday. Either you'll let me out or people will be dead. And that's the thing, because yeah, you put me in here because you want me to. Once again, more often than not, Tommy didn't think when he spoke. I'm in. No, shut up. Shut up. He ran a hand through his blonde hair, looking up at the glowstone placed in the top corner of the cell. I know why I'm in here. This isn't worse than Exile. Tommy laughs dryly. He wonders if his teeth have become the same shade as the only light in their room, wonders if dreams are blackened and rotten through. This isn't worse than the Exile, because the thing is. For the Exile, I thought you had all the power. I thought you were dangling me like a puppet, man. And even though in here it's small, and I'm claustrophobic, and I hate this. He lowers his voice and dares to stare into Dream's cold emerald eyes. Here's the thing, Dream. Here's the thing that I know, the revive book, Dream. It's not real, is it? Dream opens his mouth to speak, but Tommy keeps pushing. Because all you do that Tommy. Shut the F up. Look, what I remember from Exile is that all you do is lie to me. At this point, Tommy can tell that Dream's enraged. He blocks a hit from the man, albeit slower and weaker than usual. Good thing is that Dream's hit was lagging behind, too, what once was an expertly placed punch now a little misguided and wobbly. And then you unveil this big thing in the finale that all the Tommy takes a breath. When we go down into your pit, here's what you tell me. You tell me that, raising a hand up, Tommy mimes a mouth, his voice rising. Oh. It was me who reorganized your beach party, it was me in the blue of the community house. You are a clinical manipulator, a psychopath, if you will. So I know. That same hand moves to point towards Dream, the part of his face Tommy can see utterly blank. This revive book that you keep FING going on about, this is your little card that Schlatt gave you. Schlatt was just a drunk FING madman, alright? He wasn't just some guy that had access to this omnipotent revive book. So F off, man. You're lying. Dream speaks, irritation barely concealed. You're calling me a liar, when I'm not lying. You're lying. You're FING. Why else would I? Why would Schlatt have a book about he was banned for 2 weeks? Why would that give him power to FING? That doesn't make any sense, man. Tommy pulls on his hair, a habit he picked up from Wilbur in Pogtopia. You're just lying, aren't you? It doesn't make sense that you'd have this revive book, like, it doesn't add up, alright? I genuinely think you're just lying again, and I'm not FING falling for it this time, beach. Dream starts again, and Tommy resists the urge to roll his eyes. Tommy, give me some time. That shitty, pitiful man demands. I'm not lying, you're being disrespectful and annoying, you're being a little beach, that's emphasized with a crack. As Dream grips a new potato like a weapon, grabs Tommy by the shoulder, pulls him close, brings that potato down, and okay, out of all of his mishaps and mistakes Tommy thinks this one's the worst. You talk to me, another strike the world blurs, and you accuse me of things, another strike the taste of iron fills Tommy's mouth, and you're calling me a liar and claiming I'm manipulative, okay, Tommy needed to placate him, now. Look, Tommy says, holding his hands up in a surrender as he spits blood out to the side. Stop FING punching me, just, FING hand me some potatoes, please. Anything to rid the taste of blood. No, I'm not gonna give you any potatoes. Dream denies petulantly because he's a beach FING arsehole, and he's moving forwards, looking Tommy dead in the eyes, emerald green to sapphire blue, and Tommy is the biggest man ever, so no, of course he doesn't feel FING threatened. I'm not lying. Schlatt gave me a revive book. He gave me a revive book before he died. Because, he said. Well, revive him, then. Tommy demands. Revive him right now. That's not how it works, Tommy. Revive Schlatt, right now. Or are you lying like you say you aren't? If that sheet's the truth, Schlatt will come back to life right here, and... Tommy. I'm not lying. Why would I be lying about that? Oh, this FING wanker. You have every FING reason to lie. You want to FING manipulate me, or some sheet, to make me FING. Am I manipulating you if all I'm doing is speaking the truth? Silence, filled only by their ragged breaths. If Sam had taken Dream's mask, then maybe Tommy would have had a better read on him. Maybe he could have prevented what happened next. Dream leans back, suddenly, putting on a careless demeanor despite his tense shoulders. First strike. What, he asks, you think I'd want to save my own skin or something, to try and... Exactly that. Tommy snaps back, foot shifting forwards. You're a liar. You're a liar through and really, past that netherite armor and skin, whenever I look at you, you know what I see? I see a sad little man who's insecure about the fact that this server has gotten so far ahead of him, and his only little glimpse of power in this world is gone. Dream stays silent. Second strike. I see an insecure man, Tommy repeats, a sad little man, alright. So off. Tommy, Dream says, and Prime, Tommy wants him to FING stop saying his name like that, like it's dipped in honey or some sheet, trying to lure him into doing something. Your life is literally in my hands. Does that PSS you off? Does that make you mad? Does that make you so mad, that my life's not in your hands, Dream. I know that you're not gonna do FING sheet to me, because the revive book is FING fake. But no, this fucker, he keeps looking at Tommy right in the eyes in a tone that screams that he's smiling widely. I might as well be a deity, Tommy. You can't kill me, and I can kill you. You might as well be a, do you not hear yourself? Tommy scowls. Do you not hear yourself? You're FING up your own arse, you self-obsessed. No. For all intents and purposes, so far, this is the most civil they've been in this shitty FING cell. The revive book may not be real, but Dream's threat of killing him definitely is. So Tommy takes a breath, fingers picking at a scab on his arm, his mind focusing on the pain. Dream. Before Tommy can say anything, Dream leans in, the glint of his eyes visible through his mask a touch too insane. What does that mean, Tommy? He asks, ignoring anything Tommy said in the last 10 minutes. If you can't kill me, does that make me some kind of deity? Does that make? Tommy swallows his fear. Shut the F up, no, Dream, that just makes me stronger than you. And then Dream bashes the bloodied, mushy potato in his hands into him again, and everything is ringing, but Tommy looks into that FING smiling mask, decides to hell with it all, and channels his pain into one last bluff. I could kill you right now, if I wanted to. The world seems to hold its breath. And then, Dream's eyes crinkle. Okay, he concedes. Nonchalant. Casual. Third strike. But you won't. Tommy takes a gamble even while he thinks his nose might be bleeding. I won't. You know why I won't? I won't, because I'm leaving this prison, and he's out. Dream strikes. He topples Tommy down with surprising strength, Tommy's head banging against the obsidian flooring and sounding with an echo and oh, was Dream just waiting to do this? Yet before Tommy can speak, before he can scream, there's another hit. Again, on his chest and then his arm to his collarbone. All Tommy can see is stars. Stop it. He's crying, screeching, writhing in agony, tears running down his face and mix with his blood. Tommy's limbs thrash around violently, his hands clawing at the space above him, trying to find purchase on something, trying to throw Dream away. Stop it, stop it, stop it. In one moment of clarity onto the blurred next, Dream kneels above him, and one green eye glows underneath the pinpricks of his smiling mask. The lava creates a sunset glow around him, it makes him look like the devil. An oddly merciful one, because in that same moment, the barrage stops. And during that time of reprieve, Tommy thinks. Even if Dream does stop for now, Tommy doubts he'll survive for more than an hour after all. There's no bandages nor potions here, and he can feel the blood in his throat. A punctured lung and a few broken bones, at least. Dream won't treat him, and if he does, well. Once on near equal standing, Tommy is now weaker, and Dream is not a generous sort. Tommy will die either way. Might as well go out on his own terms, even if his sworn enemy's the one killing him. So Tommy says, look at me, right now. And Dream does. I don't think this revive book is real. Schlatt's FING dead, I've seen his grave, and it's real, his corpse is there. But no matter what, if I die, if I'm revived and get out, if you stop here and let me bleed to death, you'll be stuck here forever. He closes his eyes, feels blood in his mouth and a potato slam onto his eye. And the server G glitches. It's a subtle thing, yet felt throughout the entire world. Akin to a shock of electricity, or the vibration of tectonic plates breaking away, or animals moving as if they were an animation and most of the in-between frames were stolen away. Lights flicker, some forget as others remember. In the void he floats in, Tommy can hear the wretched screams of Enderman who know something is wrong, so close yet so far. The only reason he knows it's Enderman is because Ranboo cries like that, too, when he's burned by his own tears. And Tommy, despite being in the midst of life and death, feels it the most despite barely being conscious. It feels like getting stuck mid-teleport. It feels like being shook around in a jar. It feels like a sensation overload. It feels like dying and respawning at the same time. If he could open his eyes, Tommy would see what could have been. Yellow roses adorning a face too pale in the midst of war. A mixture of hybrids living together as one, a world abandoned. A timer that spells the inevitable end of a server. Videos, media, and the rise to fame. There are hands, soft and warm, cradling Tommy's whole being. Footsteps tap on something akin to glass, a soothing beat that calms the blonde. He's shaking, a belated realization that he doesn't know the reason for. 1, 2, 3, 4, pause. You're going to be okay, Tommy. 1, 2, 3, 4, pause. You're going to be okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, pause. A shift, and Tommy feels as if he's passed through a cold curtain. He shudders. Shoo, the voice soothes. You're almost there. In a lower tone, the voice mutters, I'll kill Dream, that power-abusing BSTRD. A threat. A promise. 1, 2, 3, 4, pause. You'll be okay. Far, far away from that hellhole. 1, 2, 3, 4, pause. You're lucky I'm fond of you. I'm gonna be in so much deep shit because of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, pause. You can't see me. It's not a question. That's fine. 10 drops of a liquid drench his skin, yet Tommy himself isn't wet. It burns in his right socket, the vision of gold burning underneath his eyelids. A finger runs over his head. Goodbye. He drifts. Tommy opens an eye to white clouds and a blue sky. Tommy lurches when he wakes, clawing at his eye. Still screaming and crying, he rolls around with tears streaming down his face. He gasps on his breath, his lungs burning to live, seemingly unable to take enough air in. The Ye Phantom, pain is suffocating, drowning him because Dream's still holding him down and he can't breathe. Tommy chokes out, sobbing right after, both of these things ugly and raw. Dream, I get it. Stop, please, I'm sorry, I won't do it again, sir, I'm sorry. But then his head scrapes against something warm. Through the ringing of his ears and his mumbled pleas, Tommy can hear birds chirp distantly and, oh, the prison also doesn't have that either. The air is warm, too, more like a nice hug than the burning, constantly consuming lava. His skin prickles. When was the last time he's been hugged? Pandora's vault isn't warm. It's cold as its shitty warden, obsidian walls immune to the lava coating it, the rock freezing under the soles of his feet and shivering skin. It's exile tenfold, a never-ending nightmare. This isn't Pandora's vault. Regaining a bit more clarity, Tommy can see glimpses of puffy cumulus clouds above his head, partially blocking a bright sun and its rays. The sky is vibrant, bright, blue as his eyes, and so very real. Tommy can feel its comfort wrapping around him, something he hasn't felt in ages, something more comfortable than lava, and he sinks into it. Sue him for it, for not getting up and checking his surroundings immediately to see where the hell he is, but Tommy is tired and exhausted and probably dead. Let him have this. His skin tingles with the warmth, not pale, cold, nor bloody like a dead man, just scarred. The air smells fresh, not a hint of explosion residue in it. Tommy's laying down on something that isn't obsidian or grass, and finds that it's concrete as his fingertips graze it. Speaking of feeling, Tommy he can't feel his right eye, but that's fine because there's no blood either, nothing but drying tears on his cheeks. He takes a longer moment to soak in it like the selfish bstrd he is, delighting in this not quite relief, in the feeling of adrenaline melting away from his body, in the warmth that feels almost foreign in its gentleness, in the clean air. In another server? This isn't the afterlife, is it? Tommy brokenly whispers, voice hoarse. The only response he gets is the squawking of faraway birds. He groans. Sheet. Okay. He can cheat, he doesn't have anything, does he? Sam has it all. Okay, he has to look around. See where he is, what he can use. Ask what server he's in, and maybe get some help. Either way, as much as he wants to lay down and forget reality exists forever, Tommy has to get up. With that in mind, he slowly sits up, unsure of what remaining wounds he has and unwilling to risk it. His muscles ache, and Tommy hisses once or twice as his muscles pull and stretch like he's been frozen for years, but it's better than normal. So he's sitting now, his legs flat against the ground and his arms holding himself up, when he finally manages to look around. Tommy's on a building. One with a flat roof? Is he on a roof? Well, this weird floor, or whatever, has a raised part with a door on it, just to his left. It has a sign on it, but he isn't quite sure what it reads. The letters are just lines? One of them is like a tower of blocks, the other just an upside-down T with an extra line, making it like an upside-down F instead. Phil had mentioned something about weird squiggly lines like this before, a different language, right? 1. Tommy frowns, scouring his memories, until snaps his fingers, faintly remembering when Phil had written the second letter, character. In a different server. The man was writing because he couldn't speak the language himself. It was Japanese, if he's right. It was Japanese. Oh, sheet. It's Japanese. Tommy is fairly sure he doesn't know Japanese. He can also be sure that hey, this is definitely, 100% not the DreamSMP anymore. But then this could also be a dangerous server, one that could be deadly to him right now. From what he can see, it's nothing like 2B2T, but he can't ever be too sure of anything anymore. Changing his attention before the panic really settles in, Tommy finally decides to look himself over. There's no blood. His scars are still there, marred, healed skin he never wants to see but has to. He's still wearing his trademark t-shirt and some beige shorts, along with worn shoes, socks, his tool belt, just his normal attire, except it's cleaner, lacking the blood and dirt from Tommy's time in Pandora's vault. Flipping some of the pouches on his tool belt open, Tommy scans through them, surprised to find some items in it. A little iron, his communicator, thank Prime, a flint and steel, seeds, golden apples, rotten flesh, torches. Wait. Golden apples? Tommy grabs one out, holding it in his palms and watching its shiny, metallic exterior gleam in the light. He blinks, sets it down, rubs his left eye. No, still there. Tommy dangles it in the air by its stem, watching it sway side to side like an intrigued cat, before daring to take a bite out of it. An overwhelmingly, delightfully familiar sweet taste fills his mouth, the juices of the fruit pouring in while a surge of energy and healing come right after. Holy shit. These were the real deal. Real FING golden apples, right there in his hands. Tommy chomps down on the rest of the fruit with haste, holding its core in his hands delicately. His body buzzes, pleasantly warm, tingling, and energized. Any pain that would have come with standing up had ebbed away, slipping out like the faint pink mist rising from his skin. Tommy feels himself slump over in relief, exhaustion and tension slipping from his shoulders for the first time in however long he was in Sam's prison. He eventually stands, sighing as he puts the core back into his belt for later use, as much as he wants to tear into that, too. Because who knows? In this server, he might be allowed and able to FING. Grow golden apples, or something. Not now, though. He has to check the rest of his inventory if it was even there. Tommy flicks his wrist, eagerly watching as the hologram flickered to life. Though some parts of the hologram were glitched, like how there were outlying gray rectangles and missing textures, the projection was mostly intact. And, even better, there were FING items in it, like seeds, carrots, arrows, enchanting bottles, a water bucket, half a stack of bread, and what the F dash? Why was the axe of peace here? Hastily, he taps the axe's icon in his inventory, watching it slip out of the hologram and into his hands. Tommy weighs the holy sheet, the axe of peace, in his hands, or at least a really FING good replica of it, gripping the handle and carefully swinging it around. And it weighed the same, felt the same, swung the same. It looked the same, too. With a brief scan using his communicator, all of its enchantments were their efficiency V, mending, sharpness V, and unbreaking 3. For good measure, Tommy bashes the sharp end into the floor. The axe makes a clean cut straight through, revealing, well, darkness at the bottom, but that sheet doesn't matter right now. The axe of peace in his hands was FING real. Tommy snorts, chuckles, and then laughs, loud and boisterous, hysteria filling his mind. The only reason he quiets down marginally is because people can hear him even on this rooftop, but he can't stop laughing until a few minutes later. Even then it took him a bit to stop giggling, or smiling widely when he even glanced at the real FING axe of peace. Prime, he won't be able to get over this in his head. Out of all the things he somehow has, this included Techno's FING axe. F dash, did that mean Tommy took Techno's axe with him? Can Techno genuinely not have it anymore? Serves that BSTRD right? Putting the axe back and waving his inventory away, Tommy smiles. More than anything, if this is a dangerous server, he has a chance to survive. Speaking of which, he should get down and explore the area a bit. He needs a base, bandages, healing potions, armor, information, all of it, anything that could be useful. Tommy tries to open the door to his left, but finds it locked. So like anyone else in his situation, he bashes it down with his axe, soon running down some stairs that led further down and seemed to go on for ages. This building seemed abandoned, for no one bothered Tommy for his loud footsteps. The place was grimy, and any rooms he managed to peek in were empty. Maybe this could be a base? It seemed like a good one. He could have a decoy base at the first floor and then have all the actual sheets scattered in the higher floors. Then again, it'd be a pain to walk the staircase over and over, or climb the walls again just to get to one thing. It takes ages, but Tommy finally finds the door that leads to the outside. He opens it, turning his head, and then has to pause, blinking with surprise. He mutters a what the F dash soon enough as he watches these weird FING machines whisk by. They moved like minecarts, yet there were no rails, and they were all multicolored, mostly in grayscale or in desaturated hues. Phil had talked about these before when he came back from another server, right? Something about an automobile, whatever that is. Weren't those called cars? Why was he in a place with cars? Where did Dream send him? This server was FING showing off with their weird tech. That's not even mentioning the sheet the people are on. Some of them looked like hybrids as they passed the alleyway, and yeah, that's pretty natural in different servers, especially ones like Hypixel. But others, they weren't even hybrids. One man was controlling origami cranes, another had a drill for an arm, and there was a woman over there whose head was a FING ball of fire? Tommy digs into his tool belt, pulling his communicator out. He tinkers with it for a bit, seeing that most of the controls were the same, and then immediately tries to see the player list. Error occurred. What? Tommy frowns, pressing the tab button on the side again. The message popped up once more, red letters blaring at him as if he didn't understand the first time. He huffs, looking up. Cars keep running by in front of him, and when he observes more sharply, there seem to be different faces in each automobile. So there were too many players? Enough for Sam's tech to break? Was that even possible? He tries the next command he could think of. Message Dream, where the F did you put me? Error occurred, player not found. Oh, Tommy breathes, rereading the small statement with wide eyes. Oh sheet. Message Tubbo help. Error occurred, Player not found. Tommy had been walking around the city for a while. Probably for the entire day, what with the way that the sky glows a vibrant orange, dipping to a dark blue hue. No one paid him any mind, thank Prime, but he didn't really stand out compared to that person with a television head, so that was a given. He'd gathered a lot of info just walking around, honestly. People gossiped so loudly about their shitty business lives and their jobs and their coworkers and heroes and villains that Tommy's communicator, with Sam's half-shoddy translator, picked up a sheet ton of stuff. Sheet about someone named All Might and another named Endeavor and the latest villain-related incident or whatever the F dash. They talked about something called quirks, two bragged about them, even. It was how Tommy could connect quirks to the non-hybrid features people had. These quirks were apparently superpowers people had gained one day. And due to that, heroes and villains were created. Tommy almost scoffs at the thought. Heroes, villains. What FING bullshit. Earlier on at a random cafe, he'd managed to get access to its free Wi-Fi outside the building. Regular communicators, even without Sam's enhancements, are designed for use in any kind of server, even those that need Wi-Fi. It was once something Tommy laughed at because it was FING useless, but now it's a W in Tommy's book. Regardless, using his communicator, Tommy searched for even more information about this weird server. Anything that he could find, at least. For one, he was in a place called Muzutafu, a city in Japan, which FING because now he couldn't talk to anyone. No idea how he'd learn Japanese, anyway. Maybe his clearly British appearance was what got him the weird looks on his face. Also, one of, if not the most popular hero schools was called UA originally. It got Tommy's attention because everyone was talking about applying, or whatever UA did this time in terms of events and sheet. Apparently, it had produced most of the top heroes like that man named All Might. The hero in question looked too strained and old in his opinion, honestly. Who wouldn't from smiling that much, all while keeping crime down to its lowest? None of that is the point of why UA kept his attention, however. With a little more research, Tommy also found out that there was a Gen Ed course in UA. Although the next batch of entrance exams he could apply to wouldn't come until next year because he has no identity as of now, hypothetically, if Tommy worked hard and fast enough, he could forge an identity, get enough money to live stably, and pay for the tuition fees. If Tubbo were here, it wouldn't be as hard. He was always good at tech. Running a hand down his face, Tommy hesitantly pushes away any thoughts about his best friend. Survival first. Now to other essential sheet. There wasn't a 3-life system as far as he could tell, and people don't know about respawning. Tommy didn't know if it even existed in this server. Was everyone just on 1 life? Did that mean that he was on 1, too? Not for the first time, Tommy's FING mad that there's no counter or anything for lives in the DreamSMP. The only time people know how many lives they're on is when they respawn. Tommy sighs. He plucks a piece of bread from his inventory, nibbling on it as he looks around. Here, the buildings all look the same, the only difference being that instead of more buildings on the right, there was a trash-filled, probably abandoned beach. The place he'd spawned in was far, far behind him now. He'd wandered too much to even get back, because the players in this server didn't have a shred of creativity in them. How can they even stand looking at that much gray and dull blue and such, FING dull colors? It's going to drive Tommy mad. He looks up again at the darkening sky, the only colorful thing. Maybe he should have kept the building as a base, but it's far too late now. If he can find an abandoned house here, he thinks, he could just stay there. Then he wouldn't know how to get food. Tommy's seen the weird paper sheet people pass around, the ones with the numbers that people gave in trade for other sheet. But the beach. But exile. Tommy considers his options carefully. If he takes refuge in a stranger's home, there's high risk yet high reward. It means living with someone he can't predict, can't read, and don't truly know in trade for food, water, and shelter. It means listening to their rules and praying they're kind. If he lives homeless on the beach, there's high risk yet low reward. It means relearning street smarts and playing dirty. It means trusting himself, and only himself to survive. It means being free. If he strays from the shore, wouldn't he be giving in to dream? There was no DMN way Tommy was going to ask for refuge in one of the houses. Heading to the entrance of the beach, its name on the entrance sign is Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Tommy pulls his ragged shoes and socks off. He steps onto the sand, feeling the soft, granular material sift between his toes. It was perfectly, delightfully warm, hugging his feet and latching between his toes as the blonde walks deeper, soon standing among piles of trash. Metals of all sorts gleam in the soon-to-be moonlight, sharp edges and rusted curves highlighted. Tubbo would love to tinker with the broken machines. Tommy weaves through the junk with ease until he stood in front of the shore, his hands shaking and his heart thumping as he puts away the half-eaten remains of his bread. The wind ruffles his hair. Tommy closes his eyes and takes a breath, relishing in the fresh, salty air so different from the overwhelming city smell or the charred walls of an obsidian prison. This isn't FING exile, he murmurs, nor is it Pogtopia. Or L'Manberg. I am free. He huffed. I'm a big FING man, is what I am. I can live on this FING shore. Dream's just a stupid, manipulative BSTRD. Wilbur, less so. I won't come back, because the revived book isn't real. I am free. To where the sea spray tickles his skin, Tommy stands, smiling, and feels more free than he's ever been. F.U. Beach Boy. For the small cafe of Tari's Coffee, this morning was as peaceful as usual. A soft lo-fi playlist plays throughout the cafe while orange lights casts a warm glow on the interior, creating a comfortable, light atmosphere. Hot coffee brews filled the air with delicious smells, mixing with those of the small baked goods and snacks on display cases and stands. The coldness of February's snow made the pleasantly warm temperature of the shop all the better. Adding the extra greenery in the corners and extra spaces, along with smaller, cottage-like details, and it seemed like a home. Tommy looks outside the windows of the cafe, watching people walk along. He soon moves on to watering the potted foliage nearby with a watering can and a sigh, his fingers itching. Tommy isn't made for working slowly like this. He's used to fast-paced action, to war, to constantly thinking about strategies and how to live on to the next day, never stopping. This is near unbearable, and Tommy scarcely gets how Techno enjoyed peace before. Well, never mind that. For now, though, he'd make do with what he has, especially because he probably can't get into UA anyway. After all, Tommy doesn't know how to create an identity that would say that he's 15 when he's about 17. Tubbo isn't here, and who'd accept a homeless 17-year-old into their school? It's led him here, working for the owner of this cafe, Tari, a lady whom Tommy found to be pretty chill. She'd offered him the full-time job because he looks pitiful as hell, which he FING isn't, but Tommy hadn't hesitated to take it with the previous question in mind. It's great for him anyhow. This was the same cafe he'd constantly use for free Wi-Fi, and having a job here would make things easier. Especially so when the regulars had helped him with his Japanese, one of them having an American you for a husband. Thanks to them, he's now able to speak and write the basics whilst with an accent and with shaky characters respectively. They had also taught him basic Japanese etiquette and more about the world around him. In turn, Tommy would help them with English, do bits of work around the cafe, listen to them rant, and give them advice. 3 other things had appeared over the past month, one being his eye patch. At the reminder, Tommy reaches up, slipping his finger under the single band and tugging on it lightly. The handmade item was a slightly desaturated navy blue and rimmed with gold near the edges. One of the regulars, a woman with marriage issues, had asked him what his hobbies were after he gave advice to sort her problems out. When Tommy mentioned he knew how to sew, the next day she had came by and gave him several sewing materials, including a container to place it in and some fabric to use. He'd made the eye patch soon after and declared her one of the only women ever. 2. Anyway, Tommy had it for a reason. One day, as he washed his clothes in Takoda, he'd seen his reflection for the first time. Tommy thought he'd looked the same before Dream had. Before the incident, since he only felt a bit of lingering numbness where his injuries were, so he hadn't bothered truly looking at his face. But in the reflection of the water, Tommy had found that his right eye had changed. What was once another sapphire eye was a FING texture error, or whatever Sam called it, for squares where his iris should have been, 2 of the squares, one on the top left and the other on the bottom right, a strikingly hot pink across the other 2 that were an inky black. He had no pupil, yet Tommy could see just fine. In addition, there was a thin, meandering scar surrounding his eye in a misshapen circle. Unfortunately, it was large enough to be noticeable. Tommy had wondered just how long the changes had been there, and was that why people stared at his face when he first got here? When he'd asked the next day, everyone told him they thought it was an accident from his quirk drawback, and that both his weird eye and his scar had been there ever since he came in the cafe. He would have tried to get colored eye contacts instead of an eye patch, but he didn't know if they'd work and who sells them in the area. The next thing was something he delighted in, a blunt weapon. More specifically, a steel, collapsible bow staff that Tommy had found in the deepest pits of Takoda that wouldn't be as deadly or threatening than the axe of peace. If he were attacked, he didn't want to become a criminal by using the chopper, so this was pretty FING PogChamp. It was a bit rusted after being constantly sloshed by the sea waves for so long and covered under layers of sand, but with a bit of water, borrowed baking soda, 3 melted plastic bins, and time, it was as good as new. The thing was light, easy to maneuver, and fun to play with, so Tommy kept it. He doesn't want to kill anyone anymore, too. Now, on the weekends due to working on the weekdays, he uses his time to move around Takoda's rough terrain with the staff like a vaulting pole, familiarizing himself with the weapon. Later on, he started to work on agility and speed when it came to attacking by throwing several cans into the air and trying to hit them all. One of the customers, Prime, he has to learn their names, had a pitching machine that they planned to sell. Tommy had planned on borrowing it to help him train. Speaking of machines, Tommy had also found a pristine radio in the middle of a broken tire, and it still worked, which was FING poggers. The audio's a bit grainy, but that didn't matter. He finally has something to keep his thoughts from going awry. He'll never admit it either, but Tommy regularly listens to Present Mix radio show at night. He's taken a slight liking to the man, maybe due to how they're possible kindred spirits. The final thing, more of a realization than anything, was how Tommy didn't miss the DreamSMP as much as he should. Tubbo, Techno, Wilbur, Phil, even Ranboo. He does miss them, but it's different now. In this weird server, there are no mobs. There are villains instead, but there are heroes, too. People who save others, who rise up and create safety when there isn't any. There is no need to constantly be on guard, or carry a weapon wherever, or be forced to learn how to fight as a child, because almost always will a hero be there to help. Of course, the system is heavily flawed from what Tommy knows, but it's better than knowing that the only one that can help a person is themselves, better than losing all hope entirely. In Takoda, Tommy can curse as much as he wants, scream his lungs out, run around, act childish and feral and do dangerous shit, and no one will reprimand him. No one will tell him to shut up, or attack him, or remind him to not act like so, because there is a war, a revolution he has to be in. He has no preceding reputation of making mistakes that cost him his lives and so many others. There are no regulations, restrictions, or any expectations. He can be a child, for once. In Tari's cafe, he doesn't have to think of betrayals and who to trust. The customers don't prod into his past or mind his cursing and his flinches, and in turn he doesn't mind listening. The job itself is therapeutic and nice, even with the urge to keep doing something. He just has to brew coffee, man the cash register, make light snacks, collect tips, and clean. No training, no warfare, no strategizing or considering grudges, handling the lives of everyone he knows and those he doesn't. Also, the constant movement and its distractions help on low days when Tommy can barely force himself up. Greeting the customers and hearing them talk when he can't is just an extra bonus. As much as he doesn't want to admit, Japan seemed more like a home than the DreamSMP. Because the DreamSMP is a constant war zone, where any wrong step and he'll be ripped apart by the very people he called friends in this server, he almost feels safe. Tommy isn't too sure how to feel about that. That's a problem for future him, anyway. And it's here, when he's finally stopped recollecting and sorting his sheet out, that a sense of dread slams his gut, a shiver rolling down his spine. He pauses on his way to a table, taking a glance outside as his gut feeling worsens. Tommy almost groans. It's 8 in the morning on a FING Tuesday. He doesn't want to deal with this right now. Tommy knows to trust his gut more than anything, though, so he hastens his movements, setting a large cup of black coffee on a table next to a tired, haggard-looking man with a gray scarf. With a spin on his heel, Tommy speedwalks to the front counter. He puts his, not shaking, no, hands in the pockets of his black apron as he stands behind the cash register once more. His eye pins itself to the front door, unwavering and sharp. A minute passes, if he's counted the 60 ticks of a distant clock somewhere in the cafe. Tommy brushes some of his hair from his eyes and keeps waiting. The windows shatter. Glass explodes, shards spilling on the wooden floor as customers scream. Shuffling and chaos follow when they scramble further into the cafe, staring fearfully and gasping as 3 people clad in black walk in. Wow, Tommy thinks. Way to be discreet. 2 hold empty sacks while the other raises a gloved hand. Rapidly, the glass fragments on the ground shapeshift, combining and molding together to create a long, translucent knife. It goes right into the leader's hands. Oh, Prime. He's in one of these cliché fucking story robberies Tari despises. Tommy scowls. Who does a FING robbery this early, anyway? In plain sight, too. And why a cafe? Tommy would have planned this sheet out much better. The robber in front of the other 2, presumably the leader of the trio, starts talking. But Tommy's already fed up, having turned around and shuffling things in a cabinet. Distantly, he can hear them addressing him something about stopping where he was and getting the money, blah blah blah, but he's too busy pulling out the rest of the thickly knitted rope. Tari used it for aesthetic sheet around the cafe and stored the leftovers here. Though he has thought of strangling many people Tari called Karens with it, he never thought he'd have a use for it until now. Hey, the lead robber barks again. Tommy turns around and casually begins to unknot the long cord. There's a couple more glass knives hovering in the air pointed at him, he finds. Their lackeys have stopped shoving things in their bags to look at him, too, their stares a lot less sharp compared to the tips of the knives. One of them is playing with strings, probably their quirk. "I told you to get the money or I'll kill you." Tommy gave them a snort, setting the untied bundle of rope on the ground after moving ahead of the front counter. He puts his hands behind his back, flicking his wrist. "As if I'll listen to you, you f***ing beach. Who starts a robbery this early? Shitty no lives like you, that's who. Also, make better threats. Alright, people threaten me with death too much." The robber looked at him with horror. "What?" Tommy pounces forwards, ducking low enough to dodge a knife. He feints to the right with his foot, distracting the leader to pull his bow staff out of his inventory and extend it with a quick click. Transitioning with ease and adjusting his balance, he slams it into the robber's left side or where the liver should be. He'd found out this little trick during one of Techno's sparring lessons when the man had used it on him, during Pogtopia. After Tommy had stopped writhing in pain, the piglin hybrid explained that a hit to the liver was an easy way to defeat a foe when he was too lazy to fight or in a hurry. That due to it being the center of blood circulation, or some shit like that, it would cause a shock when hit and make them go into excruciating pain. In the language of violence, he told him, "We don't have to play nice." Thank Prime Tommy remembered the move he doubted he could forget anyway, with how much Techno had literally beat it into him. As expected, the robber crumbled. They choked out a strangled little noise before stumbling to the side and falling to the floor, knocked out cold. The glass knives fell with them, fragmenting once more with an ear-grating shatter. Some shards had shot out and grazed Tommy's skin, and no Dream was here and he's back in the prison cell and Dream's killing him, but Tommy quickly crammed some remaining bread pieces from his inventory into his mouth. Thankfully, the cuts started to heal, very faint scars in their places. 3. F. U. Beach, he mutters. Tommy turns to the closest robber, then, who was near the side of the front counter. Said robber was literally shaking, their hands dropping their sack as they morphed into crab-like appendages. "I'll kill you." They stutter. Too late for that. Grabbing the rope on the ground with the edge of his staff, Tommy held it with one hand and ran forwards. The robber lifted their arms up to their head in an X formation. However, that just made a surefire strike to their solar plexus all the more easier to do. So Tommy did. He rams the edge of his weapon into the dude's solar plexus, remotely hearing them take a large, sharp intake of air. He took this moment to spin the robber around, using the rope to tie their arms tightly behind their back. Well, he would have. A long, gray scarf had done it first, tying the robber into a bundle. Someone wrenched them behind the teen with the scarf. Tommy spun and scrambled back, watching with awe as the haggard-looking man that he'd served before this shitty incident quickly knocked the robber out. The last robber was already tied up with their own quirk. He only noticed when the man, hero, literally dragged them over. "Holy shit," the teen whispers giddily, putting his staff and leftover rope in his inventory. That was so f***ing poggers and cool and amazing. He can't help but stare as the man walks towards him, taking a small container out and dropping some liquid into his eyes beforehand. The bottle looks familiar. "Phil got that for Will, usually eye drops, they're called? Are you hurt anywhere?" The hero asks, their voice gravely and way too f***ing close. Tommy flinches, jerking back to see the man directly in front of him. "Sorry," Tommy says a little too quickly. "I'm fine." The man frowns deeper than he usually does. Tommy raises his arms up, mimicking his frown. "See? The glass cuts are f***ing gone. I'm fine, alright?" One of the customers must have called the police while they were fighting, because the little stare down he and the man enter lets Tommy recognize the sirens flashing outside. There were a few officers checking in on people. One of them called out, "Eraserhead? We need you over here for a bit." Breaking eye contact with Tommy, the most definitely a hero grumbles before turning around and moving towards the officer's voice. Tommy blinks. Eraserhead? Not the weirdest name he's heard, but okay. As people move around him, Tommy goes to put the remaining rope away. He drifts, his hands moving on their own as he was thinking about the, albeit short, fight he had. Tari's coffee is definitely a place precious to him. It holds many memories and has helped him so much in this strange server, this strange modded realm, really, because Tommy will be dead if this sheet's a regular server. And he knows he protects everything close to him like his entire being is on the line, fighting for it with tooth and nail, so him defeating at least one of the robbers made sense. But the more Tommy thinks about it, the more the thought that he wanted to protect the people made sense, too, even if most of them were strangers. Their things were being stolen by petty thieves, and if he or Eraserhead hadn't been there, they might have gotten away with it. So here, Tommy had been a hero. For the smallest amount of time, he'd been a hero. And it had felt good. Fighting and helping and saving despite his trauma of pain, of death and war and battles and blood, he'd felt good. Like, he's reformed or some shit. In the DreamSMP, there were no heroes. Tommy himself isn't one. Of course, no one is entirely black or white because everyone's flawed in some way, even in this server. But the difference is that no one had even tried to save him when he was his worst, when he needed a hero. Exile is a prime example of that. And there are heroes in this weird server, but most of them focus on bigger things. Larger incidents, louder events, huge crimes. They zone in on fame and money, fortune and attention, showing off their quirks and seeing who's better on hero rankings to brag. The majority care about nothing but themselves. Tommy makes a decision as he listens to the thankfulness of the remaining customers and answers the questions of the police. He isn't a hero. Yet he'll play the role so that the victims of crimes away from the spotlight can have one. With a grunt, Tommy slumps on the tire he's sitting on. It's been almost a day since the robbery, Tari having forced him to take a break or else she'd make him, and Tommy's learned to respect women for a reason, so he'd, reluctantly, went back to Dakota and slept. With his hand holding his chin, this is a rare quiet moment as he thinks. Tommy almost starts gnawing on his nails, but taps his staff now named Clara, because why the F, not against the rubber instead? How the ever-loving F, was he going to make a vigilante costume? Despite having money from work, ugh, he sounds so fing old, it probably isn't enough to get a high-quality suit or some shit like that. Tommy is no tubbo, he can't work with metal scraps like his best friend can. He dismisses the sharp pang of longing for his best friend with an ease that scares him. And sure, he could use something plain like a hoodie, mask, and flexible pants for the base, but he doesn't know who'd even sell metal plating for his weak points around here. Using books as armor would be a pain to move in and a hassle to get and put on, even if they'd block projectiles and make him more imposing or some shit. Going to the black market to get proper armor, wherever that would be in this server, would be too risky. Finally, there's no abundance of trees, and the trees here are too thin and old to make anything out of it. Apparently, it's also illegal to break trees without permission. Tommy scoffs. That's fing senseless, that is. And it reminds him of how little he truly knows about this server. Having been here for months hadn't helped much except teach him the language, mannerisms, and people. Unlike the DreamSMP, there were different laws and rules set in place, nothing like the self-suspended and generally loose rules in the SMP. And there were also an unknown amount of people, meaning an unknown amount of villains and heroes he'd have to avoid if he still wanted to do this. No enemies nor allies, a fresh, blank canvas. No backup. No help. Sighing, Tommy stands, stretching his limbs out. His eye runs over his discolored skin and thinner scars, fingers grazing its multitude of rough textures and picking at small scabs. I'm Tommy fing in it, he grumbles, saying these words aloud to make them more real, more true, and I've survived so much shit without much help. Who says I can't do that now? He picks Clara up, puts her into his inventory, grabs whatever savings he has, and leaves. He's picked out something plain for a costume, the cheapest things he could find and afford, as well as best suited for the dark. A hoodie, a basic, hard fabric masquerade mask, a pair of long fingerless gloves, and another covering for the lower half of his face. Along with that, some slightly loose pants and a pair of red sneakers. He already has a tool belt. All of these are either dark gray or black besides some extra red fabrics, because people might say that blue would fit with his eye, the only thing that's going to be visible, and to them, he says F off, because red is a great color and he will sew it on no matter what. If his end goal were different, Tommy wouldn't have gotten all black, yet he wasn't going to be a vigilante for attention or fame. Regardless, he silently cringed as he left the store, fidgeting with the straps of the plastic bag his stuff was in. Prime, this was so fing weird, champ. Not as bad as other shit he's bought before, but still up there. At another store, the soon-to-be vigilante gets a few rolls of bandages and a medkit, distantly noticing the questionable looks he's given in the aisles and the checkout. Presumably more than usual, for how homeless and ragged he probably looks, and how suspicious these clothes are. He doesn't really pay attention to any looks he gets. Thotomy just rolls his eye and munches on some bread in his inventory as he returns to Dakota. Nosy beaches. Either way, he puts his purchases away and changes into the costume, despite wearing his original clothes underneath, his eye patch, too. He grabs a cracked full-body mirror resting by the side to see his reflection fully. And he looks fine, for someone who looks like they're either extremely suspicious, a cliché villain, or a drag dealer. If he hid his hair, Tommy would be like those brainless robbers. Not the best, but he can manage. Tommy rolls his shoulders and watches the mirror copy it, before reeling his arm back and forth. He turns and twists, the clothing perfectly loose. Even does a few practice kicks and swings in front of himself, finding that it's breathable. Maybe he should a pocket in his sneakers. And put some red lining to both the masks and the hoodie. Tommy stares at himself for a bit longer. His eye looks unnerving. He puts a hand under and above his eye, lightly pulling the skin to reveal most of his new iris, and leans in to observe it. There's no pupil or shine, though he can see perfectly fine. The thin scar around it gives a quiet phantom pain to the last time Tommy was on the SMP, but otherwise, it's numb. When he's close enough to the glass that the iris reflects a hot pink light off the mirror, he backs away. Yeah, okay, he needs another type of eye patch for this, 'cause fighting with something limiting his vision is a no. He could put some buckram fabric and sew it in his eye mask. Would that be enough to hide the glow? Tommy mentally takes note to search Dakota for a sewing machine, because Prime, he'll probably have to do a lot of sewing later on. Blocking it out entirely would become a weak point. Maybe someone at Tari's would have some colored contacts? Yet Wilbur had once said that it was a delicate process in Pogtopia. When his eyes started flickering red, he settles on just using gray buckram fabric. Satisfied with what he has, Tommy stands there for a moment, thinking. Should he go train some more? Research local crimes? Map the area out to make a patrol line? Stop a few muggings or some shit right now? Develop his vigilante persona more? What should he even name himself? Tommy in it? Big T? Theseus? That one goes out the window. Should he just let people name him? Why not? The nation he loved was named L'Manberg. His house in his first exile was Pogtopia. His residence in exile was named Logstadshire, his tent, Tnret. As much as Tommy would protest that those were perfectly fine and good names because they were, others wouldn't agree. Especially if he just named himself Wife Haver and he appeared on news headlines. To not give away his voice, maybe he should just keep silent. Someone at Tari's probably knows JSL. Okay, back to the game plan, whatever that was. He should explore the city or at least the nearby neighborhoods. Search for crime rates, common areas for said crimes, and start small as much as he didn't want to. Meet the people and gain some connections if available. That's if Tommy doesn't up first. Do that a few times or so and mark out the area internally. His triggers, however, would be difficult to deal with. Tommy doesn't want to enter a fight only to have a panic attack that leaves him vulnerable. Puffy and Sam's therapy one isn't gonna help him for shit now besides for a few breathing techniques, ever since the warden left the blonde with him. But because Tommy's a big man, he'll push through. Somehow. He's always had to, so how would living in a new world change that? Either way, soon he can stop some crime. How ironic it is that he goes from causing crime to preventing it. Tommy grins. A week later, at the beginning of March, a headline appears on the news. New vigilante appears in Muzudafu. Stars twinkle in the inky black night as the moon beams down outside an abandoned bar. The ground is littered with trash, staining the establishment's brick walls nearby, grime and dirt and foliage weaving through the brick's thin cracks. The warm lights under its striped, dark green shop canopy shutter, flickering sporadically. It reeks of alcohol, a few bottles too much, and mistakes. A crowd surrounds two people, one holding a bottle and swishing it this way and that, the other stumbling on their feet but with their fists up. Both of their faces are flushed red, the alcohol they've consumed rendering the cheers and cries of their audience as white noise. Fight! 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 They yell with sharp teeth and rotting breaths, for the ones too terrified to call for help have already left. Money is placed, eyes are watching, cameras are rolling. The two drunks stare at each other like lions competing, eyes never veering off of their opponent. And yet they slur their jeers and blink so sluggishly that they're barely coherent. Either they'll be too sluggish to get a punch in or too swift to almost kill. They slam into each other, the crowd roaring in delight while they tumble. Mud and grass stain their clothing, but the fighters attack one another regardless, cursing and spitting insults in gibberish only they faintly understand. One has their tooth knocked out, the other gets a bloody nose. Bruises litter their skin, blood bleeding sluggishly from cuts covered in dirt, yet no one moves to stop them, rejoicing instead. A shout ruins it all. Dusk. And, well, that's no use and very not poggers. Tommy's already started ruining this party anyway. He should have come earlier but he couldn't, thanks to that mugging that popped up out of who knows where. The strong stench of alcohol and the instant screams surrounding him do make him flinch, though it's subtle in the chaos. He leaps down and slams the brawling drunks down, one with a swift low sweep to the feet, the other with a quick hit to the back of the knee as Tommy got up. He doesn't make a sound as he puts them into SBMSN, twisting Clara to knock both of them out at once. Under the racket of the screams and the thumping of fleeing feet, Tommy sighs. Prime, what was this? The fifth time this week that this shit's happened? Couldn't these dickheads give Tommy a break? This place wasn't even on his patrol route. Nearby, sure, but still. Tommy takes a sticky note out of his inventory along with a pen, quickly scrawling out. Instigate this place more often beaches. 5th time this week. Tommy plasters the paper on the backs of one of the unconscious men, already hearing the wails of sirens nearby. He hastily pushes himself back and up a nearby building using its fire escape, launching himself across the rooftops. And wow, when did that become so normal? When did leaping through the night go from an invitation to death and darker times to freedom? It's only been a month and Tommy feels different. Taken by this like fish to water. Maybe, a nagging part of him whispers, it's because he hasn't had the chance to truly live, always adapting to war and blood and fighting explosions screams betrayalospheric. Now that he can, he thrives. Though a gradual process, heights remind Tommy less and less of exile, and the dark of the night doesn't feel so claustrophobic, though he still took a break near some light every once in a while. He's starting to get more thrilled at going out and being a hero, too. Speaking of which, Tommy's been getting noticed more and more by the media. He doesn't leave a name in any sticky note he sends out, and so the public has created several vigilante names for him. The most common ones being Dusk, Red, and Hermes. On occasion, he does get called the Grim Reaper or just Reaper for short. Days before, Tommy had looked up who Hermes was. He thought that it fit him anything but Theseus would be fine. As for the Grim Reaper name, unsurprisingly enough, there are no heroes around the poorer parts of Japan, and more injured in dark alleyways taking their dying breaths. So in between patrols Tommy takes some time scouring the city and along his patrol route to patch people up. Or, if it's too late, stay there and hold their hand until they pass. Some people see him and watch, but he doesn't care. It's what Tommy would have wanted for himself. Tommy shakes his head, getting closer and closer to Takoda and technically, the start of his patrol. He pauses to check his communicator around 5 in the morning already, huh? Patrol's over, and as much as he wants to continue, Tari and everyone else would ask about his inevitable exhaustion if he didn't stop now. Utilizing another fire escape, Tommy slides down into another alleyway and takes off his vigilante costume in seconds, revealing some casual clothing. This acts as a method to get heroes off his trail when he'd see one, though it hasn't happened yet. If he saw one, he could just take his costume off and act casual. The vigilante, now totally innocent civilian, bundles his costume up into a messy ball as he walks out, hastily moving to the entrance of Takoda and practically relaxing within its junkyard. Tommy laughs in front of the stars, something carefree, light, and new. If he's never felt freedom before, hell, if he's never started to heal like Puffy said, this would be it. And, of course, like everything in his life, that won't last. Tari starts, and already Tommy knows he's F'd. She's taken her time to visit her cafe today. She has that tone, and when Tommy looks at her, her face is scrunched in suspicion, fear, and concern, with a frown to top it all off. Her brown eyes seem to bore into Tommy's very soul that nearly makes him shiver. Tari's aura makes him freeze despite her being 5 feet 4 inches, short compared to Tommy's 6 feet 3 inches stature. There's a hand on her hip, her body leaning against the counter a bit, and Tommy knows he's caught for something. Not the coffee he's just spilt, though he always does that, what with his shaky FING hands. He smiles at her on instinct, staring at Tari wide-eyed. Tommy, maintaining eye contact, sets the coffee cup down as well as a towel he brought to clean the small cup, it having spilled earlier due to the permanent tremor in his hands the SMP gave him. Nerve damage or some shit, something both respawns and totems couldn't heal, for all the poetics people wax about them. Either way, Tubbo's taught Tommy to fear short people from the few instances he's made the Mublum hybrid panic for him. Adding that Tommy's been there, once, in a rare instance where Tari was FING terrifying and, well, that's why he's scared. No, not because Dream reprimanded Tommy just like that, with that convincing disappointed tone and act, netherite armor and weapons gleaming as he picks up his sword with some TNT and a flint and steel end. Tari will not hurt me, Tommy repeats like a mantra in his head. Tari will not hurt me. It's not an oath, a promise, a condition in a deal, nor a declaration, it's the truth. Tommy, she repeats more gently, slowly setting a hand on his shoulder. It snaps him out of it, making him jump in the process. Why yeah, Big T? Tari smiles just like how Tubbo would, yet it still portrays a bit of anger and disappointment. He'll never admit it, but Tommy shies away just a bit. Why, pray tell, are there bandages around your arms? And why haven't you told me, or gone to the hospital to get them checked? Tommy looks down, there, a little part of his bandaged forearm revealed by his long-sleeved uniform. It's a bit stained from the leaked Americano, but the strips of fabric intertwining themselves along his arm is glaringly clear. Tommy lets his hand hover over it, as if to hide it like a secret despite it being revealed. Did he not roll the sleeve down enough when he washed his hands? Sheet. Tommy, Tari stresses. Tommy looks around, grinning sheepishly. Thank Prime, the cafe's empty at the moment. Well, you see, big man, he begins eloquently, picking at the edges of his bandages. The coffee seeps into the fabrics like ink to paper. It's not a pretty brown. It looks like dried blood. I'm fine. These were just covering up my old scars from before. Not exactly the truth, but most of it. It was more like the wounds from his vigilante rounds were light, just a few bruises from blocks Clara couldn't get because she was stopping something else, but he's a FINGPP, so he got scared. So the only thing keeping Tommy from panicking even now because Dream was back again oh Prime, when the admin finds him Tommy's going to die again no was to wrap them tightly until they felt trapped. As well as stuff a few golden apple slices in his mouth. Turns out they have the same effect as the full apple, which, wow. He could have saved so many more with that tip, for the regeneration even when he knows he shouldn't be wasting them. She'll understand regardless. Tari knows a bit about the DreamSMP. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision when Tommy told her a few pieces about the server, just vague things like the war and the betrayal. After all, the woman has given him so much shit for free, and he couldn't just accept free things. Everything comes with a price, the entire history of the DreamSMP being proof enough. Tommy didn't have anything of good value on him, besides the golden apples. He's still waiting to see if a seed will grow them and not normal ones, or anything that he was willing to give that he held value to, so information it was. As expected, the dark-skinned woman softens. She nods, a look of understanding, not pity, on her face. Okay, Tommy. We haven't interacted much, but if you run out of bandages or something, I got some. And tell me when it's a low day or when it's too much, alright? Tommy stares at her, observant eyes searching for any lies. He doesn't really trust Tari as much as he wants to, probably won't trust anyone as much as he trusts Tubbo or had trusted Wilbur ever again, but slowly, he smiles. It's a small but genuine one. Alright, Big T, promise. Anyway, Tarzan, Tommy jokingly says as he cleans the marble countertop, what brings you here to my humble cafe? Tari huffs, but she's smiling too. First of all, I'm not Tarzan, men stink. You are so correct, Tari Evergreen. Women are poggers, the best, the absolute greatest. That's why I'm the wife haver, and how I'm so powerful. Tommy passes a cup of coffee to her, an extra cappuccino made on impulse beforehand. Thank you. Tari sighs after she sips the cup. For both the cappuccino and for speaking truths. Second, just because the regulars adore you enough to constantly give you shit, especially when you give them things back, doesn't mean you own the place. Third, this ain't a humble cafe anymore, you're too much of a chaotic little gremlin for that. Tommy sputters. I'm not a FING little gremlin. I'm the biggest, most maturest man you've ever met. Then, he stops, eyes wide with regret and an apology on his tongue. Oh Prime, was that too much? What was Tari gonna do? Sure, the owner drawls with a lilt of her lips. Tommy relaxes, he's forgiven. It's okay. He's just overreacting because of nerves. I believe you, little man. F off, beach. Moving on, the woman announces, setting her partially empty cup down with a quiet clink. She looks down at the fluffy froth on top of her drink, her posture straightening. The thing I wanted to talk about. There's a sludge villain running around somewhere in this area. Appears near or out of manhole covers, sewer grates, that type of sheet. It's he? They've been stealing and robbing cash, petty crimes and such. Tommy pauses, his head turning to Tari with intrigue. This has been going on for a few weeks, too many, more stores and shops being stolen from as time passes. She continues. The villain always goes to the gutter for an escape route and constantly shifts areas. People are saying this one's next. Just be prepared to run away if he comes here, or fight if needed. Suggest you search him up, too. Her warning delivered, Tari's posture relaxes, a smirk back on her face. Who knows? Maybe you could just beat him like you did those robbers, HM? There's a video going around, lots, probably some memes, too. That was on the news for days, by the way, for social media, it's still going. Tommy gapes. It goes unnoticed when he soon grins and lightly pounds his chest, exclaiming, if they come here, they've got nothing on big man Tommy in it. Tari laughs with mirth. Sure, little man. I'm not a FING little man. Tommy starts bringing his vigilante suit to work in an old duffel bag that still smells like seaweed and a small hint of motor oil. He can't help it. It's just, when Tommy would wake up and set off to the cafe, he'd think about the place severely wrecked. He'd think about a sludge monstrosity with bulging red eyes and a pair of scara a sickening yellow. Something with the body of tainted green and a smile of too many sharp teeth, and he thinks of Dream End. He blanks. One moment he exits Takoda, the next he's dragging himself back to his costume, where it lay hidden in a little nook to the side, with a random bag in his hands to stuff it in. The bag's strap feels like a heavy weight on his shoulders that burns on his side, yet Tommy brings it to and fro the coffee shop. Of course, people ask what's up, but Tommy can only respond that it holds something important to him without outright lying. It's a lame, weak excuse spoken in a whisper, something so unlike him, but it works for most if only for how serious he may look. If it doesn't, Tommy will always refuse to budge. Even if Eraserhead, now another regular after the robbery, comes early in the morning and stares at Tommy like he's figuring out a puzzle. Dream stared like that in the prison, calculative and cold. Tommy knows they aren't the same, but he can't help a flinch or two around that man. Tommy knows he shouldn't get attached to this small safe place, every single other was taken away. Plus, the sludge villain only does petty things like stealing and cheat, so why worry so much? Yet he clenches the handle of the bag and moves a bit faster through the crowds because Tommy is nothing if not protective, and he will do anything for this shelter, even if it's temporary. April's just started like a few days ago, and Tommy can already feel dread swirling in his gut. The cold, unsettling sense of something amiss has him on edge. Hell, even the regulars aren't fooled, presumably from the occasional worried glance and the continued pressing questions. Tommy just responds like it's any other day, deflecting questions horribly, not breaking his customer service facade for a second. Even that's barely together with how his eye won't stop twitching and his smile is a bit too tight. "I told you I'm fine, dickhead," Tommy grumbles for the nth time that afternoon. He practically shoves their to-go order in the customer's arms. The man in front of him frowns in doubt before hesitantly turning around with his order and leaving. Tommy sighs, he just wants this feeling to go away already. Taking his own coffee, he should really drink tea more, and taking a sip, he sighs in slight contentment. No wonder Wilbur liked this so much. Tommy looks out the door and wonders when he's gotten used to so much peace. TNT rains down from an obsidian grid, fires alight, in their smoke carrying the wails and pleads of thousands. People are killed by withers or by their own protectors, a myriad of confusion in the masses. The corpses of hounds and citizens alike pile up on bloodied grounds, something that would make normal teenagers around Tommy's age puke. And yet three stand above it all, three people Tommy once considered friends, the masked apotheosis Dream, the blood god Technoblade, and the angel of death Filza. They laugh and laugh, preaching of consequences and betrayal, of one spiral down the clutches of insanity, of their anarchy and destruction. They crave for the walls of L'Manberg of Tommy's FING home and everything it stands for to be torn down just like the anarchists trust. They illustrate stories about Theseus and Icarus and all of these Greek gods that Tommy has never heard, and they finish with a name for this day, Doomsday. It's the name for the desecration and chaos they have caused, burned within the pages of history with ink that bleeds through them. And yet, Doomsday is not that, in fact, it is silent. Doomsday is the flickers of fight in a headstrong boy, a child with a smile as bright as the sun, who always knew that there is hope somewhere diminishing. Doomsday is the last piece of innocence that falls from his eyes. Doomsday is the realization that even his pseudo-family isn't on his side, they didn't even glance at his views. Doomsday is the thought that he should never trust or love again, yet it will be futile because he is himself with a heart too big, and that Dream is right when he says that attachments cause harm. And if he thinks that the pain is worth it, no one will know. Doomsday is when Tommy in it, Theseus, Craft dies with a whisper. It's when a traumatized child soldier takes his place, and how the universe shrieks for its loss. Another round of explosions nearby snaps Tommy out of it. Sheet, okay. He's trained for and has fought in situations like this. He's prepared. This isn't the DreamSMP anyway, this server is different. Tommy breathes in and out, watching as everyone but him scramble out the cafe. Eraserhead isn't here right now, he came in earlier today. Some people call out worriedly to him, their voices a jumble of muffled sounds to his ears, and yet Tommy only scowls and barks out, "I'm fine. Stop worrying about me and get to safety." Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Glass shatters outside as the lingering civilians run, and Tommy is sure he can see smoke ahead, even with his blurry vision. A crash that shakes the ground makes sludge splatter on the windows. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tommy's eyes latch onto his duffel bag, then back outside. No one is here, they're focused on running and getting away. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Repeating the breathing exercise, Tommy snatches his bag and practically rips the zipper on it open. He sprints to the back room and pulls his costume out, slipping into it like a glove. Despite the loose exterior, the hoodie and pants seem to squeeze Tommy for all he's worth, or maybe it's the seizing panic bubbling in his chest. Prime, he has to hurry up. Clara sits at the bottom of the bag, and with calloused fingers, the vigilante picks it up. Tommy swallows, extending her to her fullest. This would be like his true debut, right? The media's first proper exposure to his vigilante persona. Everyone will watch him. After this, he's on a wanted list. Tommy quickly hardens his grasp on Clara along with his resolve. He opens the other backroom entrance that leads down winding alleyways and bolts, uncaring of the reputation he'll get. Because ultimately, when did that ever stop him? When Tommy arrives, he almost thinks it's too late to save anything. A vortex of mire constantly shifts in front of some heroes and a crowd, turning and twisting to reveal a pair of maroon eyes with yellow sclera and a jaw of smiling sharp teeth. Flames roar across the destroyed area, running rampant and filling the scent of smoke and burning buildings in the air. Broken lampposts, shattered glass, and the remains of walls litter the asphalt road, and Prime, Tommy doesn't know how to feel about this. This shitshow is much worse than Tommy thought. Not because of the surrounding area, no, he can handle fire quite well for a non-Blazeborn. But the villain has a hostage trapped in slime-like tendrils of sludge and the villain's own teeth. It was the only inconsistency in the villain, just a head of blonde hair behind its mouth, and Sheet, the dickhead, was controlling his hostage to create the carnage, right? Tommy halts where he stands in an alleyway, because the hostage looks up with wide, fear-stricken eyes and scrunched eyebrows, and for a moment, Tommy can't breathe. Tubbo looks at the loaded crossbow pointed to his chest with dread, the tip of a candy cane-striped rocket hovering in front of him. He's stuck and there's nowhere to go in the little box he's trapped in, looking around frantically as Schlatt cackles with insanity. Pleading with the blood god, the very piglin hybrid who stands in front of him would be useless. Tommy can feel his fear from here, and yet Wilbur told him to stay still, to not move because the time wasn't right. And of course, because he loves his brother despite everything, he listens. Techno won't pull the trigger anyway, he thought. Because his second brother figure holds any promise like a sacred oath, and that trait includes now. When it doesn't and Tubbo dies, Tommy screams with despair and guilt. But more than anything, he feels rage at himself, at Wilbur, at Techno, and at everyone else who didn't move to stop it. This time? No, this time, Tommy won't listen to anybody. History may repeat again, but Tommy knows he can change the outcome. This is his absolution, after all. Before Tommy can think, he's leaping forwards, pushing through the wreckage with Clara at his side, boosting himself with broken debris with his staff like a hook. It's a bit awkward with the heavy temperature, the debris, and the blunt ends of his beloved weapon, but he's handled worse. Fire licks his attire and singes the ends, the scent of smoked tea and trockets whirling in his face and rotting his lungs, the stench of something atrocious not far behind, though he doesn't care. All Tommy can think about is that struggling victim, his lifeless body, and a crushing guilt. Clenching his teeth, he moves a little bit faster. Digging up some dirt with a hand, Tommy flings it at the villain's eyes, most of the mud hitting its left. At the same time, a dull, yellow backpack strikes the other side, someone else following close behind. With a shriek, the villain twists, loosening their hold on the hostage. Just a little longer. The villain grins, raising a slimy hand. Don't get in my way. Tommy doesn't know who's helping him, and he can hardly care right now. He just nods at a head of green hair before running around the villain. Lunging upwards using more debris as a boost, Tommy makes another quick sweep for the villain's eyes using his staff. Sensing this, the villain changes their hand's trajectory and tries to swat Tommy away. Unfortunately for them, their accuracy is sheet and only grazes Tommy's arm, which is why they're a low-class villain that only did petty sheet till now. Regardless, Tommy shows that he's clearly superior since his swing actually hits, though Clara's edge seems to have hit only one of the eyes from the way the right is recovering faster. Tommy bounds back and repeats. He spins and pivots, swivels and dodges, making fleeting attacks when he can. And yet his movements are feral, wild and honed with years of living alone and of fighting in wars. He utilizes his agility and how the villain is distracted doing two things at once as best as he can, making silent taunts that only cause the sludge monstrosity to get more unfocused and enraged. Out the corner of his eye, Tommy sees green hair tug out one of the hostage's legs, popping it free and start pulling the other. The hostage is almost free from the greedy gasps of air Tommy can hear. That was probably his cue to help, innit? So before the villain can prevent the opportunity, Tommy pivots back and away from the other two, holds his urge to shout and yell, and sticks his middle fingers up at the BSTRD. The reaction he gets is priceless, and the villain swings in blind rage. Too late for them, anyway. Tommy's already moved back to green hair, who's moments away from getting the victim out. As Greenhair pulls one arm, Tommy grabs the other and heaves. The hostage rips out of his slimy cage with a sickening sound. Him and Greenhair tumble to the ground, both partially conscious and weakly standing, while Tommy only stumbles. He quickly grabs the two by their school uniform collars and starts dragging them away as fast as he can. He can't travel as swift as he'd like, the extra weight carrying him down, but Tommy forces them all to keep moving. Tommy can't even look back until they're safe. Any show of fear or hesitance can and will be capitalized on. Whatever the ex-hostage was going to choke out, it was replaced with pain-wrecking coughs and deep inhales. "I was fine. I sealed ha-handed dash." Tommy almost scoffs. Was this how Tubbo felt when he dealt with him? You. The villain doesn't sound as distant as he should, but they're so close, just a little bit more, just you fing brats. On instinct, Tommy spares a fleeting glance behind him and holy f-dash, they're not going to make it. Because there's already a hand of sludge seconds away, and the villain moves as if he drank a fing speed potion, and Tommy doesn't even realize he's flipped himself around after throwing the two far ahead until he does, raising Clara above his face and bracing himself for impact. It doesn't come. What does come is a harsh, degrading mixture of wind and smoke, wildly ruffling his hair and pushing Tommy back. It roars in his ears, almost as loud as the adrenaline in his veins or his heart in his ears. Tommy's shoes aren't made for this f-dash, he needs new ones, so he skids back a bit, sneakers scrapping against the asphalt road and debris. Small pebbles and dust graze his face, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut further. And moments later, it's gone. Tommy opens his eyes to the #1 hero in FING Japan and doesn't know how he hold back his scream. I really am pathetic. What? Tommy blinks. Not something he expected from the best of the best. And he can't lie, All Might looked a little badass standing like that. Just a smidge. Tommy was obviously cooler, but this man's holding the sludge villain back with his forearm, strings of its weird but sludge sticking to his face and collarbone. How the F was he so jacked? Nevertheless, steam? Not smoke, wafted from his form with a quiet hiss, though that didn't weaken the pearly white smile that was plastered on his face. The hero, why is he still smiling? Didn't he just do that for the media? Does he actually FING smile every hour on the job? Is he like Dream? Tommy takes a subtle step back, Greenhair mumbling an All Might with disgusting amounts of wonder and hope as the hero continues his speech. Even though I admonished you, I wasn't putting what I said into practice. Lifting his fist, All Might broke the sludge off and reeled it back, grabbing what he could with his other and shouting, pros are always risking their lives. All Might? The villain shrieks, raising another slimy hand. If Tommy startles, well, that's his business and his only. Propelling his fist forwards, the #1 hero rams his fist into the face of the villain. Tommy bets that if they had bones, all of them would be shattered in their head. Stepping back further and letting All Might grab both Greenhair and the ex-hostage, Tommy grips the hero's arm that holds them and prepares for his FING life. Detroit smash. And FING prime. All Might FING desecrates the villain. He turns the villain into a funnel, a gaping hole right in the middle as the villain's body flares out, leaving no trace behind. Tommy can feel himself being FING lifted off his feet, so he strengthens his grip, digs Clara into the ground, bites his cheek to not scream, and prays it's enough. A vortex of wind spirals high into the sky, taking with it any remaining flames and smoke. The whirlwind seems infinite, everlasting, blasting everyone nonstop with wind. It feels like an explosion several degrees lower. Wasn't this just an overreaction to a small villain in terms of reputation? Or was this the power that the man used for every single one? And DMN it, he still can't help but think of Dream, that powerful FING BSTRD he fears so much. By the time it stops, Tommy's fingers feel numb and he's suffering from the adrenaline withdrawal. He slips his hand off All Might as fast as he can and steps back to check on the other two involved in the incident, almost dropping Clara in the process. They're just knocked out. They're okay. Tommy breathes out, relieved, and turns back to the pro hero. All Might's huffing with a deep exhaustion. One that Wilbur would have during the election and Pogtopia. That isn't normal, especially for the top hero. Before he can ponder on it further, a drop of rain plops on his mask. He brushes it off, still staring at All Might, and another? Blinking in surprise, Tommy swipes that second droplet off right as another hits his gloved palm. There's another on his hood, one on his arm following close behind until a shower of rain starts to fall down. Tommy looks up to see the sky blocked by dark clouds. Wasn't the sky clear before this? The pieces in Tommy's mind slowly connect themselves like a puzzle. Did All Might cause a FING storm? He spares a quick glance behind him to hear someone murmur about an updraft. Oh Prime, All Might made a FING updraft with a punch. Sheet, no wonder he's the top hero in this server. Speaking of heroes, Tommy has to go like right now, because if he doesn't he'll be sent to prison. And if the prisons here were anything like Pandora's vault, he wanted no part of it. Taking advantage of everyone's stunned surprise, he darts towards an alleyway and maneuvers back through the twisting maze that is the hidden paths of the city. It's all natural to him, digging his nails into the dirty walls and flinging himself up with swift, pretty tricks, Clara in hand. Tommy climbs until he can run across the rooftops of the tallest buildings, throwing his vigilante costume off and shoving it all in his inventory. His energy is low, but that doesn't outweigh the rising fear in his gut, because he can still get caught in any moment. What kind of person moves across rooftops if they aren't a hero, after all? Miraculously, he isn't. Finally landing on the sandy shores of Takota, Tommy stands at the ends and relishes in the ocean air, body slumping in relief. He just stays there for what feels like 30 minutes before hastily changing out of his costume. Tommy rubs at the bandages on his arms as he retracts Clara back to a smaller size, putting his beloved staff in his pocket. He'll have to get the duffel bag back from the shop, but not now. The moment Tommy flops on the soiled, springy mattress he's claimed as a bed, he passes out. What the F dash. Greenhair gapes at Tommy as he says that, showing the same disbelief in their eyes. Tommy rubs his eye twice, having just woken up at 6 like usual, eye patch still on his face, and slightly delirious from sleep. He'd heard something about limbs popping off as well as a body exploding and he sprung up. Tommy shakes his head and looks up, yet they were still there. He must have been real FING exhausted, or maybe he needs to take his eye patch off since his other eye's broken. In front of Tommy, Greenhair's hauling a large double-sided fridge behind them with rope, All Might literally right on top of it and hugging his knees. They haven't been at it for long with how little of the shore is disturbed. Both look sheepish, though they did seem to try and make an explanation with the way their mouths keep opening and closing like a fish. Prime, this feels like a fever dream. But this isn't a dream. And that's what makes everything all the more absurd. Tommy would be FING cackling if this was anywhere else. What the F dash, Tommy repeats, as if the phrase will give him an explanation. Why are you two here? Especially you, All Might. Greenhair stutters. We more so me than anything were training for UA. This place seemed pretty private, which was great because of All Might, and it looked untouched, so we decided to start here. I mean, we can just move to a different place. At this point, they're waving their hands around frantically. Tommy nods in hesitant understanding before quizzically looking at the number FING1 hero. All Might's training you? He asks, still staring at the hero. Prime, his smile still FING unnerving, even with how ridiculous his position is, still perched atop of the fridge. That I am, young man. All Might affirms. Tommy keeps staring at him. All Might has power that he can use to destroy cities to turn this world upside down. He's undefeated for the spot of number 1. Tommy doesn't know what he's like besides how the media portrays him as a hero. Really, he doesn't think anyone's seen him on break. Tommy looked back to Greenhair, Prime, he should get their name, who was fidgeting where they stood. They were sort of like Tommy from what he knew, now that he's thinking about it. Definitely not the same in terms of looks or personality, but there were a few parallels, like how Greenhair had this unwavering flicker of determination in their eyes, as cliché and stupid as that was. He glances back. All Might is still smiling. Hands running through his hair, a voice humming a tune as gloved hands stitch wounds together, a white, smiling mask staring down at him, covered in soot, honey-sweet words that stick to his skin and the lies mixed within, green, an empty beach party with only two, the puppet and its puppeteer, imagining molten lava surround him in the nether, burning his skin yet never as much as the mental wounds and the phantom pain in his scars did, the aching exhaustion and the need for it. To all end weighing in his bones as he builds a tower and hangs over the edge. Tommy inhales. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhales. 1, 2, 3, 4. What will you do? His words are laced with venom and an underlying threat. It's All Might's turn to be confused. Aren't you supposed to ask why I'm? What will you do? Well, the hero hesitates. Tommy opens his inventory that holds Clara and prepares to fight, number 1 hero be Dmed. I was planning to have young Midoriya here follow a training regimen my aim to pass, American Dream Plan. As he follows it, he'll also clean up all the trash on the shore. It should be enough for him to be prepared for UA's exams in 10 months. Tommy relaxes just a bit, closes his inventory, and considers it for a moment. These worlds were different. Dream is in the prison, so All Might can't be a reincarnated version or some sheet. Plus, there's nothing about L'Manberg on the internet or anything that it led to. All Might is different. With a sigh, Tommy grumbles, you can stay here. Do training and cheat, I don't really care. I'm Tommy, I use he and him pronouns, and I'm not an American. Prime knows how many times people have called him that in Taris. At that, green hair brightens. Really? Thank you so much. He reels back a bit. Oh, right. Even though All Might already said it, my N name is Midoriya Iizuku. Right. Surnames first, first names last. Manners and sheet. Nodding, Tommy points ahead of him, the right side of the shore. Go over there on that side, he orders, almost turning around. This side's mine. Thank you, young Tommy, All Might exclaims, smile everlasting even as he hops off the fridge he was sitting on. Tommy can feel his face scrunch itself into a horrified, utterly offended expression, and it might be why the hero looks away a little too quickly. Come on, young Midoriya. The aforementioned protege looks at Tommy with a weird look, something that makes him bristle defensively. Midoriya seems to push whatever he was thinking aside, turning around to follow All Might. Alright. When they're gone, the rustling of metals and materials close behind as they move through the wreckage, Tommy falls on the ground. He covers his face with his hands and wonders why he agreed. Changes like this change was never good. Tommy just has to wait for how long this lasts until it's gone. 10 months. 10 months of waking up and coming back from the cafe to 2 strangers in his home, moving sheet around. 10 months of changing his schedule so that they don't find out he's a vigilante. Tommy, almost, regrets letting them stay. He keeps watch of the two. He doesn't hide it, just sits on a desk and keeps track. Of All Might, specifically. At the slightest twitch, Tommy has his inventory open. At a reaching hand, he almost snarls. At an encouraging shout, he flinches. Yet he sits there, never moving until they both leave. On the first time he gave a smidge of advice to them, Midoriya asks why he stayed there. I'm making sure he doesn't do you know, any sheet to you, he responds, and that was that. 9 months left. The first time All Might is forced to deflate, Tommy can't say he's surprised. The two of them All Might and Midoriya are, though. Why you, Midoriya stutters, holding a metal box that makes him crouch. You aren't gonna question it? I thought something was a bit wriggly with that, Tommy says, stepping off his little perch for the first time in their vicinity, just didn't want to ask. Privacy, sore spots, insecurities that sheet. He steadily walks closer, a hand under his chin as he observes the thin figure that is All Might. Makes sense, really, and I knew your fucking cover, or whatever, was too perfect. A big man like you can't stay in that form for too long, takes too much energy, innit? Perfect drawback for your quirk, like a timed boost in a game or some sheet. Tommy looks at the man's true form in the eyes and states, I won't tell. Who knows what would happen if the media knew about this? This server would probably crumble, and Tommy doesn't want a repeat of 2B2T because All Might dies. Anyways, Tommy motions towards an area with his shoulder. There's a few heavier tires over there. Use those instead. With the way they relax and continue on, and how All Might becomes Yagi Tashinori, Tommy knows they're grateful. 8 months left. Hey, Big T. Tashinori turns to Tommy while he coaches Midoriya, who's running with 3 tires to the truck at the entrance. The pounding of Midoriya's feet is practically white noise by now, though Tommy still startles a bit every once in a while. Yes, young Tommy? The hero asks. Tommy will ignore that FING insult today. He brings Clara out of his inventory and fiddles with her retracted form, not missing the way Tashinori's eyes widen in surprise. I know how to fight without a quirk, Tommy says. Midoriya can't become someone like you, or others who relies on their quirks to fight too much, not to be offensive and cheat. What if he were to come across someone who could erase quirks? All of this training would be useless. It gives him muscle, but not experience. If he were with me, though, his progress would become pretty poggers. Tashinori's brighten considerably when Tommy looks up, not fazed by the call-out. But then he frowns out of nowhere, something sharp in his eyes for a second before it switches back to the hero's normal expression. Tommy straightens on instinct. It's fine, Tashinori hums, taking out his American dream plan and scribbling something down with a random pencil. That's a perfect idea. Thank you, young Tommy. Not young, he grumbles, because this is the 4th FING time this afternoon. He'd have yelled it if it didn't garner attention. I'm a big man. Tashinori doesn't hear because he's an old man. Midoriya comes back soon after, Tashinori pulling him over. Tommy watches the hero's protege gradually gleam with awe, determination and happiness, staring at Tommy with some weird, shitty reverence. He can't help but think of himself as techno and laugh, a bittersweet pain. The next day, they begin training in one of the larger areas Midoriya has cleaned, the sand covered with slightly grimy blue mats. Midoriya has a staff of his own, a thin metal pole All Might bent back into shape, the hero himself standing a few feet away. The green-haired teen had only whispered "PogChamp" as it was bent, which made Tommy spit out the coffee he'd brought in laughter. Prime, he's such a good influence. Alright, Tommy begins, clapping his hands together. Since he's holding Clara it's a bit awkward, but he manages. First things first, familiarity. Before you can even begin to fight with it, you gotta know your weapon. Know its capabilities, what it can't do, what it can, as well as its strengths, weaknesses, weight capacity, etc. You also gotta have a good understanding of yourself, too, what you're able to do without a quirk, what you can now do with your weapon, and extend it bit by bit from there. So what you're going to do, Tommy pauses, sharing a feral, animalistic grin with the student, is race against me. Tommy spins and digs Clara's edge into a nook on a heap of junk, pulling himself up even as his mind screams at him to come back down to safety. He swings, using his hands to grab smoother edges and outlying planks as jump boosts. The dull edges of his nails easily dig into small grooves, allowing him to scale easier. He avoids the hanging ledges and weaker points with ease. Breathless, Tommy latches onto the top, crawling over it before looking down. Tommy's always been good at climbing cobblestone even before SMP Earth, so climbing Takota's mountains are a breeze. The height terrifies him, but he pushes it aside. F.U. trauma. He crows, triumphantly looking to the skies. He cackles at the shocked looks on Midoriya and Toshinori's faces as he looks down. What the F are you waiting for, Big M? Come on, try it out. Or, Tommy smirks, his head on his hand propped up by his elbow, are you not ready for it? Bitch boy? That brings a determined look to Midoriya's face. He pushes his pole into the pile of trash before slowly climbing up, Tommy hyping him up little by little all the while. Midoriya flinches when something shifts or groans, but Tommy doesn't let him focus on that. He shouts over the sounds, tells him to keep climbing, and rejoices when he does. Hell, it even works a bit too well. Midoriya forgets about it to the point where he has a smile and is enjoying himself. At the top, when Midoriya gets there with shaking legs, Tommy cheers, "Pog. You did it. Honestly I didn't think you would since you've never done this before, but good for you, Big M." Midoriya doesn't respond, still looking down. "Hey," Tommy consoles, hands shaking, "if you don't want to do this, that's okay. Sorry. We can find another way or something, like actual close combat, alright?" No response except for quicker breaths. Sheet, look what he's done. None of this quick sheet. Sorry, I just thought that because you looked more agile and more accustomed to running than fighting like me, that climbing like this would be at least a good strength. I probably shouldn't have suggested that in the first place, sorry, and I'm sorry for assuming that, I really am, please don't leave me. Tommy, Midoriya breathes, Tommy, that was great. I know, I'm sore what? I mean, Midoriya stammers, I'm sorry for, worrying you like that. I really am. It's just, see, climbing like that felt really good. Like, I got this adrenaline rush, but a good one. And it was all so new and fast and I was just processing it for a bit. Tommy stills. Really? You aren't mad at me? Midoriya sputters, hands flailing wildly. And no, of course not. He adamantly says. Why would I be? I'd probably have to do this in UA like you said, and I'm thankful why you can help me out now instead of me being forced to do it way later on. So thank you. Time seems to pause. Tommy looks at Midoriya with scrutiny, searching for anything. Deception? Betrayal? Manipulation? Lies? There's nothing. Nothing he could tell on Midoriya's body language or face or in his eyes. And unless Midoriya is a good liar today, because Tommy knows he's horrible at lying at best, he was being honest. More honest than any other member in the current. Can he even call it current when it would have been altered by now? Tommy shivers when thinking about what could have changed, state of the DreamSMP besides Puffy at her therapy office. And Prime, does that make Tommy's eyes water? He forces them to dry and allows himself to sniffle once. An honest smile grows on his face. You're welcome, Big M. 6 months left. Midoriya gets better at climbing and using his terrain to his advantage as time passes. In between those, Tommy helps him haul some junk away, claiming that he needed to get more muscle too. Technically, it isn't wrong. Even with the vigilante work and his expanding patrol area, it really only helps his legs since potential villains are now too frightened of him appearing, enough to lower crime rates in his area. How do you? Midoriya wheezes between his words, pausing every few moments to breathe. He has a fridge on his back, strapped to his currently hunched body. How do you handle this so? Well? Tommy, with another fridge on his back, grins. He stands and feels bigger than ever, taking the time to wax about how superior he is. I'm just the biggest man in the world, that's how. You'll never be on my level, bitch boy, he teases, flexing his arms, albeit limited. Midoriya scrunches his eyes, a mischief in there that makes Tommy prepare for something. What he doesn't expect is him stumbling, thus accidentally bumping into Tommy, sending him tumbling to the sandy ground. Tommy squeaks when the fridge forces him to turn, now unable to get up because he's strapped on top of the fridge face up. What the F? Midoriya chortles, a breathy, high-pitched thing. He bends over even more. How is that even possible when Tommy flails, arms and legs flinging around wildly because he's tall but the fridge is wider and he can't get down. Midoriya. Toshinori. Help me. Tommy shrieks, twisting and turning, rocking the fridge around like a shaky boat. Cackling, Midoriya kneels on the ground. Oh my god, you're like a toddler. I'm not a toddler. What's the baby trying a giggle, to say? Is this baby's first words. Tommy sputters. Listen here, dickhead, I'm not a baby. Toshinori watches with a soft smile and lets them have a break. 4 months left. Midoriya comes to Takoda with the world on his shoulders, sometimes. And during these days, he covers his burns up with long-sleeved shirts and even longer pants, with white bandaging under the fabrics and large smiles, with scratches on his arms and a dull look in his eyes, with sweat and the drive to keep working until he dropped. Tommy doesn't let him train on those days. He tells Toshinori that Midoriya needs a break every once in a while, and Toshinori accepts it. Tommy was sure he would after they found out Midoriya was overworking himself when they weren't cleaning the beach. After Toshinori leaves because he trusts Tommy to train his protege, and isn't that a dangerous thing, he ushers Midoriya over to a specific part of the dump. There, he brings out gauze, clean bandages, water bottles, a fresh cloth, and some burn salve while sifting through other things. Midoriya had looked surprised at the arsenal of medical supplies, but he hadn't hesitated to sit down on a leaning chair and hold out his arms when Tommy told him to do so. It's silent as Tommy unwraps the other's burn scars as carefully as he can, tossing them aside. Then, with delicacy so unlike him, Tommy picks up a cool water bottle and the cloth, submerging the latter in the water. After that, he starts softly pushing it over the healing wounds, even if they're old, wrinkled, small, or barely there. Midoriya doesn't react, tracing the starburst scars with his eyes and an emotion Tommy can't read. It's like that for 13 minutes or so, a quiet atmosphere that Tommy despises yet accepts. The only things that disturb it are their breathing and the treatment. He decides to break it. Bad day? Tommy asks in a near whisper. He elevates the burns as he starts bringing some burn cream with aloe vera in it out, lightly smearing the paste on the burned area. Second-degree burns, even if scarred, were a beach. Midoriya looks up. Yeah, he murmurs, just as soft. Tommy hums. Cold anger permeates his bones like a blizzard, just waiting to lash out. Will you tell me who did this? No. That's fine. He already has a suspect. How do you know how to treat burns? I'm just that big of a man. Tommy jokes, if only to lighten the mood a little. He swallows, pausing his ministrations for just a moment. But I do have my own, so. And that's that? He starts wrapping his arms up, leaving space so that the burns aren't agitated further by the pressure. Those should be waterproof, Tommy says, grabbing another bottle as well as some petroleum jelly to give to the other. He stands and starts resorting the burn salves, bandages and everything else he'd brought out. If they come loose, come to me, I'll always be here. Easier than going to your mom and sheet. Cause of the bandages, you'll be doing light exercises. Don't look at me like that, dickhead, you'll overwork your body and collapse or feel like you're dying. Midoriya stands up around the time Tommy does, waiting at the entrance of his mini-clinic. Tommy looks back when he's finished, raising an eyebrow at him. What are you waiting for? He questions. Can I hug you? And wow, okay, Tommy wasn't expecting that. Midoriya didn't mean to blurt that out either, from the way he quickly turns red, stammering out, wait, I didn't mean to say that. Please pretend I didn't say that at all. Yep, yeah, I am just gonna leave now. Thank you. Ending with nervous chuckles, Midoriya starts to dart out the makeshift clinic. 1. A hug is fine. Tommy quickly looks down when the other teen whips his head towards him. He tugs the collar of his t-shirt. A hug is fine, he repeats. You don't have to because I'm a big man who rarely needs hugs, but it's okay if it's for you. Without warning, Tommy finds himself on the ground with his arms filled with one Midoriya Izuku, who's squeezing his torso like no tomorrow. He flinches hard, Midoriya no doubt feeling it because he relaxes his grip. Then, Tommy hears a sniffle that isn't from him. Thank you, Midoriya mumbles, for caring. Oh, Prime. Crying. How the hell does he deal with this? Reluctantly, Tommy encompasses him with his arms in return, the touch like a pleasant, tingling fire under his skin. He melts, awkwardly patting Midoriya's back. No problem, Midoriya. You can call me Izuku. Alright then, Izuku. After a moment, Tommy lets go, Midori Izuku moving away from his embrace. There's still a few tears streaming down his face and he can hear a tiny sniffle, but Izuku's smiling, so it's fine. Sorry, he says, and thank you. I needed that. Tommy grins, it's genuine. Prime, he's really attached now, huh? He ponders this as they both leave, planning to just walk on the shore for now. Well, might as well go all in since he's already too deep. 3 months left. Hey, Tommy. Izuku shuffles a few things as he calls out to his best friend. Tommy pops up seconds after, several feet above him on a pile of random sheet. Yeah? Izuku holds a dark hoodie, mask, and gear. It's all lined with red and stitched together in several places, off-color patches and string intermingling to fix it. Tommy's mind stutters, because how the F was that there? Wasn't it on the other side of the beach? Oh. They were cleaning the other side of the beach. Tommy pales while Izuku looks at him, asking, is this what you've been hiding? Silence falls. It's broken only by the chirping of birds and the pounding of the vigilante's heart, an erratic thud-thud, thud-thud, thud-thud. Everything is too loud. Tommy can feel the grime on his skin and every piece of his clothes, and every time he's been nicked or hit on his vigilante patrols burns with vengeance. Instead of answering, Tommy questions, are you going to call the police on me? Izuku smiles. He lowers the costume with a small disbelieving laugh. No, he answers, I won't. Why would I? Dusk hasn't done anything bad. H hasn't done anything major, either, besides the sludge villain incident. Thank you for, helping me out, by the way. This is also my way of saying thank you for saving me, though I probably wouldn't report you even if we were still strangers. Tommy gapes. Izuku looks away as he continues. Thank you for the bandages, the burn salve, the ointments, the training. Your trust, our friendship, thank you for it all. He can't think of anything to say, all the words he could jumbling themselves up in his head. All he can do is just gawk there, stupidly, and stare. You don't have to answer, Izuku hums, as if reading his mind. Your actions are enough. Finally, Tommy manages a strangled, it's way too fing early for you to be all sentimental and sheet. Izuku chuckles sheepishly, his hand that holds the vigilante costume lowering subconsciously. Sorry. Don't fucking say sorry that often anymore. Tommy holds a hand out, gesturing towards the clothes. Give that to me, he says, I'll put it in my inventory. Inventory? Sheet. Is that your quirk? Sort of, he murmurs, shoving the costume in his hotbar after the panel appears. Why didn't you put the costume in that? Tommy huffs, gently snatching the clothes away. The more things in my inventory, he explains, the more weight, heaviness, is on my shoulders. Here, Tommy pats a nearby sofa, dotted with holes and uncovered springs. He taps an empty square in his inventory and then the sofa, watching its icon pop up. Seconds later, Tommy feels his knees buckle at a suppressive weight on his entire being. He glances to the side, the sofa's gone. He groans, the drawback's heavier than I thought. Izuku runs and hovers near him, unsure of what to do. His panic is hilarious, and he'd laugh if his focus wasn't on his inventory. Tommy, take the sofa out. I'm fine, Big Eye, he consoles, selecting the sofa in his inventory. Then he grimaces. Wait, that nickname sheet. I'll come up with another one later or something. Anyway, nothing big man Tommy in it can't handle. A sharp inhale escapes him as the sofa lands on the sand once more with a soft but heavy thump, the weight leaving soon after. With a relieved sigh, Izuku soon starts to bounce in place. He'd probably have his notebook out or something if he could, the nerd. So how does your inventory work? He excitedly asks. As Tommy's bombarded with questions and untested theories, he thinks that he's thankful for this change. 2 months left. 2 teenagers sit on a pile of junk, legs swinging over the ledge. One huffs, clearly exhausted with sweat dripping down his face and a pole in his hand. He relaxes when a breeze comes by, ruffling his green hair and cooling his skin. The other is staring at the moon and its stars, watching them twinkle in the dark night. They sit in comfortable silence, interrupted by crickets and the seashore. Tommy? It's a quiet sentence, barely heard even in this bright night. Yeah? If you had a friend. Since childhood, all the way until now. And they start hurting you because you're different, but now they aren't and go radio silent. What would you do? The bristling anger in him makes him want to explode. Tommy resorts to spinning Clara around and imagining he killed Dream. I'd fight, or at least defend myself if they ever approached me again. Even if I were boxed in a corner, physical or metaphorical, I'd defend myself. Run if I can. If they never approached me again? I'd let them, even push myself farther away. Or, if they're in an environment wherein they can't hurt me, lies, that's all lies, because he went to the prison for that and look how that went? Tommy clenches his jaw. If they're in a position where they can't hurt me or be able to trap me wherever they're enclosed, I'd go and find closure. Reasons why they did the sheet they did. Izuku hums, contemplative. He says, you know someone like that, too. Tommy stays silent. The moon shines brighter than ever tonight. A few moments later, Izuku quietly says, the world is pretty cruel. Due to quirks and the present social hierarchy, my friend despises me. Everyone does, when they find out I'm quirkless. He flinches. I haven't told you that. Sorry. Tommy thinks of all he's done as a human and snorts, waving his hand. That's fine, big man. Just means that you gotta work a little harder. Plus, without quirkless people as the base, people with quirks wouldn't exist. Smiling softly, Izuku looks down with unshed tears. Thank you, but people usually don't think that, he continues. They think I'm useless. And at some points, I am. Yet I have the highest grades in the school besides my childhood friend, so that makes me capable of something. And, you remember the sludge villain incident? How could I not? Tommy picks at his bandages. After that, like I said, my friend's been radio silent. Tommy abruptly grips his forearm. Prime, he was going to kill that blonde BSTRD. No. No, not now, not ever. Izuku still sees that BSTRD as a friend, of course he does, because Izuku has a bleeding heart and he'd mourn if Tommy went and offed him. Tommy isn't the next Wilbur, but he doesn't want to be Dream instead. So he lets the tension in his body go, forcing his hand back to lightly tugging the white fabric. The thing is, Izuku says, I should be happy. Ecstatic, even. I should be rejoicing, celebrating by doing something. But. Tommy turns to look at Izuku. The other teen's curled up, painfully hunched in himself. Now that he looks further, Izuku's is trembling. His next words are so shaky and wobbling that Tommy almost can't understand them, and does that hurt? Tommy, I'm so scared. I'm terrified of what will happen when he sees me at UA, terrified at what he'll do to me, terrified of my future, if my mental state will once again become so bad that I'll think I don't deserve to have one. All might didn't help much either, as much as I hate to admit. Before before the sludge villain incident, he hurt me. Badly. And of course I forgave him, but I don't trust his as much as I want to. I don't who says he won't lose faith in me and leave, too? I've considered therapy for my childhood trauma and these thoughts. I have, and yet. I'm also terrified of that, too, of people saying that I'm just being a wuss, that everyone else was just playfully roughhousing, that everything I've been through was all a joke, just like all the other adults. The burns were a joke, the bruises we were a joke, and that I was just being stupid because I'm quirkless. Just because therapists help people doesn't mean that they're not discriminatory, that they don't believe the same thing everyone else does. Sobs rip out from Izuku's throat. Tommy moves from the ledge, hastily wrenching Izuku's hands away from where they were digging into his skin. He hesitates before hugging Izuku, feeling dull nails jab his back and claw like no tomorrow. Tommy lets Izuku cry on his shoulder, rubbing circles onto his heaving back. He can't say that things will be okay, because that's the cost of pursuing a heroic career, but you'll get through it, he chooses, murmuring his reassurances. You'll get through it, and you'll become stronger. You'll come out battered and bruised and all rigid edges, but you will heal. And when that happens, it means that you're stronger. When you heal, you'll be the bigger man, the bigger hero. You'll learn how to let go of it all, while your friend doesn't. Even through his sobs and screams, Tommy can feel his friend shakily nod on his shoulder. It takes several minutes for Izuku to calm down, his heaving cries turning into muted sniffles. Despite the looser grip and the silence that comes after, they don't move. Tommy still rubs circles on the other's back as he shivers. Sorry. It's fine. Stop apologizing. I'll be here for you whenever, alright? Alright. Thank you. No problem. Tommy shifts to a more comfortable position. What's your favorite color? Green. Oh, of course it is. The mocking remark is quieter than usual. Big man, you've got it all wrong. Red is obviously superior. You just can't see its glory. Izuku snorts. You're just mad that green is the best CC color. Oh, off meh. I'm Midoriya Izuku and I like green because my hair's all weird and my eyes are green and all my sheets green. You're just in denial. I don't sound like that. A watery laugh. I'm not in denial, either. Shifting the blame is obviously denial, but don't worry, I'll be here as you go through the 5 stages of grief. Tommy. For a moment, as the moon rises overhead, all is good. 1 month left. Takoda's become the cleanest it's ever been. Izuku's cleaned the area Toshinori assigned him, but they more so Izuku because this was the last stretch before the exam. We're currently getting rid of some extra things even though it was around midnight. Tommy sits atop of a small closet, watching his friend drag over a few dusty cabinets and a broken TV to the truck. He sighs, looking. Around Prime, he'd miss scaling the piles of junk and finding gems. Tommy? The aforementioned teen looks up, seeing Izuku standing near him. He hums questioningly at Izuku. Have I told you why I was with All Might? Tommy raises a brow. No? I didn't want to ask. Privacy, end sheet. Oh, Izuku twiddles his fingers, shifting nervously. He looks overhead to the rails of Takoda and relaxes a bit when no one's behind them. Well, I wanted to tell you. You've done so much for me and All Might, after all. He agrees that we should tell you. Talked to him about it yesterday, on the phone. FING spit it out already, then. You're making this sound like an affair. Izuku laughs, startled, before sitting next to Tommy, the tension sliding off his shoulders. Doesn't stop him from shoving Tommy lightly, though. It's not and you know it. He grins. Oh, I don't know, Tommy hums, setting a hand on his chin theatrically. With the amount of shit you know about All Might, I'm thinking you might be. Izuku says, slamming his hands over Tommy's mouth. Shut up. When Tommy licks his palms with a smirk, Izuku recoils violently, wiping his hands over his plans equally as fiercely. It's all fine. It got Izuku to smile, even when it dims as he begins with, oh okay, back to to what I wanted to say. I'm not too sure where to begin? Okay, so. You know how All Might's quirk is unknown and constantly questioned? When Tommy nods, Izuku continues, his voice considerably lowered. So, I know about what it really is. It's called One for All, a quirk that can be passed down and also stockpiles the strength of its previous wielders, who've also cultivated it. Yeah. This I started training months ago, and it's supposed to help me be a proper vessel, so to speak. If I didn't do this, I'd die when obtaining the power. Sorry I can't explain it with more details, he apologizes, dipping his head lightly. He, hasn't told me much besides that. But that's the gist of it. Tommy blinks. Bursting out into a laugh, he cackles wildly, ignoring Izuku's surprised look. Wait, he wheezes, you'll look like that old man when you get his quirk? Really? Hey. All Might isn't old, Izuku pouts. And I probably won't look like him, but I'll have his powers. Wiping a tear from his eye and adjusting his eye patch, Tommy lets out a few more giggles. Sorry, big man, he says completely unapologetically, but you looking like All Might is so funny. Anyways, in all honesty, you getting the quirk is pretty pogchamp. You deserve it. Izuku swallows, looking at his fist. But, Hey, shut the F up. Tommy says, lightly smacking Izuku's head. None of that. Izuku frowns. Okay, fine. Comfortable silence fills the air. Tommy smiles at Izuku's accomplishment, breathing the fresh, salty air. He looks at it, at the seas, and at everything Izuku has done for him in turn, and blurts out, have I ever told you about L'Manberg? Prime, Tommy shouldn't have said that because now Izuku's looking at him. No, Izuku answers, carefully slow, no, you haven't. Why you don't have to. He's already gone too far in, anyways. Additionally, Izuku and by extension, Toshinori had given him very valuable information, and he can't just accept that. It's my home, Tommy says. My family, my dedication, my nation. It doesn't exist here, but it's real. Somewhere. Had a flag, its citizens, soldiers, even its own anthem. Tommy pauses. He removes part of the bandages off his arms methodically, staring at the marred skin instead of glancing at the sharp inhale of surprise next to him. Tracing the edges with his finger, he wonders when the DreamSMP turned into a fight for power all for 2 measly discs. I gave my everything for it. Wrapping the scars up again, Tommy looks to the night skies and envisions an obsidian grid. He breathes, his lungs clean from ashes and smoke and flames. Wherever Tubbo is, or where Ranbu is, Tommy hopes they're happy. The pang of homesickness in his heart goes ignored. Why should he acknowledge it when it's barely considered his home anymore? I heard there was a special place, he begins. After years of not being used to sing, especially for English, his voice cracks in a few places. Some notes are flat, some are sharp, and yet it still creates the shell of a symphony in his ears. Where men could go and emancipate. If he closes his eyes, Tommy can imagine he's around a campfire with a newly built L'Manberg and his friends who all despise him. The brutality, and the tyranny, of their rulers. The beginnings of L'Manberg from a single drag potion van, the start of a nation as Tommy sewed costumes with skillful hands, Wilbur, his not-by-blood brother, someone he'd die for, writing a formal declaration of independence, the war that followed not long after. Well, this place is real, you needn't fret. Eret leading them all down into an obsidian box, the shifting of pistons and the feeling of dying, of something in his soul being ripped away and sealed, of never feeling full again, the questions and demands that were never answered, and the stinging pain of betrayal, and the crashing reality that he can't trust anyone, with Wilbur, Tommy, Tubbo, Eret. A very big and not blown up L'Manberg. Tommy slips off the cabinet, toes curling into the sand as he raises an arm and salutes for something long gone, for a lost cause, a broken symphony, always destined to become a cacophony. My L'Manberg, my L'Manberg, my L'Manberg, my L'Manberg. Helping Nikki sew their flag, sitting on the bench with Tubbo and his discs, fooling around with Wilbur as they brewed potions, getting along with Fundy and Eret. Tommy can't. He can't sing anymore. Any more lyrics, any more memories, and he'd crack. Shakily, he sits himself atop of the furniture once more, wiping away the tears that had dripped off his cheek. He breathes. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, he murmurs, looking at Izuku. And, well, Izuku's crying himself. Unshed tears brim on his large, viridian eyes, his lips trembling like everything Tommy remembers with pain hurts him, too. Before Tommy knows it, he's hugged once again in the past few weeks. Tommy startles Prime, he'll never get used to this again before he slowly encases his arms around his friend. Tommy, Izuju murmurs, Tommy, I'm so sorry. Tunmi melts into the embrace. What for? You can't change the past. I wish I could. Izuku leans back and at a slow pace, grips Tommy's shoulders. You don't deserve that. People may think you're loud, annoying, boisterous, or too much, but you've befriended me. You let me train. You helped me train. You don't deserve, he waves a hand around, any of your pain. But, in your words, Izuku interrupts, shut up. None of that. Tommy chuckles. All right, he says, you got me there. A comfortable silence falls. Wanna help me out with some of the junk? Maybe why you could visit for the first time tomorrow, too, or sometime at all. Mom wants to see you. Give me some more Coca-Cola tomorrow and we got a deal. A few hours left. Hey, Izuku. Izuku, shirtless due to how the breeze was pleasantly cold this morning, hauls one of the last pieces of junk left over his shoulder and moves over to the truck. Tommy can just barely see his head of hair from where he stands, below the gigantic FING wall that looms above the shore. Yeah? Izuku's voice is a bit distant. Today's the entrance exam, right? MHM. It's what I've been prepping for. Tommy pulls Clara out and fiddles with her edges. When you get in UA, can you visit? Silence falls. Tommy hunches in himself, an apology on the tip of his tongue. Was that too much? Was he being selfish again? Who said I wouldn't visit, Tommy? What? Tommy blinks. You'd be busy with training to be a hero and all of that, along with real classes. You wouldn't have the time. Tubbo didn't either, and Tommy can understand and forgive that this was just the same situation. No, Izuku clarifies, I plan to visit at least once a week. I won't leave you. Tommy reluctantly smiles. All right. I trust you. Izuku brightens. After I put this away, he gestures towards his occupied shoulder, where another microwave sits. We're basically done, besides that small pile there. What do you want to do? All Might's visiting in a couple of minutes, so. Tommy shrugs. Shout and sheet, I guess? Get all of your worries and all out before the whole thing. Grinning, Izuku sprints to the vehicle and sets the junk on its truck bed floor. He leaps over the mental railing, tumbling onto the mats they used with glee. Tommy sharply inhales, rushing over, only to relax when Izuku beams at him triumphantly. He still moves over and whacks Izuku on the shoulder, the victim dramatically flopping back with a feigned groan. If I knew that you wanted to scream with me that badly, I wouldn't have said sheet. Prime, dude, give a guy a warning, alright? Also, your landing's still sheet. Izuku smiles like the little sheet he is. You would have caught me anyway. And the landing doesn't matter, cause of the mats. Beach? I was like 2 miles from the mats? Plus, these things can barely even count as mats anymore. They're all ripped and sheet from how much I've beaten you. Tommy holds a loose one up, shaking it. Izuku easily waves off, standing up. He starts moving towards one of the last trash piles. The sand's soft, anyway. Tommy huffs and drops the mat, following along. As they climb their small cliff, Tommy asks, why the hell do you want to scream so badly? I mean, Izuku begins, pulling himself up a bit with a struggle. Tommy snorts at his slight problem, easily scampering up what Izuku struggled with. The freckled teen pouts. I mean, it means we've done it, that I've done this. That this beach is the one we cleared, and that I've become a better person both physically and mentally, you know? That I'm ready for whatever's thrown onto me. I get it, Tommy replies, you've became the biggest man I know. Besides myself, of course, but the wife-haver Tommy in it can't be defeated ever. Yep, totally. Oh, shut the F up. You're the one who lost to me 30-something times, after all. Hey, that's uncalled for. And you have way more experience than me in fighting. Nope. Rightfully fucking deserved for mocking one of my many grand titles. Izuku huffs, managing to reach the top moments after Tommy did. He looks out to the sea before lifting his hand, 3 fingers up. 1. 2. Tommy follows his gaze, a manic grin on his face. 3. They inhale, and screech. Izuku looks up to the clouds and the skies and everything in between, thanking them for this blessing. Tommy looks down at the ground, the earth, its soil, its life, and is grateful he gets another chance. Toshinori stands with a blue coat, light blue scarf tied around his neck, his face sharp and sunken from age, wounds, and time. Regardless, he finds these 2 teenagers like this, both parallels yet opposites, living yin and yangs counterbalancing themselves as they dance in a never-ending cycle, and is breathless. This is the new generation. These are the people that he entrusts the future with, that everybody will believe in to keep the world at peace. These are the new heroes. If this is truly what they are, Toshinori thinks, growing into his other form to congratulate them, then he has no qualms. Eat this. Tommy 100%, with no doubt in his mind, regrets letting Toshinori and Izuku stay. Clearly, Izuku agrees in some form since he currently looks like he saw hell and ran back. Tommy would have laughed if he wasn't feeling something like that too. All might, Tommy begins, tone deadly serious and overflowing with judgment. Big T, Toshinori, old man, the #1 hero in Japan and probably everywhere else you've been. He inhales. What the absolute F-da. It doesn't really matter what the medium is, so long as young Midoriya takes my DNA, All Might clarifies, scratching his weird gravity-defying hair as he laughs. His hand, holding a strand of what Tommy once thought of was gelled hair, it actually defies the laws of gravity because it's not gelled up, the strands are just built like that, what the F, looks so minuscule to the sheet that Tommy expected. He expected lights or some sheet. Flashiness, spaz, anything, even if it made Tommy flinch, compared to how melodramatic this was. Because for a quirk seemingly as powerful as One for All, or what Izuku said it was. Prime, this makes it so criminally easy for someone to get it. He says as such, because he knows Toshinori's a moron but he has to know this in some capacity. Right? Old man, Tommy closes his eyes, exasperated. Do you know how many people could have just had OFA with your hair like that? The statement is rhetorical, he barrels on. Sure, like a majority of most aren't suited, but you go out and destroy crime literally all across Japan, for FS sake. There's more than 10 billion people in the world. And wasn't that a surprise? 10 billion. 10 billion. Tommy's positive that Hypixel's never had even 100 million people on it simultaneously. This server has to be expansive and strong for there to be 10 billion people on it. 1. When Tommy first found out that there were that many people on this one server, he made an oath to never look at its history unless it was necessary for whatever the F he wanted to do. Because Tommy can't wrap his head around a billion people on one server, let alone 10. 2B2T didn't even have that many people before it went to Sheet, and Hypixel only remains as structured as it is since it has good admins. The DreamSMP has less than 10,000 people, and look what it's become. 1. Yes, Tommy fears it. Because if the quirkless are the minority, if nearly everyone has quirks, then Tommy doesn't even want to imagine what this server's been through, for it to maintain such a delicate balance between chaos and order. At least 30% of them have done harder training than Izuku, and a few of those people may have your DNA somewhere because you've probably saved them at some point in time. They might have OFA and you want no. The day your hair starts falling out and you've gone bald is All Might's official retirement arc. And to that, Toshinori seems to not care. He laughs joyously, actually, completely avoiding the question which, wow, what the F dash, this is a genuine concern. Now then, young Midoriya, he says, ignoring Tommy, though he does seem a bit panicked, there's no time to waste. You'll be late for the exam. And, oh. Tommy's fingers twitch. Oh, that's a thing. The reason why any of this happened. This is when, despite everything, Izuku leaves. Izuku snaps out of his confusion, out of his peripheral vision, looking at Toshinori with determination. "Alright," he says easily. Tommy doesn't understand it a lot of the time, how Izuku can give so much unfaltering respect and reverence to those who hurt him. Tommy looks away as Izuku takes the strand of hair from Toshinori, cringing when he can hear him swallow and ngg. What the F dash, what the F dash, he's never FING looking at either of them the same ever again. Alright? Toshinori rejoices as if it's an accomplishment, which honestly, it really is. Tommy wouldn't do that even if it was for Y past Wilbur. Prime, he's so glad he isn't Izuku. You swallowed the hair, right? I did. Don't feel any different, though. Toshinori laughs. Even now, he keeps up that act. It makes Tommy's skin crawl, and he isn't Dream, stop FING thinking about that BSTRD. Of course not. What do you think the stomach does? You'll feel something in about 2 to 3 hours. Wait, Tommy frowns, because that can't be right. So he'll receive the thing in like, 2 or 3 fucking hours? When the exam starts in, I don't FING know, 4 or 5 or 6. His body will only have the quirk for about 3 hours max. Solemnly, the hero nods. Unfortunately, that's all that he can take in the amount of time we were given. Toshinori purses his lips, turning towards Izuku again. You've become a proper vessel, but it was one that was made in a hurry. You didn't even get to take it for a test drive. Prepare yourself for the physical repercussions it'll have on your body. Izuku hums, looking down in contemplative silence. Toshinori shifts, saying, I don't have time to explain in detail, so I'll just tell you this. When you use my quirk, one for all, squeeze your buttocks and yell this inside your heart. All Might reels his fist back towards the shore of Takoda. Smash! Propelling forward, his fist brings a whirlwind with it, making a groove where clean sand once was. It shoves through the surface, kicking sand up, and soon water joins the mix. The oceans part for the blast of power, raging waves turning to ripples on its sides. For a good 30 seconds, it keeps going until it disperses with a whisper. Silence fills the air as the trio face the damage. Then, Tommy snorts, but it's a bit bland even to his ears. Could have gone with something else, old man. I don't do speeches. He shoves away any thoughts of the DreamSMP before he continues. I don't do speeches, but buttocks? Out of everything, you FING choose buttocks. You use phrases like that too, Izuku points out. Like calling me an awe-inducing, partially lovable cockroach that burrows into your heart and never gets out. I FING know that, but I'm me. But Might is old, he should know more old people words. Anyway, come on, big man. Buttocks does sound old, though? Anyway, come on, big man, he repeats as casually as he can, watching as Izuku shrugs his bag on. All Might's old, but he's also right this time. Get going. Izuku notices Tommy's inner turmoil anyway, the observant fucker. Or maybe Tommy's just bad at acting. Yeah. Wilbur's always said that about him, back before the DreamSMP. Tommy? Izuku asks, concern etched into his face. Is there something wrong? Tommy looks away. As much as he doesn't want to admit, it'd be reasonable for Izuku to just leave him now. He's finished training, there's no use to stay here. Who'd want to stay with someone like Tommy? No one did, or ever does. He doesn't even want to stay with himself, and that's something. Izuku's eyes widen like he already knows why Tommy's acting prime, he's too FING observant. Hey, he whispers, walking close enough to Tommy so that he can hug him. I'm not gonna abandon you or betray you or any of it. Gonna come back as soon as I can, okay? Reluctantly, Tommy hugs back, barely restraining himself from melting in the gentle hold despite the height difference. You swear? Yeah. Tommy shakily exhales. It'll have to be enough. Pulling away, he grins, patting Izuku's shoulder. He then takes out 3 golden apple slices from his inventory, taking Izuku's hands and setting them in his palms. Eat those when you're severely hurt, he says. Izuku scrunches his face, thankfully not questioning it, and he'll never admit it, but that show of trust absolutely warms Tommy up. When? Not if. Knowing you, you'd probably do something to get yourself hurt regardless if you don't use OFA or do. Tommy chortles at the other's expression. You can't say anything, Tommy. Tommy grins, but unfortunately to fall back into the partially solemn mood. Kick everyone's butt, alright? He orders. Izuku snorts. Yeah, I'll try, Tommy. He says. You'll kick mine if I don't. He moves over to where the rest of his stuff is and picks it up. Including his shoes. Then, when Izuku taps Toshinori's shoulder, the man smiles and hoists the teen up like he's nothing. Tommy's unfazed by the sight, having seen it hundreds of times before. I'll see you in a bit, Tommy. Izuku calls, gripping one of All Might's gravity-defying hair streaks, whatever those were. Tommy grins. Don't die, dickhead. I won't. They launch off, leaving Tommy to play the waiting game by himself. Tommy tugs on his hair, glancing to the entrance of Dakota every so often. It's around 11 in the morning, another off day from Tari due to a lame excuse he made up on the spot. Prime, Tommy doesn't deserve his job there. According to Izuku, the exams usually take a few hours due to both a written and practical test, and he wasn't going to use OFA much. From the measly amount of research he did on UA at the beginning, hero course examinees were usually against giant FING robots or something, for the most part. Hence why he gave Izuku a few golden apple slices. But that isn't the point. Tommy knows that the self-sacrificing nerd would literally throw himself into danger. He himself does that, too, but he was a part of war where he had to protect what he loved, and that doesn't count. He just... How far would Izuku go? Hours ago, maybe even weeks, but he's truly acknowledging it now. Tommy had realized that Izuku would martyr himself twice over to save his friends, family, and any innocent bystander. He'd sacrifice himself for the hero system despite how shitty it is. Hell, Izuku would become Atlas. Tommy hides his flinch with a cough even though no one's watching for the world even if it were on fire. He'll do that sheet for something as trivial as an entrance exam. Except, this one has robots that are actually FING dangerous. Tommy snaps out of it, hauling some more trash and junk over to train with from the small pile he and Tommy screamed at. A large punch bag stand with an actual punching bag hanging down from the top, probably one he's fixed before. It's ripped at some parts, whatever it was stuffed with spilling from the torn seams, but it's hanging and it'll have to be enough. Tommy will make it enough. He spins Clara in between his fingers, relishing the gust of wind that comes with that, cools his skin, and gets in his stance. With quick, agile swings, he strikes the bag in where he estimates a human's weaknesses are, a pressure point there, the gut here, solar plexus just above, the bridge of the nose just about here and the eyes near it there and there. Tommy's hits are as accurate and efficient as he can make them, the constant thwop of his barrage becoming white noise. But it isn't enough to settle his anxiety, this underlying paranoia that claws at his thoughts and makes him hesitate. UA must have some expert medic or potion brewer to pull sheet as risky as literal battle robots, yet. What if they aren't fast enough? What if they underestimate someone's strength and the robots pummel them? What if they go rogue due to a security breach? The school must be a prime target for those experienced or courageous enough to try sheet, but that doesn't dismiss the possibility of something happening. What if the golden apple slices aren't enough? What if they're too advanced or too much for the people in this server, because as far as he knows, no other golden apples exist besides his? What if Izuku is ripped away from him, just like how life has taken everything else? Like how it took Tubbo and Wilbur and Techno and Phil and Ranboo and Dreamwell, he was nice. But no, wait, he isn't, never was. He's hurt him so much just to manipulate him, so why does Tommy miss him so dearly? He can't find the answer, and even himself. And Tommy absolutely cannot handle something like that again. Can't handle another loss so grand, can't handle another betrayal, even if accidental, that runs too deep, can't handle another broken promise, another person he's failed. He just can't. Tommy bashes Clara into the side of the bag, shakily breathing as he watches it swing from side to side. The chains that suspend it are twisting, swiveling around itself, an entrancing show that captures Tommy's eyes. It rings with a sharp, delicate clink, 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 and he makes himself focus on that, on the rocking, steady swings that are akin to a beat. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Tommy breathes. He finds a steady rhythm in his heart, latches onto it with broken nails and numb fingertips, and thinks about safety. He won't have that for a bit, really. Dakota's clean now, this can't be his base or home. People will start to visit, laying towels on the fresh sand and splash around in the waves, or bring drinks and food and a party. They'll see him, probably as some homeless nobody, and maybe take him to the authorities or something. He needs to find a place to live. Potentially at Izuku's? Tommy still hasn't visited. No, his monumental fear of rejection prevented that for a bit, him making excuses to stall for time that sound horrid to himself. Still, the freckled teen said that his mom was kind, and Tommy doesn't remember his temporary one enough to know what that feels like, but she had to be better than Phil. Yet he'd feel so guilty for just suddenly appearing, another mouth to feed, another person to spend money on, another liability. And people usually don't like how loud he is, how childish he acts, and all of his emotions and trauma. No one knows how to handle it. Tommy himself doesn't know how to tackle it, and that was even with Puffy's temporary therapy, for FS sake. Izuku might, but Tommy can't risk his only friend in this place. Adding his trust issues, and that's practically impossible. Tommy's impossible, maybe that's why Dream was so obsessed with him. Tommy sighs, adjusting his eye patch and putting his forehead on Clara's upright end. It's uncomfortable, the flattened, circular metal digging into his forehead, but that. He's just so tired of worrying, yet he can't help it. Tommy hates it. SCK it up, Techno once said, harsh, but true. The best medicines have always been bitter. In war, you would die. You and Wilbur are leading a revolution, a resistance, and that is infinitely more harder than war. Mostly everyone you know is against you. Any moment of weakness on the battleground, no matter how much it hurts, is fatal. It's how the world is, how the language of violence is spoken. Sometimes, Tommy thinks, under night skies and pinpricks of light, that he can't truly absorb the language of violence. He fights, sure, but that's last when. It comes to everything else, a backup plan if all else goes wrong. And yet despite once inhabiting the house of the Angel of Death and the Blood God, despite once friendly sparring with the masked apotheosis, despite even learning how to fight from them all, Tommy is, ultimately, not good at combat as he should be. Or, at least, not as good as the others. So he resorts to it in his last moments, when all else is futile and Tommy wants to keep going because he's stubborn, and he wants to see everything to the bitter end, even if he dies. Yes, Tommy is not built for the language of violence, he decides. The cacophony of guttural sounds and cries of agony woven between bear too much weight on himself. Techno is fit for it like a glove, however, all sharp edges and cutting ends, because he is the blood god. He knows he can win with violence more than anything. Maybe this is why they're not brothers anymore. Maybe they were never supposed to be. Tommy grunts, gets back to his feet, and bolts towards the punching bag. It's 3 in the FING afternoon. Those apple slices helped a lot. I may have, used OFA during the exam and brochemiarme spot off my legs, but that isn't the point. Recovery girl healed me up and the apples made it hurt less. Speaking of her, she's the third hero I've met in person. The second is Present Mike, and gosh, have I ever told you? It's 3 in the FING afternoon, and this is when this beach gets here? Tommy gapes at the FING audacity of his friend, himself standing near a decimated punching bag with Clara as he deciphers Izuku's hastily spewed phrase. He almost drops Clara, yelping as he struggles to pick the staff up correctly. Bloody hell, Izuku's sense of priorities is screwed. Instead of FING, Tommy doesn't know, but he wants anything but Izuku casually walking up with bandages around his scars and starting a rant. Speaking of that, he halts Izuku rant with a bonk to the back of his green head of hair. F you, Tommy murmurs with disdain. F you and your FING habits and your stupid recklessness. Flinging himself around Izuku, Tommy forces him into a hug, still quietly cursing. F you, I hate you, you aren't allowed to do this shit to me, you FING wrongin'. Ah. Izuku laughs merrily as if he didn't break like 3/4 of his FING body. Sorry, Tommy, for worrying you. Our recovery girl withheld me from going here or home because she wanted to make sure I was really doing alright, scars and all. But I have good news, and some bad news, but good news first. Tommy doesn't let go, however, he does raise his eyebrow in a silent gesture to go on. Izuku does. I destroyed this huge R-robot. It was named the zero-pointer, made to be a distraction for all the other examiners with OFA. It's another part of why I was held back, too. Had to recover my stamina because our recovery girl took most of it healing me. I also got free juice, which is pretty poggers. And I talked to a girl that wasn't my mom. She was nice, you know? I tripped on the pathway to the exam. Hey, don't think I can't see you grinning, and she used her quirk so that I didn't truly fall. Helped me so that I didn't break the rest of my bones. Oh, her quirk something to do with gravity manipulation, isn't that just so cool? Maybe she can make her gravity heavier or something? I really want to ask anyway. She thanked me for helping her in the nurse's office. And I've never gotten that before, and I didn't know how to react, so I made a fool of myself, like usual. I am not too sure if this part's good news, but Kakacha, Tommy scoffs. Right, I'll say it, calm down. Bakugo, are you happy now? Anyways, Bakugo was less aggressive than usual. Didn't shout at me as much, or hit me, or anything, just like the entirety of the year after the sludge incident. It was weird because I thought he'd snap seeing me actually. You know, trying, but maybe it was because we were on UA and it probably has cameras everywhere. On to the bad news. I used all the apple slices. Those were probably precious resources because they really boosted me when it came to the zero-pointer. Maybe you could tell me what they do? Because man, I felt like I was on a power rush. My limbs were less purple and twisted than I expected thanks to them, and they even regenerated my bones quicker, apparently. I was unconscious when they did, thankfully. Ow, loosen the grip a bit, thanks. Regeneration on wounds that are fatal, Nikki once said, having known the most about first aid and wounds out of the entirety of L'Manberg's army. She'd wrapped Tommy's arms in bandages soaked in regeneration potions, talking to keep Tommy's mind off of his pain. Healing on regular wounds. Regeneration heals what's most vital first: organs, bones, things like that. Then it moves up and up, like to the muscles, then tissue, then skin. Healing is bad for fatal wounds because it generalizes what it heals. A hiss, a curse, Nikki barrels on. Like, it would heal any damage from the organs, bones, muscles, tissue, skin and everything in between at once. It doesn't completely heal a fatal wound, unless you overdose. Potion overdose and its withdrawal is highly disorientating, hence why regeneration is better for things like this. Speaking of which. And. Done. Tommy ripped his bandaged arm away and glared at the white plaster and its little bow to tie it off. Nikki, on the other hand, nodded with satisfaction at her handiwork out of the corner of his eye. Come on, she smiled, offering her hand. We have a home to fight for. I also didn't get many points. Well, and none at all, really. Couldn't do much without a quirk, or a quirk I'm not used to. The bots were too fast for me to disable them or something, and everyone kept stealing, and yeah. Adding to that, one of the participants' blue hair, serious eyebrows, glasses, formal speech mannerisms, rigid posture already dislikes me. I hope Shiketsu's exams are still open, and that they're easier. Izuku sighs, leaning into Tommy's embrace. I think that's it. I came here as soon as possible. Mom doesn't know that I'm here, just that I may still be recovering. Visit? Tommy lets go, nodding after. He drank his soda long ago, just stalled the entire thing. Yeah, he agrees, because Izuku deserves some good things for today, he thinks. I gotta go at this point. Just because I'm gonna be polite, she doesn't mean that you're forgiven for breaking your body, though, beach. Oh, big man Tommy, Izuku dramatically. Almost swoons with a weird voice change, and the accent and wording is so FING horrid that Tommy cackles. Biggest of the biggest men, apex predator, the best of the best, the king of the world, may such a lowly scum like me be forgiven by your sacred words and touching kindness. Sure, Tommy grins, snorting as eloquently and elegantly as one can. Izuku bows, shaking with a smile on his lips. Why thank you, your majesty. As long as I'm given several sodas each day for the rest of the week, no FING takebacks. Aulrig what? Wait, each day. Plural. Not going then. Tommy. He does go in the end, breaking from the constant begs from Izuku. They walk up the stairs of an apartment complex, the latter practically bouncing with excitement and anxiety. Tommy tugs Clara's retracted form lots, pulling and twisting her ends like a toy. When they enter, Tommy doesn't know what to expect. Well, not this, at least. Oh, Izuku. Izuku's mom calls out. There's the aroma of something good in the air, smells like that little cup Tari brought once that she called instant noodles, that makes Tommy's stomach growl embarrassingly. What follows soon after is the quiet clanking of metal, and soon, a plus-sized short lady comes rushing through. Where were you? When the school called about you recovering, I was so worried. Are you okay? Anything you need? The lady has green hair just like Izuku, along with his large viridian eyes. She fusses over her son, patting Izuku on his arms, legs, shoulders, face, anywhere she can check. Izuku hurriedly assures her he's fine, but she isn't having any of it, clearly. Then Izuku's mother beckons her son to lean down, giving a quick peck on his forehead before smiling. I'm glad you're okay, she says, so many emotions in two little words. Was this what Phil was like to Wilbur? Was this like what Kristen was before she left? Then, she's facing Tommy and her eyes are too kind for someone like him. It makes him squirm uncomfortably. You must be Tommy, she exclaims with a beaming smile. Bowing, she raises her hands, presumably to clasp Tommy's in between them, but pauses at the scars on his calloused fingers and palms. Is it okay if I hold your hands? She asks. And, oh, okay, wow. Tommy's never been asked for his boundaries before besides from Izuku. He's probably been staring too long, too busy trying to formulate an answer, but he almost can't. Okay, he settles with. Then, a bit louder, a bit more certain, okay, that's fine. You can. Slowly, gently, the mother clasps her hands around his and looks up at him with a teary smile. Thank you, she says, her entire aura like hot chocolate near a campfire on a winter night, for helping my son. I can't thank you enough for being his friend, for seeing him and not just some quirkless, weak boy. He can't help but notice how that isn't said with bitterness, resentment, or pity, but sympathy. But Izuku hasn't stopped talking about you for more than a few hours these past 10 months, Tommy grins abruptly, glancing at Izuku whose face is tomato red. Surely he's the one that made that little squeak, too, and you sound lovely. Come in, I made katsudon for Izuku, but there's more if you want to help yourself to some. Prime, Tommy loves her already. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. 2. The lady waves her hand, already turning around and heading further in her home. No need for pleasantries or formality. Any friend of Izuku's is a friend of mine. Please, call me Inko. Tommy's mind is, like, fried. Alright, Inko. Still weary, Tommy heads further in, eyes scanning the small home. It looks like a cozy, organized place, with the usual furnishings that a house has: a couch, a few tables, a kitchen and… Was that a TV? Tommy's never seen a working one before, besides the ones in Tari's, but those are for boring shit like the news, or for playing lofi music video playlists. He'll mess with it later. There's a few baby pictures. Oh, Tommy's so gonna tease him about those later, especially about the Might Man, All Might onesies pictures he can spot over there, and family photos hanging on its walls, none with a father figure. Several posters decorate the outside of what Tommy assumes is Izuku's room. Otherwise, besides the fact that there were no brewing stands, crafting tables, chests full of items, traditional furnaces, at Tari's he found out that furnaces were shaped differently and had a multitude of options, or anything of the sort. It was normal. Make yourself at home. Someone says on his right. Tommy startles, whipping his head around to see Inko looking apologetic. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Did I scare you? Sorry, I'll go in front of you next time before I speak. I just wanted to make sure you're doing all right here. I'm doing fine, Tommy affirms. What else was he supposed to say? That's good, she says, carefully pulling Tommy over to the dining table, Izuku already waiting there with a warm smile. He sees where Izuku got it from now. Inko rushes to the kitchen, bringing back 3 bowls of delicious katsudon, and dear prime, those smell heavenly. What the actual F dash? Izuku's told me that you've been helping him out to exercise, yes? Inko says. Out on Takoda? Tommy nods, giving him another one of Inko's soft smiles. Reminds him of Nikki. They get along well, huh? Oh, that's wonderful, thank you for lending him a hand with that, too. Tommy flounders a bit with his chopsticks, eventually getting a hold on them. He hesitates, looking at the other two and how they say their thanks before eating, and right as they take a bite, not poisoned, it's not poisoned, Tommy chews. Holy shit, this is good. Why didn't people make these on other servers? This was the best sheet he's ever had. Uncaring of his appearance, Tommy starts practically inhaling the katsudon. This is so fing good. He exclaims between bites, taking a break a couple of times to let his stomach adjust. He still has a few problems with starvation, even now, but it's leagues better than before. Then, may I have seconds? Inko laughs, not reprimanding him for his profanity or lack of manners. Tommy relaxes just a bit. Sure. You're always welcome to, and I'm happy you're enjoying the food. She's so poggers the poggest, one of the only women ever. Tommy says as such while she goes with his bowl for more. Izuku nods in solemn agreement, soon making an affirmative noise muffled by food. There's already a few whispers that the beach is cleaned. Inko continues, setting Tommy's bowl in front of him, and that it's beautiful. We have to go there again sometime. Oh. Izuku, I was also thinking, we have an extra room, right? Tommy could just stay there until he finds a more permanent residence. Ooh, we have extra clothes and furniture that could work, right, Izuku? Tommy stifles, almost choking on his mouth full of the katsudon. Similarly, Izuku freezes, coughing a few times. Did he not know about this either? Was this just normal for Inko to just take in random people who decide to be her son's friend? Mum. Izuku groans. That was supposed to be a secret. What? Oh, you haven't told him? Sorry, Izuku. Tommy sets his partially empty bowl down, laying his chopsticks on top. Not long after. What the F dash, he questions, staring between the two, is going on? Izuku sighs, putting his own bowl down. Okay, so, Tommy begins, I may have accidentally told her about your home situation. How the F do you accidentally tell someone that I'm homeless? I just rambled about it, sorry. Izuku ducks his head and looks away. You need a home anyway. It's his choice anyway, Inko interrupts. Then, with one of those fing pure gentle smiles again, she turns to Tommy. Would you like to stay here for the time being? And isn't that a loaded question? You don't have to. Inko quickly rushes to explain, and Tommy thinks distantly that this is where Izuku's gotten his rambling from. This would just be a small repayment compared to what you've helped me with. In the past few years, if not most of his life, I haven't been able to do what a mother should, be able to support my son throughout his life. I work a lot to keep this place, and I've seen what the school does to Izuku. How could I not when he asked for burn cream? But I haven't been able to take him out of Aldera because I can't save enough as a single mother, and… Well, when you appeared, he smiles more. Talks more, acts livelier, rambles a lot more often, and he seems better. He is better. And I cannot thank you enough for that. I owe you so much for helping my son, so when I heard you were homeless, I wanted to know if you wanted to, live here. Tommy stares at her as if she were a genie saying she could do the impossible. No one's asked for him to stay with them besides Phil, back then. Izuku doesn't protest either, and even when Phil was forced to take him in due to Wilbur, Techno had whined. No one's truly told him, thank you, besides Tubbo and Wilbur before the DreamSMP. And he wants to say yes, but he's himself. He's Tommy in it, Theseus, Craft, an enigma who's too selfish yet too selfless for strangers and friends who became them. He's Tommy in it, Theseus, Craft, the cause of several wars that decimated his nation, made his brother insane, destroyed everything he loved and left him to himself. He's Tommy in it, Theseus, Craft, the boy who trusts too much and betrays too often and weeps at the consequences. He's Tommy in it, Theseus, Craft, the boy who left his best friend to die, who left him to reign as a president too young. He's Tommy in it, Theseus, Craft, and nothing he touches ever lasts. Tommy breathes. It's either leaving for another dump or living with his friend. He can be selfish here, for once, right? Yeah, he responds, I'd like that. The room Tommy will reside in is filled with the little trinkets and knickknacks that he'd kept at Takoda. It has its own desk, window, bed, drawer, closet, and so many other things that Tommy's never had in his own room, even before the DreamSMP. It's always weapons and glistening armor, potions and brewing stands, chests filled to the brim, clothes both dirty and clean on the ground and dirt, and cobblestone or wooden walls. Not as something as mundane as his chair that can swivel its seat around, or a few random books he chose sitting in the bookshelf. He even gets a little nameplate in front of his door, a maroon rectangle with the words, Tommy, scrawled onto it by himself with white marker, bordered in gold. Tommy adores it. Despite this, he heads out at night as dusk hours after his room is sorted. Sue him, but he can't change the fact that he's constantly restless. Regardless, he's been doing this for a couple of hours and said energy hasn't flickered in the slightest. Tommy leaps high into the night as he aims for a rooftop. He uses Clara to assist himself and pull him like a pickaxe in ice, a boost he probably didn't need but still used. His shoes screech against the concrete, kicking up dust and dirt until he, without falter, keeps running. His ears twitch, Tommy frowns. A whimper, the shing of a weapon, a plea. Then, expertly, Tommy hops off the roof he's on and into an alleyway right onto a murderer. His feet slam into the man's head without remorse. The murderer becomes Tommy's cushion, knocked down to the ground while Tommy has one foot on top of his chest. The knife clatters to the ground several feet away, though he's pretty sure that the guy is knocked out. That's what a sudden weight of a teenager impacting one's brain does to a man. Tommy turns to the victim, a woman who, with quavering hands, holds the strap of her dress up. You good? He signs. Any assistance needed? She hesitates. I can't understand why you, Dusk. Sorry. It comes out as a whisper. The vigilante nods, pulling a sticky note out. Before showing it he scrawls down, Are you hurt? No, the victim replies after taking a bit to stare at the note, and hey, his writing was perfectly eligible, anyone who says otherwise. Thank you, Dusk. Tommy smiles with his eye. No problem. Go home now and stay safe. Buy pepper spray in the morning, for any other assaulter's eyes. The woman's eyes widen, so she's probably reading the pepper spray part, before she nods, all right. Then, as she gets up, still holding her dress strap, she adds, You stay safe too, okay? You're a good person. Tommy flinches. He shakes his head and shoos her off. Just as he ties the murder, stores the knife, and slaps a sticky note onto his forehead and his arm, the former with an L and a cartoonish face sticking its tongue out, the latter with another one of his complaints. After the lady's long gone, a streak of gray fabric shoots out. Tommy dodges by a hair, leaping back towards the dead end of the alleyway. No escape, and wonders what underground hero patrols here. Not Nightwing or Hound, they get here a bit later on, not Terra or Paradox, either they appear more so at dawn. So the last one is, Prime. Sheet, Prime, damn it, what the hell? The one FING. Time Eraserhead goes and patrols here is when Tommy is, too? No, Tommy in it is not going down to a hobo, even though he once was one. He scowls underneath his mask, evading another calculated strike. The only disadvantage Tommy has is that it's dark and he doesn't have any vision because the street lights here were FING broken due to a rampant Quirk Prime DM in it. Focus, that's all he needs to do. He's fought in the dead of the night before. What can he do? He can pull the fabric, tug Eraserhead off balance, but the man's quirk is active and he can control his gray scarf due to that. Something, hair in the scarf, Eraserhead's hair rising when his quirk activated, more of Izuku's rambling, whatever. All that matters is that Tommy can't do that. Eraserhead has experience, anyway, people have probably tried that, once, and he knows how to deal with it, so that wouldn't work at all. Wait. Scarf, fabric. Oh. This is such a FING risk, but Tommy needs a distraction, not a fight. From what he knows, Eraserhead's quirk doesn't give him night vision. He relies on sounds and predictions and the knowledge of his opponent in situations like this, just like him. Meaning, Tommy also has an advantage only if the hero's goggles don't have night vision. Thank Prime taking items out of his inventory is a silent process. Tommy lets the scarf come at him as he hears it rustle, inventory open and finger tapping on a specific icon. Then, just as it gets near, the vigilante grabs it. He yanks it back, feels the scarf twisting between his calloused palms, and before it can do sheet, slices the axe of peace through the scarf. It may be reinforced with metal and interconnected with his quirk, but metal is no match on netherite. As expected, the blade cuts through the fabric with ease. Tommy holds the shorter piece, feeling it go limp in his palm. Hastily, Tommy takes this moment of distraction, if he even has one, to dart up a wall with the weapon, digging the sharp end into the walls, and FING bolt it. No more patrol today, nope, nah, no FING way. Later, in his normal clothes, outfit and weapon safely tucked away, he ponders on it. Eraserhead could have still caught him. Why didn't he? Tommy's still this illegal FING vigilante, it's a hero's job to capture people like him. Tommy rubs his eyes and rolls over on his bed, adjusting his eye patch off. He's run out of his hypermaniac energy for this sheet. You sure I can stay here? Chewing the side of his cheek, Tommy observes where he stands in Izuku's room. All Might posters coat the walls and merchandise fill the shelves, and in any other situation Tommy would have laughed, because this is peak fanboy behavior. The room is dark save for the covered window and Izuku's lamp that shines down on an innocent envelope with UA's wax seal, the faint shadow of a disc-shaped item in it. Though this entire server is pretty FING weird, this is a very FING weird way to send a letter that holds the weight of Izuku's life in it. Apparently it holds the results from the exam. Toshinori hasn't said shit about what Izuku got, so Tommy's FING valid for worrying. Izuku nods, tugging Tommy further in while gently closing the door with his mother outside. The fact that he wants him to see his results and not his own mom is. It's something. Tommy grimaces and hunches his shoulders, a sharp pang of trepidation seeping into his mind. He looks around again, the walls doing their FING enclosure around him again. The dark obsidian seems like a void as they step into the place that Eret has brought them, a few chests and a singular button placed inside. Their clothes are ripped and stitches litter the larger tiers, hastily sewed. They are weak. They should have known to run. Should have ran when the pistons shifted, should have ran when Eret smiled as if he were at a funeral saying his final goodbye, should have. It was never meant to be. And Dream is there, watching him through the pinpricks of his mask with a streak of mania, chest heaving after each breath, fingers twitching, the crushed potato in his hand bloody and decimated. The pain is so minimal compared to the fear that claws at his mind and tells him to FING run. Tells him to strangle the BSTRD, tells him to rip that stupid mask off, tells him to show that man he's a FING mortal like everyone else. But he can't move. Can't breathe, really, as his mind shuts down and his eye pulses with phantom pains. The obsidian-stained crimson is so cold compared to the glacial temperature of his skin. Tommy? Izuku pinches Tommy with a tentative look. See, can you hear me? Tommy yelps at the sudden pin, glaring at the other with as much anger as he could without letting terror seep into his eye. He speaks, shoving that tremor down that threatens to make him garner sympathy and FING pity. I can hear perfectly fine. What the F do you want, Beach? You were doing that thing again, Izuku shrugs, unlatching his window and leaving it open. What thing? Where you're out of it. He turns his lights on, to the room bathed in it so suddenly it causes Tommy to flinch. As Tommy rubs his eye and mutters curses, Izuku pokes his head out of the room and says something to his mom, whom Tommy can now hear her footsteps fade. Izuku lets the door stay open. 1. You're out of it, Beach, Tommy claims, his shoulders sagging just the slightest. Izuku shakes his head. Never mind. Sit down. But what about Inko? Tommy protests, eyeing the two chairs near the desk. The anxiety gnaws at his skin. She's your mom, and I'm just some dickhead who helped you. Exactly that. You're the person who's helped me, Izuku says. And not like my mom hasn't, but you've been there with me more? Like, he groans, collapsing on his seat. You know what I mean, hopefully. And T's probably gonna be the one to tell us the results. He's working there, seeing as there are more sightings of him near UA+, I hold his quirk. Mum. Izuku looks down, murmuring, she doesn't know about T's secret. Or that we're even in contact with him. You wouldn't even know, had you not been actively assisting me. T wouldn't be able to stay in his form for longer when you were there as the months went by, and you initially thought it was his quirk drawback and not from a wound. I also may need the emotional support. For when it's revealed Izuku failed, is left unsaid. I mean. He stammers, lifting his head up, it's not like my mom isn't good comfort. It's just. I think you'd understand better, you know? Tommy sighs. Right, no. One can gossip about this sheet, so barely anyone knows. Even for someone as kind as Inko. And what had Tubbo said before, once? Traumatized minors had to stick together? And hey, you're not a stupid person, Izuku goes on. Tommy scoffs at the replacement for the swear, it wasn't even as bad as F-. You've helped me a lot. Really? Though he distractedly nods, Tommy hesitates to sit down in the extra seat Izuku brought for him. Once he does, he notices the seat is comfortable, should be comfortable, yet the anxiety rolling in his stomach makes him and the seat anything but. Nevertheless, Tommy stares at the small envelope, keeping his gaze on it even as he grumbles, sit the F down and open it already. Izuku does settle, yet he doesn't move to open the letter. And if Tommy were to be in his position, barely getting anything in an exam he so desperately wanted to pass, he would have, too. But like the impatient F, Tommy snatches the thing and tears it open. He pointedly ignores the indignant cry of protest that Izuku lets out, focusing on the disc that clatters down on the other's wooden desk. It lights up, something like a screen rising from the middle. Tommy glances in the envelope itself, no paper, no writing. Is the world too advanced for that, or is Izuku a special case? I am here as a projection. Holy sheet, Tommy breathes, looking back up just in time to see a FING hologram appear. An image, a recording? A live feed? It's of Tashinori, dressed all proper and fancy, appears in a setting, shimmering from the hologram's lines. Only Sam would have been able to create sheet like this. He misses Sam Nook and his chittering. No matter how much he hates reflecting on the SMP and all it's done to him, he can't deny that. Does UA just give these out to every FING participant? Oh, Prime. What the F is this server on to be this technologically advanced? What kind of redstone and command blocks are built into this single thing, and then all the other devices that this server's made? Phones, TVs, tablets, computers, games you can play on the four aforementioned machines, applications that range from something as simple as reminders to entire fantasy worlds stuffed in a little square. Tommy won't attempt to imagine how overpowered the school is, and all the fear that comes with. Tashinori goes on, leaving the question unanswered. Not a live feed, it seems. Apparently, the hero had to do paperwork, so he couldn't contact Izuku nor Tommy, which he apologized for with a bow. And, just like Izuku predicted, he transitions to state that he'd come to the town to work at UA. How much time does Izuku even spend scouring news forums and writing everything down? Maybe he doesn't want to know. Due to a signal to hurry up from somewhere they can't see, Tashinori finally starts getting to the point. Tommy focuses on the man, having zoned out until now. Even if you pass the written exam, the hero states, you, young Midoriya, got 0 points on the practical exam. Of course, that means you didn't pass. At that, Izuku clutches the legs of his pants, hanging his head shamefully. Tommy can see the telltale signs of his tears. I know that, Izuku whispers, voice trailing off into the start of a sob. I knew that, but... Tommy purses his lips and slowly sets a hand on his friend's shoulder. If that was all there was to it? Tommy snaps his head up, feeling the other's head do the same with the sudden stiffness of his shoulders. Oh, this FING-BSTRD. I am an entertainer, as well. All Might exclaims, turning to point a small, white remote behind him. The screen that it's pointed to flickers once a button is pressed, changing to a different scene as the camera homes in on it. First, you two, take a look at this video. A girl appears on the screen. She's dressed in what Tommy can only assume is a school uniform, though it does look like a sailor's clothing. She has short brown hair that seems to defy gravity, 2 long bangs framing her face. Her eyes are doe-like, large, and curious, the blush dusting her cheeks a seemingly permanent characteristic. Izuku sits straighter, eyes gazing wide-eyed at the hologram. The nice person? He quietly says. Tommy raises a questioning eyebrow, but Izuku either doesn't notice or is refusing to acknowledge it. Excuse me, The person stammers, stepping forwards. All Might interrupts. She came to negotiate directly in person after the exams. Prime, could he not interrupt? Thankfully, the hero leans forwards. Negotiate what, exactly? Keep watching to find out. The camera switches. The stranger is now standing in front of someone else. There's an admin they're going to hurt her, he has to help her, onlookers of the exam, maybe? A judge? Nevertheless, the fuckers got a weird style. Not as weird as maybe Fundy or Ranboo, he can't think of them right now, what is he doing, but weird nonetheless. Their hair is literally like a banana, standing tall and upright and colored the shade of a banana's skin. Tommy can see the reflection of the sheer amount of gel in it from here, what the f dash. They're also wearing a leather costume of some sort, from the little pixels Tommy can observe. The girl starts, motioning with her hands as she asks, you know the person with the curly hair and freckles? Kind of plain looking? Is it possible to give him some of my points? She asks. Izuku's breath hitches. I heard him say, if I could just get one more point, so I thought that maybe he was still at 0 points. At least the points he lost because of me. He saved me. Please. 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 Izuku stands, staggering. The video pauses. In addition to having a quirk, All Might explains, your actions spurred others to act. He turns. The entrance exam the other day was not graded only on villain points. What? The video unpauses. Even if you ask to, the unknown wait, oh sheet, that's Present Mike, literally the bloke on the ragged radio he kept. That's what he looks like? Huh. Present Mike continues, you can't give him your points. Anyway, there's no reason to give him any, female listener. The hero reaches out, gently patting the girl on the head. What? All Might stands in front of the video, the camera zooming out. How can a hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? The number one hero says and oh, Tommy Fing gets it. A grin stretches on his lips while in his peripheral vision, Izuku gapes. For good measure, Tommy grips his arm to make sure. He knows this is Fing real. Call that lip service? Bring it on. All Might resumes, this is a job that requires risking one's life to put that lip service into practice. Rescue points. And they're given by a panel of judges. It's the other basic ability we at UA look at. Izuku Midoriya villain, 0 rescue, 60. Holy sheet, Tommy whispers, staring at the holographic scoreboard. He raises his voice, beaming. Holy sheet. Izuku Midoriya, 60 points. The scene changes back to the girl, the sector of her name with the scoreboard right above her head. And Ochako Uraraka, 45 points. All Might turns. Tommy can affirm he's proud when he says, you and her past. Izuku gawks with uncertainty. No way, he says, disbelieving and a wobble to his tone, no way. This is too insane. Young Midoriya, this is your hero academia. Why yes, sir. Izuku sniffles, eyes tearing up. Tommy Fing whoops in joy. Big T. Tommy roars, running down Takoda to the man currently in his deflated form, casual clothing hanging off of his stick-like figure. The moon shines overhead, stars twinkling around it, all covering the beach in a pleasant silver moonlight. He almost expects to trip over some junk but is both surprised and satisfied when he doesn't. The blonde teen almost slams the currently fragile hero down, restraining himself just enough to stop in the nick of time. His marginally torn sneakers make imprints in the sand, a little dent in the seaside from where he stands just inches away from crashing into the hero. What the f dash, man. All I mean, T. Izuku cries, rushing over not far behind. And then he promptly Fing bursts into tears, and after all this time, Tommy still doesn't know how big his tear ducts were, how he holds all of that in, and how he can Fing stop it. The hero spews blood in surprise, the amount of it making Tommy wince. Prime, should he give him a few golden apple slices? Do they fix missing organs? Do they fix Toshinori's type of wound? Tommy's never been in a situation wherein he's seen someone consuming an apple and regenerating their organs. Or limbs. Does he trust the hero enough, despite the shitty hero system? F it. Tommy pops his inventory out, taking out a few slices. The way the moonlight reflects on its golden skin makes it appear ethereal, and he can't help but stare at it for a few moments too long. Nevertheless, he snaps out of it and hands some over to the curious eyes of Toshinori. Fing take these, Tommy grumbles, dumping the slices in the man's palms, and eat them. They heal. Toshinori opens his mouth, eyebrows scrunched in hesitance. They do. Izuku attests, urging the man to eat the golden apple slices. While finally Fing does, Izuku turns to Tommy. Why didn't we give him these earlier? He hisses, though there's no real anger in his tone. Wasn't sure if they could heal missing organs, sheet, Tommy responds, watching the hero light up with an incredulous expression plastered all over his face. Colored pink magenta-ish steam seeps from the man's pores, a sign that the effects are taking place. Toshinori's skin already looks fuller, too. They're precious items, anyway I can't grow them with their seeds. That just makes them normal, albeit sweeter, larger apples. 3. Before the man can speak, because Tommy's absolutely not letting him have more nor know how he got the golden apple slices, he scowls and gets to his point. Anyway. You prick, you fucking wrongin', you could have shot us a quick text that you had workin' sheet. Not do so during the FING exam results. Izuku frowns, reminding Tommy of how much of a simp this guy is. But he's a top hero. He's got a lot to do. Shut up, you All Might apologist fanboy, you don't get to say sheet. The All Might apologist and therefore complete wrongin' squawks in offense. SCK it, dickhead. Anyway, Toshinori placates, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder yet hesitating to do so on Tommy's. Congrats on getting accepted, young Midoriya. He raises a hand and Izuku high-fives it eagerly. Thank you very much. Izuku beams. Tommy scoffs. See? And thank you, young Tommy, the hero says, for helping. Tommy grunts a, you're welcome, old man, under his breath. Louder, though, he says, I'm not FING young. Stop calling me that sheet. Call me Big Man Tommy in it. Just so you know, I didn't tell the school about my connection to you, young Midoriya, the hero continues on, and Prime, Tommy doesn't know if that's the worst or mediocre FING decision the man has made. Because Toshinori isn't subtle. At all. He FING SCKS at not standing out precisely because his quirk is all flashy and sheet, hence why he's the top hero. Izuku isn't subtle either. He either mutters everything out loud, is easy to read as an open book, lies horridly, or blurts it out on accident. This probably wouldn't go well. But then again. You're the type that would think it's cheating if I did, right? Toshinori says, Tommy considering that as he reflects on the man's decision. I wasn't one of the judges. Thank you for your concern. Izuku bows. Total All Might apologist. I wasn't too surprised to find out that you were a teacher at UA, actually. Izuku goes into his time to rant about my favorite hero for the nth time and no. That was why you came here. After all, your agency is in Roppongi in Minato, Tokyo at. Tommy shoves an elbow into his friend's chest, Izuku hissing and sending a pout to him in response. At least he actually listened this time instead of being a little sheet and continue to rant off. Don't you FING dare, Tommy exasperatedly groans. When the other just sticks his tongue out, Tommy gasps in mock offense and almost starts to pummel his butt. But then Toshinori sighs, turning to the glistening ocean with a heavy sort of tone. That brings both Tommy and Izuku's eyes on him, the atmosphere turned solemn. I couldn't tell anyone before the school announced it. Toshinori admits. I just happened to be offered a job in UA while I was searching for a successor. At that, Izuku blinks, processing something before staring at his hands with a despairing look. My body broke with one kick and one punch with OFA, he states. I can't control it at all. That can't be helped, Tommy hums. As the old man said, even before the exam, you were a vessel made as fast as he could with the time he was given. Or some shit like that. It's like if you asked a person who suddenly grew a tail to FING do something like a trick with it, they wouldn't be able to control it. Toshinori nods in agreement. But you knew about it, then. Izuku says, turning to All Might with a frown. Well, there wasn't any time, but it turned out all right, the hero replies. It turned out, All Might? Tommy groans. Ignorant of Tommy's pain, the hero continues past that prime awful joke, picking up a few spray cans on the ground. Right now, you're either at 100% or at 0. But once you can control it, you'll be able to adjust to what you can handle. Control? Think of it as a glass cup that you can mold. The more you train a vessel or, for the example, the more you practice molding the glass, the more you'll be able to move and shape your power freely. With a slight burst of steam, Toshinori puffs up to his hero form, crushing the aluminum in his now meaty palm. Like this, he says, and prime DMN it, for someone who's the top hero this man is FING stupid most times. Tommy hisses, garnering their attention. UF dash. He curses. This is a public area. There's people right there, why did you transform? Wait, is that All Might? A look of anguish sets in on Toshinori's face. Tommy wants to laugh at it. No way. When did he get here? Tommy can't hear any of the other exclamations because he's already grabbed Izuku and started running, the other stumbling before bolting with him in tandem. All Might sprints close behind, soon running ahead of the two teenagers. Tommy curses under his breath the entire time, a string of nasty, foul-mouthed words that'd make a sailor blush as he hears the footsteps of people nearby and sees the flashes of cameras in his peripheral vision. The night sky isn't helping for sheet. FING hell, Tommy should have never signed up for this. Izuku, do you have tissues? Yeah. And your handkerchief? What about your handkerchief? Your hanky? Tommy quietly snorts and is given a glare. Izuku's going to UA for the first time, and Tommy watches as his mother continuously frets over him. He himself had been, not clingy FOFF, a bit closer to the other team this morning, having reviewed what he'd taught Izuku about fighting and whatnot. Made sure to also give Izuku his number because they didn't do that earlier. Thankfully, his communicator allows it. With all the training, the UA exams and sheet, they hadn't thought of it. I have everything. I'm going to be late, Izuku grumbles, tying his second shoe off and standing up. He swings his yellow backpack on his shoulder with one swift movement as he walks towards the apartment door. I have to hurry. Izuku! Inko calls out, just as he opens the door. What is it? Thank Prime. Tommy's rubbed off of Izuku and given him a little backbone. They're still working on that. Looking up with unshed tears, Inko smiles. You're really cool. Tommy grins from where he stands on the side, giving him a thumbs up. You'll kick butt, don't worry about it. Izuku beams so brightly it crinkles his eyes closed, doing a little two-fingered salute. I'm off. The first 4 messages Tommy gets from Izuku are these. Sent 1 attachment. Lovable cockroach. Hey Tommy. Just letting you know that this is on my finger because I broke it with OFA. DW, recovery girl healed it. I also made friends. Lovable cockroach. Is it okay if I introduce you to them sometime? They're really nice. Lovable cockroach. And my teacher may or may not despise me already. Tommy shoves a pillow into his face and screams. Later, when Izuku gets home, Tommy lets him live as he carefully unwraps the bandages on the finger and assesses it while Izuku rants about his day and the heroes and friends he's met. Tommy sits in his room. Prime, he still can't believe Inko gave him a room. She's so poggers. Anyway, he's sitting there after Inko's gone to work and Izuku is distracted, and thinks about making a crafting table. There's, of course, enough room due to the fact that Tommy didn't have much outside belongings to begin with, even after Takoda. He also has enough planks from the DreamSMP, meaning that he doesn't have to go out and cut down a tree in the slums or some sheet. But that also means he's limited in the number of sticks, and therefore tools, he can make. Out of the 9 planks that he has, he can only make 4 sticks after he makes a crafting table, one of which would be used to craft a sword for once because Tommy still won't use the axe of peace, meaning that he'll have 3 remaining sticks and 1 plank. Tommy stands, popping his inventory open with a quick flick and looking for the remaining planks. Most of the things in his inventory he'd left untouched, unsure of when to use them. Regardless, he drags the icon for the 9 planks into his miniature crafting table, creating a crafting table and some sticks. In this world, he'd seen people physically cut the wood into planks instead of crafting it, or chop down trees with tools instead of their hands. Which is pretty stupid, because all the players were related to Mojang, the old god of creation, so they should just be able to chop the tree down with their palms and sheet. Another weird thing to add to his list of unnatural things in this weird server. The story of those powers, drilled into his head before the DreamSMP and SMP Earth by Phil, was that the original 20 players created by Mojang had gotten greedy and took a piece of Mojang, consuming said piece and therefore gaining a 20th of the god's power. Pretty weird champ, but true. In a rage, Mojang conjured the undead and let them swarm the underground in all of the servers created and beyond, creating spawners and spider-infested mineshafts, and the like. Places like 2B2T got the most of the brunt, the gods' hatred seeping into the players themselves. With the remains of their powers, the deity created 2 realms, the Nether and the End, to help stabilize the universe in their absence, along with several unique mobs. Tommy can't remember much about their folklore, though the End does have to do with protecting something. However, that wasn't the point. The point was that due to the players consuming Mojang's power, they basically became gods. Then they split off, 10 of the players creating a religion called YouTube and the other 10 naming one Prime. From what he's heard, the 2 religions are friendly with each other. Sort of. Regardless, the powers that all players were given were an inventory, holographic-esque panels that allowed them to make what was needed without much hassle, a constantly updating recipe book, partial poison resistance, etc. This long list included being able to cut down trees with their bare palms. Tommy huffs, feeling the weight of the crafting table in his inventory before setting it down in front of him. It thumps against the wooden floorboards of his room, the iron tools built with it clanking against each other as they gently swing. He stares at it, reaching out to feel the wood underneath his fingers, every ridge and smoothed surface, every leather strap and polished handle on the sides. He taps the center on the surface, watching a familiar crafting hologram pop up with awe. It looks completely normal, really. Okay, this is real. Tommy hadn't thought it'd work. He pinches himself, just to be sure. Tommy pops his own inventory up and brings 2 planks to the other projection, along with a stick. He puts them into the formation for a sword, watching with glee as the tools icon appears on the right. Then, plucking that into his inventory, Tommy pulls it out with hardly hidden anticipation. A real, honest-to-prime blade, albeit basic, comes out in one fluid motion. Tommy almost roars in delight, biting his tongue because there's neighbors here, DMN it, and he doesn't want Inko to have any more troubles. But he does let a few involuntary noises slip, and prime, this was great. Having a weighted blade in his hands for once instead of a staff or an axe, this is exhilarating. Tommy even swings it around a few times to test its authenticity and yeah, it swings like any other blade. Oh, he's so going to test this out at Takoda. Probably at night. He tries crafting a golden apple, watching the crafting interface with anticipation. It doesn't work. Which is how he finds himself at 3 in the morning, stealthily moving to Izuku's room and gently knocking on his window after being unable to sleep due to insomnia and his pure excitement. The response he gets is surprisingly quick, Izuku unlocking his window with a frown and watching mostly unperturbed as Tommy hops in. Izuku's hair is disheveled more than usual, and he leans on one side as his head nods off, rubbing his eyes. What? Izuku yawns, Tommy? What are you doing? Check this out, beach. Tommy whisper yells, taking his wooden sword out. In his peripheral vision, Izuku's gaping, wide awake as he swings it around with expertise. I could make a crafting table and I made a sword. Tommy soon frowns, lowering the blade. Couldn't make anything else, though I ran out of sticks. And materials. Do you know a few places where I can make a mine and get some free wood? Izuku blinks. Crafting table? He murmurs, confusion evident in his tone. Then, with a visible shake of his head, the teen pipes up, I don't know a place for any of those, but I do know a large forest nearby that no one really goes into. Me and Kabakugo played there with some of his lackeys when we were younger and didn't have quirks. Does that work? Tommy beams. Yeah it does. Despite it being dark out, Tommy can make out the faint forms of branches and leaves. He's sure that the branch he's crouching on can support his weight long enough, but there's still a lingering fear of falling that claws at him. Regardless, he pulls on a particularly thick, long branch until it breaks off the actual tree with a snap. He flinches but puts the 3 logs he's received from the branch into his inventory. Then he moves on to the next branch he can reach, plucking them off the trunk one by one. In his inventory, Tommy's already got a stack of logs from several trees in the area. It would be more than enough for a set of wooden tools, but it's always good to have extra. This would be the last tree anyways. When he finally takes the trunk of the tree block by block, Tommy turns and is unsurprised to see Izuku gaping at him. How long did it take for him to get here? Tommy hadn't heard him walk towards him while he was plucking logs like apples. Or was he in the zone? Izuku seems to be under a trance, eyes dazed, before blinking. I'm? Izuku stutters, rubbing his eyes. Oh my god, Tommy, that was so freaking cool. Why you do that? Wasn't your quirk just an inventory thing? Can you do that to everything? Does the amount of time it takes to do that differentiate depending on what you're breaking? Or is it the same amount of time as a log? Is there a limit as to how long you can do that? How does it even work? How do you get perfectly built blocks of wood using your hands? Tommy preens as Izuku bounces in his place, fingers twitching, probably for his notebook. It's another aspect of my quirk, big man, he answers, and is it a lie if it comes from his blood? My quirk isn't necessarily just an inventory, but more like a game? Besides the inventory and the whole block thing and sheet, there's a multitude of things that I can do, like see my status in terms of health or if I'm under an effect, and I think I'm semi-immune to any poison. You're what? Fucking hell, don't FING scream right now, it's 3 in the FING morning. Tommy hurriedly shushes him anyways by slamming his cupped palm over the other's mouth. Just to stop him from mumbling until Tommy went deaf. And Izuku, like the FING heathen and wrongin, an absolute beach he is, licks it. EUGH. Tommy shrieks, shaking his hand. Distantly, a few birds fly off, startled. What the man? Izuku just FING giggles as if he hadn't committed the worst crime ever. Giggles. The FING audacity. Tommy huffs, dragging his palm over the legs of his shorts repeatedly. You are a heathen and wrongin, and beach, you know that? He states with a glare. If he didn't know how to get back to the apartment complex, he'd start a spar right now. Yeah, but I'm a lovable one. You. Didn't even deny it. Tommy huffs once more, ignoring that FING angel-turned-hellion, and busies himself with the original crafting table he made from the apartment. He quickly turns the logs into planks, some planks into sticks, and forms an entire set of wooden tools minus the hoe. Then, with experience, he equips the shovel in his hotbar and digs the spade into the ground, using his foot to uplift a square mound of dirt and grass. Tommy repeats this again and again until the spade hits stone. You know the way here, right? Tommy absent-mindedly says, swiftly switching to a pickaxe. Memorized it and sheet with your nerdy brain? Yeah. Izuku says after a pause, enraptured as he leans over the hole Tommy dug. Good, Tommy grunts, slamming the tip of his pickaxe into the stone and watching cracks form, because this will be my mineshaft. It's 4 in the morning on a school day and Tommy has found 35 blocks of raw iron and more than a stack of coal, including the ones in the furnaces he's built, which shouldn't be possible. There's never this much or in one small area. Mojang made sure of it. Was it because this place was far off? Does this world have some cracked FING or distribution? Nevertheless, Tommy isn't unsatisfied. No, he's FING delighted, the massive ear-to-ear grin on his face indicating that he's dug a bit so that he can have a small cavern with the barest essentials for a main base, of course connected to the fresh mine he made. Tommy's perched on 2 chests he set down on each other, swinging his legs idly as he watches the furnaces he's built smelt the raw iron he's collected. His pickaxe leans nearby, as well as the crafting table he first made. Torches burn in the small area, one for each corner, illuminating every crevasse and filling the small cavern with warmth. Izuku's settled himself on the stone ground, watching the flames flicker and the iron smelt with fascination. Does it really just turn into iron ingots automatically? Izuku asks after a small gulp. He'd made his throat sore from all the questions he was asking Tommy beforehand. Yeah, Tommy says excitedly, haltingly hopping down the chests. He taps the tops of the furnaces, buzzing with animated energy, and takes whatever ingots are there, for now a nice 15 total from both furnaces, before smoothly transitioning to the crafting table. His calloused hands hover over the hologram that pops up, turning to the green-haired teen. You want a sword? A pickaxe? An axe? Izuku tilts his head. You said you could do a water bucket thing, right? Can you show me? Almost like whiplash, the green-haired teen waves his hands around frantically. Why, you don't have to. I know why you're afraid of heights and, I was just curious and all, and I just. Alright, Tommy decides, thinking about an open plain near a shore, looking down on ruins and reaching out to touch the clouds on a pillar. Before he knows it, an empty bucket is in his hands. Izuku freezes, Tommy breathes. Alright, I'll show you. It's about time that he at least can push through his trauma, this tidbit specifically. Gradually going up the stairs of his personal mineshaft, Tommy steps out of the mine through the camouflage trapdoors, and glances around. Izuku had said there was a stream down here and there a river, glistening under the moon and flowing with water. A log settles just over it, the perfect spot to fill the bucket. Without looking back, Tommy walks over to it. Izuku will follow regardless. Crouching over the stream on the log, the teen dips the bucket and scoops an average amount of water inside. He straightens, closing trembling fists. What if he can't make it? What if he doesn't pull it off in time? Before asking, where's the highest point of this place? Izuku purses his lips, I'm not sure. Me and Bakugo didn't really go this far out. Well, maybe he did. I wasn't a part of his explorations after he found out I was. Then, what does height have to do with anything? Tommy nods, ignoring the question. Then I'll build one myself. Huh? Feeling the rough texture of bark in his hands, Tommy jumps and places block after block underneath him. Izuku rapidly blinks, staring up and up as Tommy builds higher and higher. His eye glances down, glimpsing at the branches and leaves sticking out of the logs, and prime. It's as long as the amount of logs he has, a high count of 56, him using 8 of the other logs to make planks and sticks. Taking a steadying breath, Tommy flicks his wrist and does not look down. He selects the water bucket in his inventory and clutches its handle like a lifeline and does not look down. Because he's fine with heights as a vigilante as Dusk, but as Tommy? As Tommy, when there's no danger around to prioritize, no calculations and where are their weak points, chest open heavily leaning on left right open, clearly unexperienced to think about, no hazardous thoughts in his head, he can't focus on anything else but the distance between him and the world, even if it's small. 23 blocks above can kill him. 56 blocks is worse. He does not look down. Falling from heights used to be fun. Feeling the wind in his hair, the rush in his veins, the feeling of falling and feeling weightless and being alive for once, that was fun. And then, the sensation of the wings of an elytra on his back flaring out with a flourish, sensing the sudden glide of wings helping him soar further, leaning just right to go higher, using the combined momentum of garnered speed and rockets to launch himself upwards. He used to think of himself as someone truly high and mighty instead of a waste of space in a legendary family, up there thinking of himself as Tommy Innit Craft, sovereign of the skies, screaming that silly title while his fingertips brush the outside of a cloud, droplets forming on the soft pads. Tommy misses those times. He could get those back. He wants to have those back, just like an anchor in this world from his old one. Another breath. His shaking hands grip the handle tight until white bleeds through his knuckles. Tommy closes his eyes, grabs his unstable resolve by the throat, and falls. Tommy distantly hears the scream Izuku lets out. It's so unbelievably quiet, so minuscule compared to the wind that howls in his ears, the adrenaline that rushes through his veins, and the pounding of his heart. His hair whips through the wind and he can't open his eyes due to the terror whose talons bury into his skin like a parasite, but that's fine. He's MLG'd so many times with a water bucket that it's practically muscle memory. But it's too much like standing over a pillar of a mishmash of blocks, looking overhead, feeling the wind caress his face. Like wondering how death would be the most merciful because she always is, even before then, how he is useless and unwanted and unneeded and unloved and horrible and selfish and greedy and wrong and needs to be fixed. Like wondering what it would be like to be free if he just let go. Of a world where Tommy in it, Theseus, craft doesn't exist, and the world isn't affected. If Izuku wasn't shrieking and if Tommy himself wasn't terrified, then he would have laughed with glee. Because there's that phantom sensation of artificial wings bursting out with dramatic flair, stars glittering in the interior, constellations shimmering in the dawning light. Yet now, Tommy doesn't know how many lives he has left, but what he does know is that people only have one life here, and that may just apply to him too. And the way to death, not death herself, is not as merciful as its incarnate. At the right moment, Tommy flips the bucket he's clutching and pushes, feeling something ancient within him follow suit. There's nothing, and he almost starts to despair as the ground gets closer and closer, before water starts flowing out of the metal container like a rising whirlpool. It spreads out and swirls upwards, elegant and graceful and stunning around Tommy, glistening with moonlight, cradling without touching him like a loose cocoon. Not a drop gets on him, and he can feel his shoes dip into the lowermost part of the rising waves but they stay dry. And for a second, he feels pure exhilaration. When Tommy has both feet touch the ground, the water is still whirling, its tendrils still curving above and spreading out like a blossoming flower, before it starts to collapse. Tommy laps up the largest source near the middle with his bucket, that time-worn feeling coming back as the liquid is quickly pulled back into the iron container. Droplets cling to the little blades of grass and the leaves up above around him, but most of the liquid is quickly tugged back into its confines. Tommy breathes, shaky and hesitant, but he is alive. He's alive. He smiles, seeing his reflection in the rippling water that settles back into the bucket. That turns into giggles, then into laughter, then to cackles of delight. He sets the bucket down with trembling hands, almost knocking it over in the process as he doubles over himself, his back hitting the pole he'd built. As much as he wants his hysterics to stop, he can't find it in him to even pause for air. Because holy shit, that worked. And it was so poggers. He's not even terrified, which makes sense because big man Tommy in it is never allowed to be no. Tommy in it is never scared, but prime. He's alive. He's alive, and he has something to live for, and he is okay. Feet pound against the terrain and Tommy can barely react before Izuku rams himself into the blonde with a cry of, "Tommy." And there's arms squeezing his torso and a face burying into him like no tomorrow. If Tommy flicked his inventory open, fingers hovering just over Clara's icon, eyes sharpened and ready to fight, well, no one else can see his inventory anyways. "Tommy, you're alive, you're alive, you're alive," Izuku mumbles like a mantra. Tommy can accept this breach of personal space for now. The blonde teen laughs, something relieved and light, gently patting Izuku on his side. Dickhead was squeezing his arms, too, so he couldn't do much beside that. The only response he gets is a tighter squeeze. "Of course I am, big man. A simple fall wouldn't kill me. Also, can you let go a bit? Crucian my insides, and sheet." Izuku looks up just to glare, lightly smacking his fist onto Tommy's mid-torso. He does loosen his grip though, which Tommy thinks is a score. "I didn't know that you'd live," Izuku exclaims, emphasizing this with another smack. How do you expect me to react when you just fall off a tower of logs that high with just a water bucket?" Right, Tommy sighs, worming an arm out of the vice-like grip and around Izuku. "You didn't know, and I was reckless. I'm sorry." Izuku loosens his grip, almost enough for Tommy to slip out. But it was pretty poggers, innit? Tommy squawks as he's promptly dragged and thrown into the nearby stream he'd filled his bucket from. Patrols get easier after that. He's made some specific adjustments to the new iron chestplate, leggings, and boots he now wears underneath his armor, as well as a pair of vambraces and greaves. They're designed specifically to be as durable as possible while allowing him his agility, because Tommy is nothing if not swift. Adding to that, the logs and materials he got let him make several tools and items that he keeps in his hotbar, a good way to at least lessen the drawbacks of the weight of his inventory. Tommy brings a full water bucket in his inventory wherever he goes during his patrols. He can look down a building and not snap his head up and busy himself with something to ignore the sweat on his palms and how endearing the fall looked. He can look down a building, watch the cars pass by, the people chattering their way to work, see dogs and cats trot about, and move on without much fanfare. Yes, he still has a lot to heal. The feeling of freedom feels so real still, when he looks down for too long. It's just within his grasp, fingers brushing its welcoming exterior, and it's become easier to shove those kinds of thoughts away. He's healing. Bit by bit, he's healing. That's all that matters. It's how Eraserhead finds Tommy, sitting on the rooftop of a building as the stars shine down on him. Clara lays by his side, one of his calloused fingers tracing the nicks and dents in her form on the top. Tommy can feel the man's presence despite him not making a sound, so he leaps to his feet using Clara as a boost and moves to a different spot, just as a scarf shoots out right where he sat. That was FING rude. Not a, hello, or a, how are you doing? Tommy silently sighs. What a wrongin'. Nevertheless, he spins, narrowly missing another long-range attack near his torso. One towards his right arm, the second towards his calves, the third barely grazing his fingers. Eraserhead doesn't say a word, sending a barrage of precise, calculated hits with his scarf that Tommy pivots around. His hood would have fallen long ago had he not sewn the base of a cap with no brim inside the hood. Thank Prime he cleaned that at Dakota. This goes on for seemingly ages. Tommy holds Clara out in front of him in a balanced stance, breathing through his mouth lightly as he moves from another attack. Eraserhead's moves had slowed just a tad, though, probably contemplating something. At least, that's what Tommy thinks he's doing. The man's goggles are constantly peering directly at him. What else is he supposed to infer? Tommy doesn't dare go in for close combat, even if he wanted to. Izuku had ranted about him, once about the man practically fighting quirkless, and how he's his second favorite hero, and how he was so cool. He stops a lot of trafficking that happens in the area. He's just sorry, I'm repeating myself, but he's so cool with his ribbon-like scarf when he uses it to go all whoosh. And he'd drag the villains over to him, and wrap the villains up within seconds, like with a snap. The scarf's probably a steel wire alloy, because most of the villains I've seen him take down haven't been able to tear the scarf at all, and I'm sure there's something that lets him control the scarf however he pleases. Maybe specialized nanofibers? Nanomachines? Whatever it is, they'd have to be small to be interwoven in the scarf. Oh, maybe his hair, because it floats and stuff. Wouldn't that mean he's able to control his hair, though? Prime, Tommy's not too surprised he's memorized this. He knows all of Izuku's All Might analysis rants because he's like a radio on FING loop. Plus, that information was useful, as well as the memories from Tari's coffee break-in. It's the reason he's been focused on dodging more so than attacking. If he were closer to Eraserhead, the man would pull him in and be able to move Tommy with his ribbons, meaning that he'd be trapped while the hero knocked him out and turned him into the police. Speaking of Eraserhead, he hasn't stopped attacking one bit, though they have slowed. And Tommy isn't sure if he's supposed to fall under the false tense that he's tiring out or something so that the man can get close to him either emotionally or physically to finally take him down. Regardless, Tommy's a highly illegal vigilante who is probably assumed to be an adult by the media, and he doesn't really know the laws for vigilantes, so what would happen if they found out he's actually not 18, but still an adult, not a child, and that he literally has no records on their system or whatever, all because Eraserhead gets him? Tommy does not want to know. Like, at all. He turns his head towards a random direction, instantly bolting towards the area when the chance arrives. It's sooner than he thought, the ribbon-like scarf's trajectory that shot out creating enough space and time for him to sprint out of there. He expertly uses Clara to dig into the brick walls and cracked stone of the surrounding buildings, leaping up onto a higher rooftop and being able to leap down without much qualms. Now, instead of panic, it feels like glee. Tommy isn't sure why Eraserhead isn't following him. He can't seem to bring himself care. Izuku comes to the apartment late with a blank gaze, a cast for his dominant hand, and his other arm bandaged. I got a new scar, he says, shifting his arm cast, eyes dull, 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 and I messed up. And that's all Tommy needs. He gives Izuku a few golden apple slices, entering the kitchen to cook something up. Go wash, Tommy orders after he makes sure that Izuku eats the slices and his arms are relatively okay. UFING smell like sheet. The Jai brings the tiniest tilt to Izuku's lips. I'll put a movie up or something. Make some katsudon, too, the blonde continues, half-heartedly grumbling the entire way. When Izuku spends so long in the shower that his hands are pruned and there are new bandages on his arms and his fingertips keep tracing a new pattern on both his arms, Tommy says nothing. When Tommy motions him to sit on the couch as a movie plays and he wordlessly melts into the cushions, arms wrapped around himself and eyes unfocused, Katsudon barely touched, Tommy says nothing. When Izuku quietly laughs as Tommy practically rips the horrible movie a new one with his complaints and beaching, he revels in the quiet victory. When Izuku explains the day and gets to the hero training part, soon falling asleep with exhaustion, Tommy makes some coffee and makes sure to stay with him when he rides and wails in his sleep, and thinks that Toshinori isn't suited to teach. The third time he meets Eraserhead, it's in a dark alleyway at 2 in the morning. Tommy is silent. He holds a dead man's hand, settling down on dirted newspapers and rotting trash bags. A mouse scurries nearby. The man he sits next to chuckles, brown hair and golden eyes barely visible in the dark. It's a quiet, hopeless, resigned thing. "I'm tired," he murmurs, voice ashy. It reeks of smoke. Tommy clasps his hand tighter. He hopes his feelings of safety and moving on make it through. The man smiles with missing and yellowed teeth. "You don't know my story," he says, "I am scum. You shouldn't comfort someone like me." "I am too," Tommy thinks. "And we stick together." "Thank you." The man closes his eyes. Tommy doesn't let go until the other's breath stills. He glances up. Eraserhead stands at the entrance of the pitiful alleyway. He does nothing when Tommy gets up and climbs away. 734. Sent 1 attachment. Lovable cockroach Tommy, please help. How do I get past these reporters? Biggest man, ta the fuck are they doing there? Lovable cockroach, they're probably here due to All Might. Anyway, I don't want to go in there. Lovable cockroach, crowds are a bit too much for me. 1. Biggest man, ID say to FING curse em out but. Biggest man, honesty white, how plain you look, sut, duck your head and run. Biggest man, if they do approach you say that you're from a different class. Lovable cockroach, okay. Lovable cockroach, okay, yeah, I can do that. Lovable cockroach, thanks Tommy, sweating face. Biggest man, NP big eye. 1256. Lovable cockroach, TMYY. Lovable cockroach, Tomi Hlep. Lovable cockroach, CNT breather. Lovable cockroach, Mdiaburko in NDSTE larms. Lovable cockroach, cuz D Nick and students crowded whole Tringy to SB. Lovable cockroach, can't F Fox. Lovable cockroach, TS Licky Aldera. Biggest man, can you call right now? Lovable cockroach, Ice. Lovable cockroach, Stlil in Cafteris. Lovable cockroach, Popol Re ST airing. Lovable cockroach, TTMMY, I don't nat to be Hrut. Biggest man, okay, I'll call you right now. Tommy, Tommy help, I can't, they're staring. Big man, I'm here, just. F dash, okay, just listen to my voice, alright? Listen to me. Okay. Oh okay, I can do th a bout of ragged breaths, that. Hush. Alright, you'll be FING fine, just inhale for 4 seconds, alright? I'll count with you, just listen to me, 1, 2, 3, 4. You're not in Aldera, alright? You're in UA. An unstable inhale. Murmurs and people can be heard shuffling about nearby. One voice distantly shouts, Midoriya. Are you okay? Just FING, ignore anyone else for now. Alright, now listen to me again, hold your breath for 4. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. You are not in Aldera. Think about something nice and cute or some sheet. Another voice, this one feminine, Midoriya? Who are you talking to? A sharp inhale. Tommy, I don't. Ignore her. FING, focus on me. Just close your eyes, alright? Now just steadily. Exhale for 4. Alright? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, a shaky exhale, okay. Let's do those again. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. A choppy inhale. A smoother exhale. Good. You're not in Aldera. You're in UA. One more time. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. A gradually steadying inhale, and soon, a stable exhale. Are you breathing regularly enough to be okay? And no. No, I think I'm not. I'm be breathing okay, but. Okay. Alright, You want me to stay on the line? Why yes. I mean, yes, please. Alright. Tell me all about what FING hero were XE? Starburst. Yeah, Starburst. Says the shooting star hero. Says heavily renowned for being deeply associated with LGBTQIA+ community, constantly de-donating money from XYR hero work to charities like the Trevor Project and the National Suicide Hotline due to XYR own experiences. Says a great influence in modern society. XYR hero rank up to number 48 due to their reputation on the LGBTQIA+ community and their battle prowess on the field, which is pretty cool. I'm glad to see you all right, Midoriya. Me too. We were all so worried when you were getting your phone out and hyperventilating. Aizawa sent us to check on you after you went to Recovery Girl and collapsed on the bed. Thank you, Ida, Uraraka. Hey, Midoriya, who was that you were on the phone with? Just a friend of mine. He's helped me through a lot. Uraraka. We shouldn't pry into Midoriya's personal life. Although I am concerned just as much as you, as well as the rest of the class, it isn't our business. And no, it's fine, Ida. His name's Tommy. He's helped me through some tough times, and I couldn't be more grateful for him. Oh, Tommy. Is he from America? Sorry, I'm probably going to start prying too much. Sorry. Let's just go back to class, okay? Dusk. Tommy glances up from where he sits on another rooftop, recognizing the voice and tensing. And lo and behold, there Eraserhead stands. For what, the third time this week? It's pretty weird that he's actually here and not somewhere else. Did he shift his patrol route or something? But, the man came at the worst time possible for him. Tommy can't do shit right now. His hands and mouth are occupied with bandages, tugging them tighter and tighter around his arms. The older, dirted bandages sit in his lap. His vambraces lay on the ground nearby, and he prays that Eraserhead doesn't destroy them. The bandages had come loose during a close fight, and Tommy's skin and scars prickled and itched and he just wanted to tear it all off. Regardless, Eraserhead's going to fight him. The man's already raising his hands, so Tommy closes his eyes, lifts his forearms, braces himself and... Can you understand this? Eraserhead signs after Tommy opens his eyes to see why there's no impact. Do you know sign language? What? Tommy reluctantly nods. There's no harm in doing so. Does he want information or some sheet? If you want information on some organization, I don't have any, Tommy responds after slightly lowering his arms and releasing his newer bandages, shaking his head. Are you going to arrest me now? Eraserhead frowns. He hesitates, before gesturing, your arms. What happened? Oh, shit. Tommy picks his bandages back up and hastens the wrapping process, squeezing as tight as he can and quickly tying the ends into a knot. Then he sloppily does the same to his other arm, the dressing significantly looser than his other arm. He shoves his hoodie sleeves down, making sure they cover his arms up to the end of his wrist. He can't explain this. He darts off the rooftop and onto another and another, narrowly avoiding the hero's quiet curses and beckons as the man chases him throughout the area. When Aizawa asks what's under his bandages on his arms in the safety of Tari's coffee as Tommy yawns the next day, he scowls and says to, mind your own business, beach. He finds the man staring at his arms more with a frown. Tommy prays he doesn't find a connection. Today is going to be sheet, Tommy knows it is. He's felt like sheet ever since he woke up at 3. There's a cold, icy feeling settling in his gut about something wrong, hurting to the point where it's permeating his every thought and clearly his actions, too, because he can't stop pacing and he wants to but he can't. Because here's the thing, Tommy doesn't even know why he's feeling this. So there's just a bad feeling in his gut about seemingly nothing at all or everything, and he hates it because his gut is never wrong. What will happen on patrol? What will happen in the cafe? What will happen to this home-like apartment? What will happen to Takoda? What will happen to the people? What will happen to Izuku and Inko? Tommy should have known his luck was going to F him over. It's been months with this good streak, and now reality's going to crash over him and this is not a dream. This is not all happiness and joy, this is reality. He's Tommy in it, Theseus, Craft, the boy who breaks all he touches. F'. There's no brewing stands. No potions he can give, no ingredients he can get, and he doesn't have obsidian for blaze powder or any nether ingredients. There's not enough time to get netherite, and he can't stand lava or explosions so it'd be useless to try regardless. F', he's not able to get diamonds, either a full set would take at least half a day to get, and that's if he's lucky. Izuku would have to be awake, too, to even get to his mineshaft. Iron armor would be his best shot, which, fortunately, he has enough ingots for maybe 3 sets. But, F', not only does he not have enough for everyone he holds dear in this world, where sheet-like metal manipulation can exist, it's flimsy. F'. Alright, iron armor is his only choice. At least it's something. Tommy opens a chest with one hand, taking out a stack and some more of iron and feeling his body weigh heavier with them in his inventory. His other hand taps his crafting table, already taking out chest plates, leggings, boots, and helmets. 24 ingots for each set of full armor, and Tommy has garnered 79 ingots, just enough for 3 sets of armor and some weapons. No, he has 4 sets of armor, actually. He'll equip his vigilante armor set underneath his uniform at Tari's. 8 swords or 2 axes. No, wait, perhaps he could make iron bars and snap those into rods? But no one knows how to use them. Sheet. At least it's something. Tommy will make some just in case, his hands already slotting 6 ingots in their places, putting the extra ingot back in a chest, his fingers shaking as he replaces the ingots with 16 iron bars. Inko has telekinesis, she'll be able to use knives and throw them. Or a blunt object to knock an intruder or 10 out. She'll need a set of armor for either today or in the future. Izuku. Golden apple slices for OFA, one of the sets of armor. He can't exactly bring these staffs to Tari's coffee for public use, but Tommy will keep them on him. He'll hold the extra set, too, only if his vigilante set breaks. Sheet, maybe Izuku needs them. Okay, the extra set for Izuku, then. Tommy sets his forehead on a chest, closes his eyes, and feels his paranoia of something wrong ring in his head. This isn't enough to soothe him, no even close, but he'll make it so. It has to be. Izuku heads off to UA with 5 golden apple slices, wearing specialized iron armor underneath his uniform with the extra set in his backpack, and a tease that Tommy's being overprotective that nothing bad will happen. After all, it's only the 3rd day of the school year, and UA has one of the best security systems. As if the infiltration just a day prior showed that. Tommy's gut twists as he watches him go. He prays Izuku's right. 1303. Small Hellion Tommy. We're going to the UST today. Big Hellion UST? Universal Studio of Japan? Small Hellion no, this one stands for Unforeseen STMLTN Joint. Small Hellion apparently we're going to be taught by 3 teachers instead of 2 like originally planned? Not sure war that's ABT. Small Hellion I think it'll be fun. Big Hellion you sewer you'll be safe, big man? Small Hellion I am. Like I said, 3 teachers instead of 2 today. UA's teachers are all pro heroes. Big Hellion but. Big Hellion do you have your iron armor Big Hellion N? Small Hellion I do. Don't worry, I'll just. Big Hellion Izuku? Small Hellion who the fbex UCKAREYHCBDOCHs. Small Hellion Z hello mid FGFHRVIS. Small Hellion Frin Ned DDDD. Big Hellion Izuku? Small Hellion DDDFFFFFFF. Small Hellion 30AE is Izurjerfjerer. Small Hellion I am back. Small Hellion I am a live Utami DW. Small Hellion my classmate stole my phone because I was smiling at it. Big Hellion oh thank Prime you're safe. Small Hellion sorry for any panic. Big Hellion who was the first person? Small Hellion Small Hellion you won't like my answer. Big Hellion say it him to a PP. Big Hellion unlike someone. Big Hellion J. Small Hellion hey. Sad face. NM. Small Hellion anyways, it was KAC. Small Hellion Bakugo. Big Hellion Big Hellion him. Big Hellion wait he got into U.AS hero course. Small Hellion apparently, yeah. Small Hellion of course he'd make it though. Big Hellion a hut the F up. Big Hellion he doesn't deserve to be in the hero course. Small Hellion you've told me that too many times. Small Hellion however, even schools like UA may have favoritism for strong quirks. Big Hellion boo. Small Hellion anyways. Big Hellion how did you cut me off mid-text? Small Hellion we're almost at the UST. Big Hellion you're avoiding the fucking question. Small Hellion wait TSU just almost revealed Offa with her observations eye. Big Hellion Izuku you're a. Small Hellion gotta clear this up RN. Big Hellion yo you're a right beach that's what Iku AE. Small Hellion hypocrite J. Big Hellion I. Small Hellion TTYL. Big Hellion GRT VAC JWRW. 1337. Big Hellion Titch. Big Hellion am I not layib you get EEITH this. 1409. Big Hellion Izuk. 1524. Big Hellion Izuku answer me YOYF. Incoming call from. Big Hellion. Hi. You've, reached my voicemail. I am probably be busy at the moment just leave a message here and I'll respond as soon as I can. The speaker picks up a few shuffles, by. 1745. Big Hellion Izuku. Big Hellion you fusican wanker this in funny snymore. Incoming call from. Big Hellion. Hi. You've, reached my voicemail. I am probably be busy at the moment just leave a message here and I'll. Incoming call from. Big Hellion. Hi. You've, reached my voicemail. I am probably be busy at the moment just. Incoming call from. Big Hellion. Hi. You've, Eraserhead doesn't come to the shop at his usual time. Tommy bites his lip, pulls a smile and trudges on. The armor under his sleeves is uncomfortably warm. An extra large serving of dark coffee goes hidden and untouched. 1837. Big Hellion. Izuku? 1906. Small Hellion. Tommy. Incoming call from Big Hellion. Tommy. Izuku's voice is hushed. There's the shuffling of fabrics and the lowered voices of students in the background. But honestly, they could go F themselves. Tommy. Izuku. Tommy breathes, settling himself on the mattress of his bed. F-U-W-H. F you so much. Tommy chokes, his grip on his communicator wobbling. You fucker, you F-I-N-G beat you. I'm going to kill you when you get back. F-U-I. Izuku laughs. There's an undertone of true terror that lines his voice, a wobble that betrays it further. Why yeah, No, shut up, alright? F-U, man, just. F-I-N-G sheet, I knew it, I said there'd be something bad happening but no. Tommy imitates a prime awful impression of Izuku's voice but he doesn't F-I-N-G care, no. I'm his Midoriya fucking Izuku and I think that Tommy is a F-I-N-G wrongin and that he's being overprotective and I'm gonna prank him and make I'm all panicky and he trails off into stutters. I know, Izuku whispers. I know, but Tommy villains attacked. An entire invasion of actual villains who wouldn't hesitate to kill us. Some of us almost died. My homeroom teacher Eraserhead almost died. Sheet. The next sentence Izuku says makes Tommy's ears ring. There was a thing Anomu, the leader called it that. That All Might had to go beyond, to defeat. It comes out like a whimper. Tommy freezes. F-, he haltingly exhales, F-, F, did anything help him? The apple slices or the armor or? They did. He knows Izuku's trying to rush the topic, they did. A lot. The leader had a disintegration quirk, what, so if he touched me the armor would have blocked it. And the Nomu. Eraserhead I isn't in G good. C conditions, though he would ve been in worse ones had I not saved the apples. Same for the other teacher, th13. I am. We're all stable and I'm fine, by the way. Alright, that's. Okay. Idariya? A voice calls, barely picked up by the speaker. Laking.secr. Is it .mmy? Sorry Tommy, Izuku murmurs, gee give me a moment. Something covers up the speaker, and as a muffled conversation ensues, Tommy plans. The armor helped. Iron is flimsy, so Tommy will go to the mineshaft and mine for diamonds to create better armor. Maybe netherite, if he can stomach getting it. He'll make the apples a highly concentrated juice, or try to, for Toshinori, and put them in 2 vials, one for the hero, one for Izuku. The green-haired teen doesn't know how to wield a sword so Tommy will have to show him. Daggers, maybe, and a bow for long distance or, if too far, a fishing rod. No crossbow. And then, there's the added trauma. F-. The trauma. Not now. Later. That sheet's for future him. Just. Tommy needs context, so FING much of it, and he needs to know what to do. Izuku will dig into himself like a miner with a pickaxe and a rich cave, telling himself he could have been stronger or better in situations like these, and Tommy doesn't even know most of the details, just the important ones. Tommy's 17, he can, maybe, handle this sheet. Izuku is FING 15. Tommy can't let this sheet repeat. Can't let something like himself repeat. I am back, Izuku says. Everyone wants to meet you. Tommy inhales. He can handle this sheet. Just, not now. Tommy has to prepare so many FING things. Tell them to F off, he says, getting up. Where did he put his pickaxe, again? Come back soon, dickhead. He ends the call before Izuku can say anything. Izuku comes home and immediately cries in Tommy's arms, clawing at his back. Inko's at work, but he's not the one who's telling her sheet. Tommy, he whispers through choking sobs, curling into himself, I'm sorry, I am sorry, I am sore why. Bandages freshly wrapped wound around his arms, and the older teen can see the edges of more under Izuku's pant legs. He wails in the crook of his neck and Tommy can't do more than close the front door and try to comfort him, tears staining his trademark t-shirt. Tommy gets a glimpse at Izuku's face and almost recoils at how much he looks like him. How he stands less a child and more a soldier, how he has a haunted look in his eyes, and how he's still tense. Prime, he's still FING scared. Back straight, weapons at your side, Jenner Wilbur orders, face painfully static, and do not ever let your guard down. Shoulders, neck and head up. Look confident. Do not stand down. Tommy shoves a golden apple slice in his mouth. Izuku doesn't think twice when biting down, no hesitation in his jaw or eyes. Fing hell, Izuku even sighs when the steam rolls from his pores. He's not supposed to get used to constant regeneration. No one is. Though, he understands. Tommy passes a fresh bowl of katsudon and explains his plan for the concentrated golden apple vials as Izuku eats like a starved man. Inko will not know about Izuku's nightmares. The next fortnight is spent in long, claustrophobic strip mines, hearing the crazed scribbles of a leader drowning in insanity, remembering the path to his mineshaft, helping Izuku survive, and filling chests with armor and ore. Izuku helps him to get to the mineshaft at 5 in the morning and stays there until Tommy leaves, which he doesn't leave until he feels like he can't handle the walls of his strip mines anymore, is out of food, is about to pass out, or needs to go to the bathroom. Regardless, when he leaves the mines, Izuku is not far behind wherever Tommy goes. He's worryingly silent, not even responding with a noise when Tommy asks for directions to the mineshaft again. Doesn't talk about heroes or the constant news lines about the USJ or even about Tommy's quirk much. Tommy gets it. And Inko does, too, though never as much as they do. Tommy ignores the quiet weeps across the wall that are the epitome of why can I not do more and I am sorry, and soothes a writhing, sleeping Izuku. Dusk goes MIA, the headlines scream, where are they, and what will their next move be? Tommy grunts, ripping out some diamonds with the end of his pickaxe. They clink onto the stone ground, echoing over a blocked lava pool that took him 10 minutes to even get close to. Tommy shivers, picking the priceless gems up and weighing them in his palms. 3 of them, making his total 2 stacks. This world is FING loaded. Izuku quietly awes at them with large eyes when Tommy holds the gems to him. This is the first time he's been in the mines Tommy's made, as he was only allowed to go in after Tommy had made him more armor. He sets the valuable gems in the other's hands and goes to continue mining, Izuku still gaping at the gems in his palms. The sides glisten under torchlight, a mix of rough and soft combined with light orange highlights and tints of yellow and blue. Tommy hears Izuku move forward in tandem with him. These are diamonds? They're so pretty. Yeah, big man, Tommy says, digging up some coal and soon after, some gold. He hadn't expected that. Real diamonds, sheet. Don't sell them though, I'm collecting those to make armor. He turns to see Izuku nodding, murmuring, I won't. How do you make armor from these, anyway? On the Mohs scale, this is the toughest gem known to man. The FSMO scale? Nevertheless, Tommy takes out a stick, coats it with the coal he just got and strikes it on the floor. It bursts to life as Tommy forces a quick crevice into the wall and shoves the freshly instigated torch into it. Big imbecile, an indignant yet quiet cry rings out. Tommy pointedly ignores it. If I couldn't make it into armor I wouldn't have minded. It's a part of my quirk. Still getting used to the quirk sheet. Really? Izuku runs by his side with the little hop of his feet tapping the ground, and Tommy wants to bounce with him in utter joy. Like the crafting table? Do you make armor with that? Yeet, Tommy swings, digging up some iron with a grunt. Yeah. How does that work? Izuku's voice steadily rises. Can you see how the diamonds are merged to make armor? Oh, who do you just meld it together with the glowy thing your fingers were doing? Wait, how do you make tools, then? Like how do you make the pickaxes or the shovel or the bucket or? Tommy picks up the iron with the smallest smile on his face and lets him rant. Inko moves into his line of vision and sets a hand on his cheek when she sees Tommy up and making coffee for the nth time that week, dulled iron pickaxe in hand at 4 in the morning. She frowns at the flinch he makes, something pitying in her gaze, and Tommy FING hates it. Don't overwork yourself, alright? Inko asks. Yes ma'am, Tommy lies, before downing another cup, going out the door, ANS following a path to a mineshaft he shouldn't need to memorize but already has by heart. On the second week of temporary leave, Tommy brings Izuku outside to Takoda after a particularly bad nightmare. Izuku fidgets with a closed glass vial filled with golden apple juice, the gold reflecting in the moonlight. There's heavy bags under both of their eyes. Alright, big man, Tommy says, pointing a wooden, dulled tip of a sword imitation towards Izuku's chest. He tosses another one to Izuku's feet. I'll show you how to wield some FING weapons this week. Izuku immediately picks up the blunt blade with newfound determination. Running forward. Duck, try to swing off balance with blade he jumped before impact, so high kick when he comes near and adjust grip. Don't mumble your plans out, you FING dumbass. Tommy meets his blade with Izuku's before that high kick can happen, the resounding thud of wood against wood loud. Why the F, does every hero and villain do that anyway? Wouldn't it cheat? Izuku retaliates his blow, Tommy jumps back, be better to keep moves hidden by, another resounding blow pierces the air as Tommy knocks Izuku into the ground, the tip of his blade pointed at the other's neck, not saying them. Izuku gulps, holding his hands up as a universal sign of defeat. Why yeah, it would, sorry. Tommy huffs, setting his sword aside and helping Izuku up while dusting off any sand. You're getting better at defense. Footwork needs a bit more, as well as reflexes, but we can work on that sheet over time. By normal standards you'd be considered a natural, though it's only been 3 days. Once you get a grip on swords we can move on to adding a fishing rod, bows, and other weapons to add to your style. That gets a quiet groan from Izuku. But you'd ask for it anyways, I'm just saving the FING trouble. Tommy continues, let me see your stance again. Tommy passes out on the counter of Tari's coffee one shift. He wakes covered in a random, unfamiliar blanket, a pillow underneath his crossed arms, customers concernedly surrounding him, a demand to take a break for the month, and a cup of warm tea shoved in his hands. He reluctantly complies. He promised to not be Wilbur, after all. You got the armor? Tommy pushes, and the vial? And your staff? Izuku nods, I do. T triple-checked my bag. Good. Alright, call me or try and tell me when sheet goes down for you, alright? Like panic attacks, breakdowns, whatever the F-. I will. 2 weeks have already been over. The amount of time given for students and teachers alike to recover is FING shitty. Give them a month, at least most of them almost saw their teacher die prime DMN it. Though, he can't deny the strike of happiness that overcame him when Eraserhead walked into the cafe looking like a mummy and saying his usual hello the day before. Tommy barely contained his laugh when he put the 2 already made black coffees on the counter and watched the hero snatch them off, even with all the bandages. He'd opened one and started gulping like a starved madman. Tommy huffs, turning to Inko who's about to go to work. Have I gone over everything? The woman puts a hand to her cheek. Yes, I think so. You've talked about the vial and armor, as well as water, his bento, bandages, a medkit. Oh okay. Izuku exclaims, walking towards the open door. IG gotta go in now before I'm late. Wait. Tommy rushes, feeling his anxiousness spike, just FING stay safe, alright? There's no cold feeling in his gut, but Tommy can't afford to relax. It's never safe, even here. He still has to get diamonds and sheet, something infinitely easier due to the surprising lack of mobs underground. Izuku gives a shaky smile, I'll tr no, I will. Tommy feels his chest get lighter as he watches the other run out. You better FING be, wanker. Perseverance is an exhausting thing. It's when someone can't focus but gets through regardless, because time and life wait for no man. It's when someone works so hard only to find it's for naught when the project is almost done, yet they keep pushing to go off with a bang and not a whisper. It's when someone goes and fights only for their efforts to be laughed at, but they keep going to try and be that one ripple in a lake that changes thousands of rivers and streams for the better. It's when someone has no motivation to move, but they need to keep going to survive, to live on until everything is better and accept no less or else they will explode. Izuku thinks that he's running out of it, perseverance. His determination was snuffed out years ago, now embers of what could have been. There's less of a reason to get up each and every day that passes so agonizingly slow. He has no friend so he has no choice but to watch hero video after hero video, analyzing and analyzing so that his mind keeps turning and forgets his cold loneliness, even for a little. The pain from his injuries doesn't help when hiding from Kaken, especially getting up, because he's started thinking, does he want to do this again? He constantly works for the neighbors, all who accept his requests being elders, for bits of money that all go into bandages and burn cream. He doesn't want to break the good, self-sustaining child facade he wears around his mom because she works so much and supports him and God, he's already too much of a burden. School takes up most of the time he has and yet Izuku learns nothing because he already knows the information, his yearning mind constantly starving for knowledge even at home, enough for him to keep studying, but that's a lie, isn't it? He just doesn't want to think about the wrappings that cover his skin and the burn salve just underneath. He needs to go to school to get a job, a real one anyhow, yet he doubts with his quirklessness he'll ever get one. Even his hope for heroes is wavering because why is there no hero saving him? Why does Izuku have to be his own hero? Why does he have to pull his own bandages, to cover his arms in burn salve, to calm himself down from every panic attack he gets? He's told the teachers, he's told other adults. He's told everyone he could, like those stupid presentations on bullying and the heroes on the forums and news said, and look. Where that got him? Nowhere. This is almost torture, blood dripping in steady rivulets from his mind. Izuku is surrounded by people he watches interact with one another, giving gifts and hugs and playful noogies and compliments and kindness and love, yet his heart aches because he's so alone. He knows his mother tries her best and it's hard, but he's been skiing this up for 11 years and he's so tired. He almost thinks that he's just spewing excuses, sometimes. Izuku's had more privileges than other quirkless people, after all. At least some education, a mother, a residence to call home. He shouldn't be so greedy. God, he's so tired. Is it worth it? No. No, no, no. It is worth it. He just has to wait for someone to help him. Izuku has to hope. Izuku has to persevere. If not, he will break at the seams and fall apart. If you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, go take a swan dive off the roof. Izuku stares at his ex-best friend's retreating form, envisions the layers and layers of starburst scars that litter his own scrawny form underneath his uniform and mutters, maybe I will. He almost misses the near-frantic whip of Kaken's head just by the doorframe, bussing himself with his backpack with dull eyes. Izuku's probably going delusional anyway. Izuku does not, in the end, jump off. He's too much of a coward to do so, instead walking back home with a charred notebook in his grasp after a moment of consideration, and isn't that just so selfish, so pathetic of him? A piece of himself stays in that moment and doesn't return. He trudges on. Izuku flips through the pages of Notebook 13, lightly tugging on its burnt edges and watching thin ash break off in its wake. He softly exhales, closing the book with a snap that speaks finality. He swings his backpack over his shoulder in front of him to gently put it away. Izuku's fingers graze the sleeves of his uniform over and over once he shifts his backpack back. He traces the scars left by explosion after explosion, places where he knows there's curves that end with sharp apexes, burning even now, and he closes his eyes to savor the phantom feeling. I am okay, Izuku thinks, weaving through the city with ease. I am okay, he thinks, glancing at hero fights and so forlornly and gazing at his backpack. I am okay, he thinks, watching the clouds drift by as he steps into a tunnel. He is okay. If he isn't and only if, because Izuku is okay, everything will crumble. Izuku thinks, watching a shadow loom over him, hearing and practically feeling the sickening pulling and shifting and squishing of something akin to sludge, that he should want to run. He should want to sprint off like he always has, from whatever this is, not Kaken nor his lackeys, as no one has a slime-related quirk in Aldera. A villain. This is a villain. The realization isn't as chilling as he thought. He does not act on his fears and instincts, in the end. Because between one moment and the next, Izuku is choking. It doesn't feel as different as Kaken's chokeholds, or the suffocating tension at after-school hours. Doesn't feel different compared to the bandages that are a smoldering presence underneath his school uniform collar. But the sludge stuff down his throat, tearing through him and filling his lungs, tears springing to his eyes, killing him. And, well, thoughts can be as fast as a 20th of a second, well enough time for Izuku to think about it. Ponder his dilemma, his situation, rolling and stretching it until he comes to one single conclusion. He does not mind dying. He can't do it by his own hands because he's a coward. But if he were to die by someone else's, then he wouldn't care as much as he should. Because in this world, Izuku is a blip of gray in a miasma of colors. He is an outdated set of newspapers, printed in black and white with people in bygone clothing utilizing old technology compared to all the others. He is a piece of a useless past, lined with rigged edges and irregular shapes in the glorious, perfect puzzle that is society. He is the rough stones and pebbles beneath one's feet, made to lift the superior ones higher. No one besides his mom would care if he's gone. That, and Izuku is tired. He's had to survive since 11 years ago. Let him live, please. Izuku forces himself to relax. Keep calm. His body goes slack bit by bit, either from the sludge that suffocates him or by his own will. Nevertheless, the villain smiles in delight. It says something, but Izuku is drowning and he can't hear it. He takes a glimpse at his sketch of a hero costume never meant to be and wants to rip it to shreds. At least his death will be somewhat painless. And then, All Might is there. Izuku is motionless on a rooftop as his idol, now a dying man who shoulders too much expectations on his shoulders, shatters his dreams and leaves without consequence. He doesn't comprehend much, his mind foggy. He leaves the rooftop after looking down at the cars and leaning over the edge and contemplative what-ifs. Izuku's shoes squeak as he goes down the stairwell. He thinks, distantly, of going to see a hero fight. Izuku smells smoke, something so familiar that he almost doesn't smell it. He looks up, and his body runs before his mind does. There's a vigilante literally beating the sludge villain single-handedly as actual pro-heroes stand on the side, and Izuku can't help but stare in pure awe. His dirty, scratched hands that grip his bully's arm falter on one of his tugs, his chipped nails breaking out into jabs of pain, but to Izuku, the pain is nothing. His fascination overwhelms it, really, as he stares at that masked vigilante. The vigilante Dusk, a recent one in the city that uses he and him wields his baton and himself like he has a sword, Izuku notes. He makes hesitating moves that would have led to a piercing blade driving itself in the sludge, slight faults in his stance due to weight imbalance. The only reason Izuku picks these small indicators up is because he spends his day-to-day life observing. And that he's studied heroes and villains who use swords before, of course. But either way, it's still a peculiar thing. Yet this doesn't take away how Dusk practically dances on the battlefield. Yes, his movements are feral, but the vigilante weaves himself through the debris and fire like a dancer pivots on stage, always targeting the villain's eyes without falter. His style is both a mix of barbaric and smooth, a dangerous mix because it's unpredictable. One moment Dusk could swing with grace, the next he's crouched on almost all fours and using his body and baton in tandem. But some heroes do that. Some heroes fight just like Dusk. The more animalistic ones are swift yet wild with their attacks, and others fight with elegance and strategy. So what makes this vigilante so different? Izuku wrenches Kaken's arms further out once, twice, and everything clicks. Dusk isn't using a quirk. There is no indication of that. If he had super strength, he wouldn't use a baton. If Dusk had agility, then the villain would be down already because he'd be faster than it and would have taken its eyes. If the vigilante had any sort of solidification, then he wouldn't be deflecting debris with a baton. If he had a manipulation quirk, why isn't he using it? And yes, maybe he has a quirk, but it may be so minuscule that it's useless. So Dusk fights quirkless. Dusk fights quirkless. Izuku feels like he's gained strength as he pulls and pulls and pulls, so much so that he doesn't even need the extra support Dusk gives nearby. When Izuku can finally leave the area of the sludge incident, Dusk isn't there. Of course, as a vigilante he had to leave in order to not get arrested, but man. He wanted an autograph. Is vigilantism illegal if no quirk is used? That single question takes his mind down a thorough yet wavering trail of what-ifs and possibilities and theories, of chances and rising confidence and no. Maybe in some other universe Izuku takes this chance in his hands and makes it his, but this isn't the one. He sets this germinating seed down and shoves it deep into the chambers of his mind but does not lock it like the rest. Regardless, Izuku walks with a pep in his step, even when Kaken confronts him and, right after, All Might asks for forgiveness and reveals one for all. When Izuku sees someone on Takoda roaming it with familiarity, his mind does a double take. Did they live here? When did someone live here? Why did someone live here? Did they not have an apartment or home? The stranger wore a white t-shirt with red sleeves, along with long denim pants that were cut in some places. There's bandages that line their revealed arms, making the only visible skin his hands and face. Really, even their face is covered partially, a deep blue eye patch with gold accents and embroidery on their right eye, complementing their left eye, that being a sapphire blue. It's like Dusk's, in a way though, that's probably a stretch of a theory. Regardless, with the ropes looped around Izuku's shoulders and how he's pulling the #1 hero on a fridge, this was definitely not a good time to start training. At all. Yeah, not a good first impression. Izuku can feel his face burn as he explains to the stranger why he and Yagi were here. When Yagi confirms that yes, he is training Izuku, the stranger doesn't react how others normally would. They don't say anything about being so lucky, nor do they congratulate Izuku, nor do they bombard them with questions. There's a sort of darkness that overshadows their eye, their pupil shrinking while they stare at the #1 hero. Normally, people would be excited in said hero's presence, but now that Izuku looks closer, this person, they aren't excited, or even relatively happy. Really, they're tense, sort of. Eyeing Yagi down? Their hand is twitching for something, too, their expression dull and guarded. No, they don't look joyful at all. Or maybe, Izuku is being too analytical like usual. Regardless, the stranger keeps glancing between Yagi and Izuku, so he stays as still as possible, trying not to fiddle around. Of course, he fails spectacularly, but at least he tried. Finally, after heavily tense beats that felt like eternity, the stranger runs a hand through their hair and inhales, exhaling a few moments after. What will you do? They practically spit, and Izuku blinks, surprised at the venom in his tone. Yagi, on the other hand, balks. Aren't you supposed to ask why I'm? What will you do? Well, Yagi pauses. The stranger gets into a stance, and wow, okay, there is definitely something underlying that little movement. Yagi reluctantly explains, I was planning to have young Midoriya here follow a training regimen my aim to pass, American Dream Plan. As he follows it, he'll also clean up all the trash on the shore. It should be enough for him to be prepared for UA's exams in 10 months. The stranger doesn't back down until they seem to come to a decision. When they do, their shoulders relax not by a lot, and his hand twitches less. Then, they sigh. You can stay here, they say, which is pretty surprising. Do training and cheat, I don't really care. I'm Tommy, I use he and him pronouns, and I'm not an American. Alright, a name. It's something from another country, but luckily, it isn't hard to pronounce. Great. Izuku beams. Really? Thank you so much. Wait, he should have introduced himself. What is he doing? Oh, right. Even though All Might already said it, my N name is Midoriya Izuku. The stranger Tommy. Tommy nods, pointing somewhere ahead. Go over there on that side, he instructs, turning to the opposite side. This side's mine. Thank you, young Tommy, All Might exclaims as he hops off the fridge. Come on, young Midoriya. Izuku studies Tommy just a bit longer. He still doesn't look relaxed. If Izuku had to compare Tommy to something, he'd be like a mousetrap, waiting to snap. Speaking of which, Izuku snaps out of his thoughts. Alright. He'll worry about Tommy later. Or maybe, right now. Every time the beach dweller Tommy, he has to get used to that. Suddenly hisses, Izuku startles and drops whatever he's holding. Tommy's also sort of taken a post on a nearby appliance, waiting for something. Probably. What he's waiting for, Izuku almost has no idea. If he had to guess, it's for when Yagi does something Tommy doesn't like. Specifically when the hero is even near Izuku. He literally leans forward and snarls, forcing Yagi to back away. It's just, Tommy's so quiet for most of the time. So much so, that when Izuku notices him in his peripheral vision, he kind of just realizes Tommy's there all over again. And when he just suddenly snarls like a warning and says to back off. It scares not only Yagi, but Izuku, too. Has Tommy internally promised to be Izuku's shield from All Might? Oh, wow, if that's true then it implies a lot. Who hurt him? Heroes? If so, why did heroes hurt him? Or does All Might look like someone who hurt Tommy? There's so much packed in these little movements, it scares him. When he finally gains the courage to ask why Tommy does that thing and he responds with, I'm making sure he doesn't do shit to you, Izuku doesn't know what to think. Tommy isn't surprised when All Might accidentally switches to his true form. It both surprises Izuku, and doesn't. Now that he thinks about it, Tommy's a paradox he'll probably never understand completely. Like a Rubik's Cube mixed 1,000 times over by different people. Nevertheless, Izuku still stammers out, why you? You aren't gonna question it? I thought something was a bit wriggly with that, Tommy responds as if it's obvious, and wow. Most people don't even notice. Maybe they're all unobservant. Just didn't wanna ask. Privacy, sore spots, insecurities that sheet. When he then goes on to provide a reasonable explanation, Izuku just gapes. It's not the truth, no, not even close, but it's something. How did he deduce that when All Might's so good at hiding his injury the media doesn't notice? Like yes, Izuku had noticed a little limp there, or maybe a few times wherein the hero has favored his left side, but it's still amazing. For someone to notice in just a month or so when it took Izuku years. Tommy looks at the two of them. I won't tell, he declares with such certainty and honesty that Izuku believes him. Then Tommy suggests new sectors to train in, and that's that. Yet when there's no media uproar or breaking news or top headlines and millions of new articles spreading the word, Yagi looks at Tommy with a bit more trust, enough to say his true name, and Tommy grumbles and starts calling Yagi Toshinori, and nothing really changes. They've chosen the right person to trust, regardless if it was a reluctant decision. One day, Yagi declares that Tommy will train him on how to use a baton. For when you aren't able to use your quirk, but only your physical prowess, he explains, and Izuku feels like there's millions of happy bees buzzing under his skin as he looks to Tommy with reverence and enthusiasm, as well as a smile that stretches from ear to ear. Tommy laughs, an oddly somber one as he twirls a metal staff in his hand. There's something that flashes in his eye that quickly disperses. Perhaps it's nostalgia. No, never mind. Izuku just wants to swing a bat. He gets to swing a baton as promised and he feels so cool. The coolest he's felt in literal years. No, it's poggers. That was how he used that word, right? Though, it comes with a price. That price being to climb a mountain of trash and learn on the job. Tommy had said this was for familiarity as he'd swung up to the top with his hands, feet, spatial awareness, and staff. Izuku could only gape as he moved up with so much expertise it seemed as if the teen had done it for years. He climbs just like how he fights, a mix of feral and graceful that's surprisingly effective. One moment Tommy's at the bottom, and then Izuku blinks and the blonde's atop the junk, looking to the skies and screaming, F you, trauma. Not touching that yet. Unfortunately, it's a lot harder than it looks. Despite Tommy's encouragements, Izuku can barely latch his hands on duller ends and stick his makeshift baton in between larger gaps. Honestly, Izuku hasn't tried copying the younger blonde because if he did, he wouldn't have as much grace. And he would fall. In the end, it's fun. This is the best he's felt after 11 years. Izuku felt ecstatic at the start of this, and that adrenaline and joy hasn't diminished in the slightest. Even when Tommy panics at his lack of response and Izuku has to clear that up, he feels content. More content than he's ever felt in years. If this is a dream, please don't wake him up. Izuku finds himself going to Takoda rather than his home when his burns ache and ache and ache from simply being at Aldera, including today. He doesn't know why his mind's like this really, he knows nothing at all, his body usually going on autopilot as his thoughts balk before they can be coherent. Repeating motions he usually does, like smiling and curling in on himself and mumbling, though, it usually turns into incoherent nonsense on days like these, yet no one pays attention so it never matters. Really, if he gradually stopped talking until he said nothing at all, no one would remember him. That would be pleasant. Tommy or that blur of yellow and blue and red and white and brown notices. That could just be All Might, but it's not. Izuku thought All Might left a moment ago, but he hasn't been here for a while, has he? The microwave in his hands is gently pried away, set down somewhere else, but Izuku doesn't look to see where it is. There's a fog that covers his mind, covering his vision like a curtain. It's see-through enough to where he can realize that Tommy's taking him somewhere. His touch is grounding. Tommy brings him to a little cavern he's made for something. Izuku blinks in astonishment when he sees the vast, albeit hazy, array of medicine, burned salves, bandages, bottles, and more. Or, at least, that's what he thinks it is. It's all a mess, a smudge of shaded reds and blues and white and yellow and whatever other colors all over the place. Izuku sets himself on a chair that tilts more with his weight on it and waits for Tommy to sort through the plethora of bottles or materials or items. Tommy undoes the gauze that Izuku had wrapped on himself. When? When had he done that? Do the days blur together with the same repetitive motion so much he doesn't even notice the pain of mending wounds? Faintly, Izuku can feel the soft press of a damp cloth on his arm, but he doesn't make a noise. The pain is just a faint spark, not enough to cause a flame. His eyes follow the ridged exterior of the wound, a zigzag-like edge that contrasts nastily with the paleness of his skin. Even in this haze, it is clear. Bad day? Tommy asks after a minute or 10 or an hour. Time slips through Izuku's fingers like an hourglass, and he can never keep count, most times. Izuku looks up just the slightest. Yeah. Will you tell me who did this? No, Izuku twitches as the cloth presses down again. How do you know how to treat burns? I'm just that big of a man, then, but I do have my own. Izuku understands. He won't prod, even if the curiosity kills him. It takes a bit, but the bandages are eventually done. Those should be waterproof, Tommy claims after he ties the fabric with a knot, handing him some petroleum jelly. He starts reorganizing whatever he took out from his medicinal arsenal with ease, like he's done this a million times before, maybe somewhere else. If they come loose, come to me, I'll always be here. Easier than going to your mom and cheat. Cause of the bandages, you'll be doing light exercises. Izuku frowns. It's fine if he has extra work. He can handle that, he's had to deal with worse. Without looking back, Tommy continues, don't look at me like that, dickhead, you'll overwork your body and collapse or feel like you're dying. How did he even? Izuku silently sighs, moving to exit the little medic cavern. He pauses right before he exits, though he isn't too sure why. After Tommy finishes inventorying his stuff, he turns around. He raises his brow at Izuku and asks, what are you waiting for? Can I hug you? Oh. That slipped from his mouth before he could think. Wait, no, pause, wasn't that a bit too much? To ask for? Oh no, not again, Izuku can't mess up his friendship with the first friend he's had in years. Why did he even speak? Oh god, oh no, he has to resolve this. Wait, I didn't mean to say that. Please pretend that I didn't say that at all. Oh god, oh no, why is Tommy blank-faced? Izuku stammers some more things he can barely make out in his panicked haze and spins on his feet, already making moves to get out. This is why Izuku should have stayed a loner. Being social has never been his strong suit. God, why did he? A hug is fine. What? A hug is fine, Tommy repeats, looking down, and Izuku finds a shocked smile growing on his face. You don't have to, because I'm a big man who rarely needs hugs, but it's okay. Before he himself even knows it, Izuku's barreling into Tommy, knocking them both to the ground. Tommy flinches, and there's a lot hidden behind that, but Izuku relaxes his arms around him and he relaxes a little, so it's fine. Sand covers their arms and clings to small drops of water, but it's nothing compared to Izuku's pure joy. Thank you, Izuku sniffles, tears welling in his eyes, for caring. Hesitant arms wrap around him. It burns pleasantly. No problem, Midoriya. You can call me Izuku. Alright then, Izuku. When they pull apart, Izuku still feels tears on his face. Embarrassed, he wipes them away, instead looking up to Tommy with flushed cheeks and a smile. "Sorry," he says, "and thank you. I needed that." Tommy gives him the second genuine smile the other has seen from him, and Izuku cherishes it like a relic. Tommy is dusk. Izuku holds up the vigilante's costume in all of its glory, which isn't really much, because the hoodie is more so a patchwork of fabrics that cover large gaps, and more stitches than seams that line smaller tears, sewing those closed. And oh, wow, there's nothing under that? Does Dusk Tommy? Does he fight with just this? Does he only have this to conceal his identity? Only one way to find out. "Hey, Tommy," he calls. "Yeah? Is this what you've been hiding?" Izuku turns to look up at Tommy, who is currently staring at him with a wide eye. Had he hid this here and forgotten about it? Tommy hesitates, something out of character for him. "Are you going to call the police on me?" There's probably a deeper meaning behind that. Then again, Tommy is a mix of translucent layers to create one color. The question isn't too hard to answer. "No," Izuku says easily, "I won't. Why would I? Dusk hasn't done anything bad. Hasn't done anything major, either, besides the sludge villain incident. Thank you for helping me out, by the way." He's also pretty sure that vigilantes can't be arrested under illegal quirk usage if they don't use it, but he can't be sure. Tommy hasn't used his, after all. Even if Tommy has a hidden quirk, why would Izuku be mad when he doesn't use it to fight? It's amazing. Dusk, Tommy, whichever persona he as a whole is amazing. Awe-inspiring. Extraordinary. He's talented like no other, being able to ward off so many without a quirk. Izuku once wanted to be like that. To be the representative for all who are quirkless despite having, and say that we are powerful too. We are a blank slate, we are a jack of all trades, because we may have no strengths, but we have no weaknesses, either. And we can be strong, just like everyone else, it just takes more time. Though with OFA, when he gets it, that might be a little too far away. Izuku could just use it as little as possible, but that probably won't last long. If he can't do it, however, then Tommy can. "This is also my way of saying thank you for saving me, though I probably wouldn't report you even if we were strangers," he adds, and it's true. Both physically and mentally, during that sludge villain incident. For not letting him die and for keeping his dream afloat. It's more than anyone has given him, besides this training from All Might. Izuku won't say that, however, because it's too embarrassing to admit, so he goes for more minor truths. "Thank you for the bandages, the burn salve, the ointments, the training. Your trust, our friendship, thank you for it all." Tommy fumbles. Izuku hums, knowing that words aren't his forte. "You don't have to answer," he says anyway. "Your actions are enough." After a PRD of silence, Tommy finally mutters, "It's way too early for you to be all sentimental and sheet." It sounds a bit strained. Izuku chuckles sheepishly. Sorry." Suddenly, Tommy holds a hand out, gesturing towards the clothes. "Give that to me," he says, "I'll put it in my inventory." Inventory? Izuku's curiosity bubbles in his throat, and before he knows it, it spills out in the form of a question. Izuku doesn't remember much about his bigger breakdown. What he does remember is trying to ask for advice about Kaken, before smelling smoke, freezing it, fabric, burnt flesh, and tasting ash, and being clouded with thoughts of seeing explosions in his final memories, regardless of the environment. He remembers being hugged and comforted and feeling warm, bantering about colors right after. He felt safe for a bit. It was nice. As Izuku hands a Coca-Cola to Tommy, he silently prays this tranquility goes on forever. Of course, nothing Izuku wants ever stays. As Tommy sings of his homeland, Izuku stares. Even with his eye closed, Tommy looks as if he's relishing in so much painful nostalgia. There's the shine of tears at the corners of his eye, one slipping down his cheek, his eye patch growing wet. When he salutes, Izuku sees a soldier and it hurts. It hurts, the way Tommy's voice cracks. It hurts, the way Izuku can connect this moment to all of his previous theories, and it makes sense. Tommy was a soldier. No, Tommy was a child soldier. Tommy has fought in carnage. He knows how to fight with a sword because he's used one to kill, yet uses a baton because maybe he's used one too much. He's tense and suspicious of new things and is always weary and cautious and analytical because he has to be to survive. Tommy's covered in scars because he's used explosions and fire and guns. Tommy doesn't trust adults because they've hurt him. His hands aren't too steady, and he sometimes leans on one side, and he holds a hand to his neck or covered eye because he's been wounded there. Oh, God. He's almost been killed before, too, hasn't he? But why go and be a vigilante? Where his muscle memory can accidentally kill someone, or battles that may trigger some sort of trauma that Izuku has yet to discover, or something. Why? Izuku won't figure out. Not with the information he has now. And that's painful, knowing he can't know and can't help. Something deep in him frowns, however. Because Tommy smiles as if he's remembering something happy despite being a soldier, and Tommy is a soldier who has fought in wars and has gone through so much and maybe has little to nothing left, and yet he still has something he can smile on for. Why can't Izuku have that, too? Compared to what Tommy has been through, Izuku is nothing, but it hurts. Something in him longs for memories that he can cherish, just like the blonde, instead of looking back and screaming at the cruelty of life, of society and its stupid influence because it tore his childhood apart. Tommy has been in hell and back at least twice over, but at least he's had friends to help him throughout it, and Izuku feel like he's still burning with nothing to latch onto, nothing to keep him steady, from shattering into pieces and falling, and he's jealous. Envious, longing for something he couldn't get until now, something he gets a theoretical glimpse at now. Jealousy isn't a new thing, no, not at all. He's very used to envy over quirks. But this time it's raging and bubbling in his heart, nothing like the calm waves of acceptance he's used to. This envy claws and claws for something he can only hope to have. And Izuku promptly shoves this away and keeps it under lock and key, because Izuku will be this new anchor in this place, probably thousands of miles away from the blonde's home. Tommy needs one more than him, after all. When the anthem is over, Izuku drags Tommy into a hug and forces himself to move on. Izuku nears UA and feels significantly less confident than he did before going into the exams. Just being in the presence of the school makes him feel inferior. Due to regulations, he couldn't bring a staff to help him, so all he has is his physical prowess and, as his last resorts, one for all and or the golden apple slices. Really, he should have gotten the quirk earlier so that he could actually test his limits before the exams. Now that he actually thinks about it, he's screwed. Doesn't mean he won't try, though. Izuku purses his lips and enters UA with the hope of someone who has already reached too far before. That only worsens when he trips on the first step, but it's fine. He's saved by a nice girl, after all. Izuku's feet skirt against concrete as he starts rushing towards some nearby debris, the top part of a traffic pole, already broken off by a two-pointer, and rips out a makeshift baton. It weights differently, which will affect his balance, and it has jagged edges, but it's steel and it will do. It's not enough to be sure he'll pass, but it's a fighting chance. He jabs the end into the more softer points of the robot, wherein he can pry them open and maybe rip some vital wires out. But no, someone else always goes in for the final hit, laughing or focused as they kick his work away from him. Izuku grunts for the nth time, glancing at his hands to see them blistered and stinging as another participant slams a robot down nearby. He's not fast enough. There's not enough time or remaining robots, either. Izuku's fingers curl. That's fine. He's going against others who may have years of experience fighting, or have a more versatile quirk. For one who just obtained a quirk and got 10 months of rush training, it's a miracle he's even standing. He just has to move faster before all his chances leave. Izuku ignores the burning pain as he grips his makeshift weapon, and moves. The zero-pointer makes Izuku want to pull himself away with his staff, feel it dig into the ground and pull just to survive. His hands are burning, layers of skin ripped off his palms from blisters and not resting, and it stings and he has to move, and yet the nice girl is under there. Izuku grits his teeth and turns so quickly his head spins, because if he's going to do something as suicidal as this, might as well go all in. He scrambles to his legs, or maybe he already was, as between one moment and the next he's in the sky with his legs flailing behind him, as if structureless. They're a sickening purple, blood dripping down some spots, and if he focuses hard enough he feels a phantom rush of energy still in them. Around him the passing wind howls near his ears and runs through his hair, though it barely covers the thump-thump-thump of his heart. Izuku reels his arm back, makeshift staff now wielded as if a javelin, sharp end aimed directly at the zero-pointer. Izuku SCKS in a breath, eyes trained on the machine before him. Time seems to slow. He thinks about the girl underneath the rubble. Lightning streaks across his arm as his muscles stretch, gathering power to his arm, to his hand. The sleeve of his tracksuit explodes despite no impact. His arm fades into pink as it gathers a time-worn power that it's not ready for, climbing up his veins to his palm, and then to the steel rod itself. His starburst scars are lined with a brilliant yellow. The built-up anger from 11 years, so present now it almost feels tangible, right between his fingers like clay. Use your emotions, especially your anger, to your advantage, Tommy says. He digs his staff into the sand of the shore, watching Izuku huff on the ground in front of him. With a hiss, Izuku brings himself to stand on his feet once more, light bruises and minor scrapes littering his form over his scars. He leans slightly on his own practice staff. What brought this up? Izuku asks, tilting his head the slightest. Taking that as an initiative to continue, Tommy twirls his weapon around. I mean, it's only like a few fucking months till the entrance exams, yeah? Might as well give you an advantage now and make you practice it. For how inexperienced you are to the average quirk user, you'll need it. Anyways, people usually think that being angry and shit makes people open and vulnerable. Tommy tries to twirl the reverse direction. He only manages to do so for a few slow moments until the staff falls, ugh. He picks it back up and decides to fiddle with it instead. Anyways, that isn't always true. If you use your anger or don't become consumed by it or whatever the f-, you can kick but without showing openings. It's like how anger, any emotion, really makes people sort of trade? They trade accuracy and focus for twice the power or some shit. But if you practice being angry or any other overwhelming emotion during a fight, you'll grow to not trade the accuracy and focus and instead only get the power. Basically, keep a clear fucking head. Izuku nods, saving that information for later. Another spar? Tommy grins, getting into a stance. Come at me, bitch boy. Izuku's eyes become the coldest that the teachers have seen. They are wide, locked on to their target, and if one were to be under his gaze they would feel as if they're being unraveled to the very soul. He looks like a soldier, one whispers, and that implication is terrifying. And Izuku hurls that makeshift javelin, a harsh wave of vertigo overcoming him as his body recoils. He flips, looking at the sky then ground then sky, and he is there to see the fruits of his labor when the steel javelin seems to not hit, until it doesn't hit, but pierces through the 0-pointer like nothing. Despite being slim, it rips a hole through the machine that's at least 20 times bigger than itself. The perimeters of the gap break once, twice, creating a bigger dent and then a blast of wind. The lower mechanisms of the robot explode, adding to the gale that comes after, now painfully warm. His ears ring and his chest feels like it's constricting and wow, yeah, blast force hurts. Izuku makes a strangled yelp as he's shoved back, broken limbs flailing. He can barely react when he starts falling, only able to feel the draft that blows against his face, disheveling his hair and forcing him to close his eyes. There's the faint thought of golden apples and time before impact before Izuku's unbroken hand finds itself shoving a slice in his mouth. He chews, head swirling with an incoming headache, and sees the faintest trails of pink steam seep through his skin. Yet, the ground comes closer with all of its dents and stones and sharp edges and rough terrain, and yeah, no, even with this he won't be conscious. Izuku gulps as he hears the faint cracks of his legs shifting back into place, closing his eyes and something smacks his cheek. He levitates as a flow of pink steam that smells faintly of flora wafts from his skin. When his bones shift back with an excruciating crack, Izuku hisses, closes his eyes and thanks that someone like the nice girl exists before promptly passing out. Izuku passes, Tommy beaming at him. He passes with 0 villain points and 60 rescue points, and Izuku feels the dangerous hope in his chest flutter higher. What kind of dirty tricks did you use to get into UA, huh? Bakugo throws Izuku against the wall. He draws a pained breath as his back crashes with the old brick wall, looking up at his childhood acquaintance with squinted eyes. He futilely claws at the hand that covers his neck, feeling phantom sparks light up underneath. Bakugo continues with a scowl that mars his face. I was supposed to be the first student from his school to go to UA. I was supposed to be the only one who went. I told you to go somewhere else, stupid Deku. Bakugo. The last name feels so foreign on his tongue, but being with Tommy, as well as several long nights of staring at his ceiling and contemplating his relations, has rebuilt Izuku to say that instead of Kaken. Something between them is lost. Was it ever there after they turned 4? Bakugo freezes, eyes wide and surprised, and the air feels 10 degrees cooler. Izuku bulldozes on, as someone has shown me that regardless of who I may be, I can become a hero. That with enough work and effort and time, I can achieve what I want. And that as long as there's someone who believes in me, someone who has supported me ever since I met them, I can be a hero. Izuku grips the hand at his neck tighter with gritted teeth. So that's why, he declares, taking a daring look up, ripping the hand away from his throat, that's why I'm going to UA. Oh, wow! Uraraka exclaims, drawing attention, and oh no, Midoriya. Your hero costume's so cool. She pauses, staring at his neck, and why couldn't the costume cover the scar there? Izuku's mind focuses on the compliment. Really? He manages, shifting his hoodie cover to hover over his neck. Aha, I didn't think it was anything special. Because it isn't. No. Uraraka smiles, but she still stares. You look like a cool tactical hero, you know? Izuku looks down at his dark hoodie, with the only pops of color being a forest green that fades to neon, a dark maroon belt with mini pockets, and his red shoes. His mom had made this as an apology for back then. Long strips line the sides of his arms, sides, and down his pant legs with the green gradient. His fingers flex, pale tone contrasting with the almost black fabric of his long, fingerless gloves. And in his belt pouches, there's mints to keep him focused, as well as a few golden apple slices and extra space for more items he may need. Well, there's also all the med stuff he could fit on the inside, which his mom doesn't know about. As well as the iron guards on his shoulders, elbows, forearms, knees, tips of his boots, shins, and over his knuckles that his mom also does not know about. But no one needs to know. Oh, right. With a shake of his wrist, a steel staff comes out of his hoodie sleeve and through a hole in the middle of his fingerless gloves, slotting just right in his hand and expanding. The empty feeling that it leaves in his sleeve is covered by another retracted staff. There should be like a few extra literally up his sleeve, just in case this one breaks. Izuku grins, poggers. He added this last minute and it works. Uraraka stares. Wait, wasn't he just saying that his costume wasn't special? Oh no. Like I said, Izuku murmurs, looking away, and wow, if he seems like he's flexing just for praise he'll seem horrible, nothing as special. Before Uraraka can respond, All Might starts the lesson. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief and turns to his instructor, trepidation swirling in his gut. Izuku purses his lips when All Might calls teams A and D as heroes and villains respectively. This was not going to go well. He starts planning as soon as All Might says start, going over plans and tackling them with logic. This building is crowded as Izuku walks in, metal, tile-like walls plastered all over. So, even if he could control it to OFA is a no-go. Both Bakugo and Ida are limited by this amount of space as well, the latter not being able to move as much and the former having to use smaller explosions so as to not risk himself. Blast force and recoil are dangerous in these places, after all enough force and anyone can be slammed into a wall and immediately handled with. Unless Bakugo actually considers his and his partner's safety. Because he's against Izuku, Bakugo will want to do whatever it takes to win. He's always been like that. And then there's Izuku's new experience, as well as Uraraka's quirk. Izuku feels a staff slide into his palm with the twist of his wrist, lightly scrapping against the ground. The sound vibrates in the corridors, echoing. So they can't really talk too loud, huh? And Bakugo may be heard if he's shouting. Thank God Dagobah and Tommy helped with spatial awareness. Izuku uses the miniature speaker given for long-distance communication, quietly summarizing this for Uraraka. She slowly nods at first, and then with more confidence, absorbing this information like a sponge. But Izuku falters near the end. What can Uraraka use her quirk on? There's nothing but metal walls as far as both of them can tell. Well, her quirk is suited for close combat with the 5-finger contact and all. Ida may also be specialized for close combat, his quirk only inhabiting his legs. In addition, when Bakugo eventually finds Izuku, he'll focus on him and no one else, leaving Uraraka to Ida. Hey, Izuku murmurs, do you mind if you just follow my plan? I don't want to seem bossy or anything. I don't. Uraraka quietly chirps, sheepishly rubbing the back of her head, I'm not good with coming up with battle strategies on the spot yet, unlike you, so. Okay, thank you. MHM. The green-haired teen quickly shoots another staff out, pressing it into Uraraka's hands. He flips a pouch on his belt open and takes out a golden apple slice, also handing that to her. Eat it only when you're severely injured, okay? Izuku whispers into the speaker. You're going to be with Ida because Bakugo will be focused on me. When Ida kicks towards you, try to use the staff to block against his legs. Then, make that small pocket of time you have into one wherein you can use your quirk, just touch any part of his suit with it and try to make it last as long as you can while you go for the bomb. Fighting should be your last option. If Ida's floating in the air he'll have no way to attack you, because I don't think he'll know how to handle being without gravity. If he does, Izuku stresses, or if you can't block, just keep heading straight for the bomb. Because sometimes it doesn't matter if the villain is defeated, so long as their plan is tarnished. Having both the villain and their plan be neutralized is a best-case scenario despite it constantly being seen in everyday life. If this were our real, then the ultimate goal would be to defect the bomb, as that would destroy this very building and its surroundings. Chaos is one of the things most villains want, and an activated bomb will give that to them, even if they die for it. In addition, neither he nor Uraraka can defeat Bakugo. Not yet. But, Izuku can certainly stall, and as long as Uraraka gets the bomb they win. Uraraka stares quizzically at the apple slice but nods in affirmation nonetheless. There was also another plan he was thinking of. One that's risky for him and victory and probably a last resort, but a plan nonetheless. Before he can even explain it, the corridor beside them explodes, something also blasting the wall in front of it. Izuku tackles Uraraka down, shoving them both back. His face feels a bit singed and there's that spike of fear, but any injuries he gets are nothing major. He murmurs as such when his teammate glances at him with furrowed brows, ignoring her look and quickly getting on his feet. From the opening, smoke and dust billow through the ridges. Bakugo swipes it away with the swing of his arm, a scowl on his lips. Come, shitty Deku, he instigates, voice scarily calm. Don't start dodging, now. Uraraka, go. Izuku orders, getting in a stance with a staff in hand as Bakugo charges forwards. Then, using their interconnected radio and a quieter volume, don't worry about me and just focus on the bomb. He hears a hesitant, okay, and the fading pounds of footsteps. I won't do so much damage that this fight gets stopped, Bakugo snarls, but I'm gonna get close. Right hook, right hook, right hook. Izuku darts forwards, hands digging into Bakugo's right arm just as he goes for the hit. He twists his body as his heart pounds like a drum, and he lifts up and screams as uses his body weight to slam Bakugo down onto the ground. A cloud of dust springs from the impact, Izuku gasping for air as his arms sting. He looks around. Uraraka's gone, good. The faster she gets there the higher chance they have. I am not Deku. Izuku heaves, watching Bakugo gradually get up. Once, I may have been. Because I was too scared to stand up. For myself, and no one believed in me. But now? Now, someone has faith in me, that I can be a hero. Regaining his breath, Izuku clenches the staff in his hands. And I will not let him down. The kick to his head almost hits, fortunately being deflected in time by Izuku's forearm. Using the capture tape to catch Bakugo off balance, Izuku quickly uses his staff to block the blonde's next right hook. He uses that pocket of time to dodge, dashing down the corridors and going through many twists and turns. Izuku tries to steady his breathing, hearing his breath ricochet around the halls. He needs a plan, to keep going, pronto. Hey! Bakugo screams, distantly. You FING tricked me, didn't you? Was it fun tricking me all this time? Trick? Oh OFA, he doesn't know about OFA, right? He was still quirkless to Bakugo, and god damn it that will bring problems. Izuku keeps running, feet featherlight against the floor. You've FING got a flashy quirk there, don't you? The quiet clink of gauntlets resounds across the halls. Try. And FING get me with it, 'cause I'm better than you. Izuku ignores the taunt, focusing on what direction the sound is coming from. He's a few corridors down, keep moving and going in the opposite direction. Regardless of limitations, it would have been better to send Ida to defeat himself and Uraraka. He'd be able to go through the halls and take them down faster and maybe quieter, but with the armor, maybe not. Despite this, Bakugo would be better defense, being able to push Uraraka away with explosions and tactical intellect. If there's no empirical plan, then Bakugo is going on his own. Making his own plans, one's away from Ida. So their communication is awful, then which is good? Just gives Izuku and Uraraka a fighting chance. Midoriya. Izuku blinks, bringing a hand to his ear and whispering, Uraraka. How's your progress? I found the bomb on the middle of the 5th floor, but... Someone laughs in the distance, Uraraka snorts but continues. Ida found me, and he's taken everything on the ground so I can't use it, sorry. Right now, he's slowly moving towards me. Wait, that's right above them. Hold him off for now, Izuku orders, unrolling the capture tape in his hands. I'll help soon. Right. The sudden beep of a contraption makes Izuku start. He turns, locking eyes with Bakugo, who raises the gauntlet wrapped around his arm. They're loaded, Bakugo states. His mouth splits into a terrifying grin. Why won't you use your FING quirk? Why are you using a staff, huh? Are you saying you can win even if you don't use it, even if you use a metal FING pole instead? Are you underestimating me, Deku? Izuku's legs shake. He forces himself to push aside the scent of smoky explosion Shinjet skin and looks up, getting into a stance once again. Bakugo takes that as an answer. With your stalking, you probably already know. He raises his arm, gauntlet face towards Izuku, who glances around. Right, he was right. Bakugo doesn't care about safety at all, only about winning. He always has. But my quirk, explosion, lets me secrete nitroglycerin-like sweat from the sweat glands of the palm of my hand and make it combust. Unlatching a compartment in the gauntlet's grenade-like handle, Bakugo reveals a pin and O that is a death sentence. Maybe if he'd been presented with this before, Izuku would have just accepted it. Feel death, close his eyes and be fine. But he has things, more people, ideas, goals to live for now, not just the monotony routine he centered himself around before, or that little thread of hope he tied himself around. And Izuku knows he's selfless, too selfless, more so self-harming for what he can only presume is the right thing, but he is only human, so he will selfishly keep these people and ideas and goals near his chest and never let them be taken. Not again, never again. Izuku hurriedly opens the pocket that holds his golden apple slices. If they made this the way I asked, his opponent says, getting in a stance with a finger on the trigger, then these gauntlets have stored nitroglycerin inside them, and… Izuku stuffs a golden apple into his mouth and puts the staff he holds in front of him with his offhand, using his other to prepare OFA in 3 fingers. The amount of blast force he'll receive if he doesn't run will be immense, but if he can just reflect this back or neutralize it with an equally powerful force, then… Bakugo pulls the pin. The explosion starts in slow motion, and Izuku doesn't even realize anything major's happened until it's raging, bursting forwards like a bullet. Izuku releases OFA just as the wave of power nears him, feeling the heat card through his hair and bring flares of phantom pains to his skin. It's all blocked soon enough, most of the heat moving above him as OFA's force pushes it back. He can just barely see Bakugo dodge the reflected attack by going into a nearby corridor just to his side. The windows across the hall shatter with the force of the remaining heat, the floor shaking like an earthquake was happening. Izuku's fingers breaks but heals in an instant, bones soon shifting back in place as his skin turns from a gruesome purple to a light cream once more. How was something like the gauntlets even allowed for an inexperienced first year? As the resulting recoil and gust settle down, Izuku breathes in the colored steam from his skin after consuming the golden apple slice and looks up, seeing Bakugo stomp towards him with a wicked grin. The staff in the green-haired teen's hands is heated and it burns his palms. Holy shit, Izuku's opponent breathes happily. Hey, Deku, did you know? The more that's stored in these gauntlets, the stronger the blast. The other gauntlet, oh no, the other gauntlet with an equal amount of nitroglycerin lights up. Come on, use your FING quirk on me this time, Deku. Bakugo stops just feet away, arm raised, and with it, impending doom falling onto Izuku's shoulders. I'll force you to surrender even if you're at full strength. Hey, Bakugo taunts, what's the matter, Deku? I didn't FING hit you, so you can still move, can you? Come and get me. Izuku opens his mouth to respond. Midoriya. Izuku purses his lips, setting a hand on his speaker as he gets up. Uraraka. How's your situation? It's not going well. Ida knows what we're trying to do, I think he's moving the bomb instead of going for me. Ignoring me still, shitty Deku? Bakugo glares. All Might's voice cuts in good, enough time for him to talk to Uraraka. Just hang close to a pillar and grab onto it when I call, alright? I've got a plan, but you have to trust me and go with it. Izuku feels his body scream while he thinks about this very, very hazardous plan. Okay. Over and out. 1. Izuku snaps back into focus, seeing Bakugo blast towards him. Let's fight it out without fists. He screams, palm cupped to blast Izuku's face with his quirk. Izuku flinches violently, hands coming up in an X in front of his face because he's in Aldera again in its dingy bathroom being kicked around by an explosion to his back that almost makes him screech as his scars writhe. Izuku bites his cheek and breathes in and out, calming himself as he turns his head. He sets a hand on his back and only feels the tendrils of smoke seeping through good, none of his skin is showing. He can rest easy. Look, here I come. It's your favorite right swing. A hand slams itself into Izuku's back. He hisses, feeling a hand grab his arm and swing him around, using explosions as momentum. Listen here, Deku. You are… Izuku feels his body wail as he's thrown to the ground below me. Izuku can't think he isn't given time to think, feeling his mind switch from one place to another. Because he's in Aldera no, UA and he's being slammed to the ground. All Might should have stopped this. Why, and Izuku can feel the starburst burns on his form crawl. No, he's okay and he can't run and he's so pitifully weak, so he lays there as people mock him and he needs to focus. Please, not again, he cries out, because it hurts, and he needs to focus. This is UA. He's not alone. He needs to carry out his plan, now. Izuku breathes hard, feeling his hand in his hair leave. Then, getting up as his body protests vehemently, he snatches his broken staff that had fallen from his grasp and looks at Bakugo, who stares at him back as if he's done something shocking. Gritting his teeth, Izuku uses all of his limbs and his staff, shortened as it may be, to move forwards where Uraraka should be. Bakugo follows after a few moments, holding steady, but his face is still surprised. It soon morphs back into his classic angry expression, however. Why won't you use your quirk on me? He demands. Why are you still holding on that shitty FING weapon? Are you still FING underestimating me? Izuku looks down, feeling so many indescribable emotions rise in his chest. You've been like this ever since we were kids, Bakugo continues. Watching my every move, latching onto me. Have you been underestimating me like that since then, you shitty BSTRD? That's not it, man. Izuku screams, grabbing his hair because he's so tired and exhausted and everything hurts and he just wants this over with. That's never been it. I want to win and surpass you because you're amazing, not because I'm underestimating you, you idiot. But Bakugo will never get it. Don't look at me like that, you FING nerd. He roars, ignoring Izuku's words like he always has and going in for the final hit. Izuku bites his tongue, raising his fist, firing OFA up for the second time. And when Bakugo swings towards his arm, Izuku does not. Let's go, Uraraka. He yells, changing his trajectory and letting OFA rip into the floors above him. His other arm is raised to his face, Vambrace ready to block his eyes, his grip flipped so that what remains of his staff can at least try to help alleviate the upcoming damage. Bakugo's hit lands impact right before OFA's does. Glass shatters, concrete breaks, the very structure of this building collapsing in on itself as a gust of wind rushes through the middle. Heat scorching, burning, get it off plasters the side of his face and move, get away, Izuku heaves, breaths ragged and sporadic, lungs burning. His throat is dry and his skin burns and bleeds and he can barely stay awake. His hand that grips the staff, the heat has melted the top and bottom off, releases its hold, letting the melted metal clatter to the ground. I got it, Midoriya. Uraraka says, voice glitched through the almost destroyed radio. Izuku cracks a tiny smile that he can't keep up. They win. That's what. From the start, you were. Bakugo finally manages, looking up with a kind of defeat Izuku's never seen on his face before. You are underestimating me, aren't you? Is that all you got from this? Stop saying that I'm underestimating you, god DMN it. Izuku screams, voice hoarse as it cracks, jaw wailing with the effort and pain. His voice seems to reach the top but he doesn't care. He's so tired, so tired. Why is it all about estimation for you? Can you just listen to me for once in your life? When Izuku swallows, it's painful. He has to wrap this up quick because his jaw is throbbing. I wasn't planning on using my quirk, for a reason, Izuku grunts, arms flaring with pain. The scars on both are revealed, even with the melted, broken vambraces and the added, fresher burns, but he can't find a reason to care at the moment. Bakugo does. My body. It's too weak. Can't. A wave of pain makes him wail, but he shuts it up with ease. Thank Aldera for that, because every time he cried out there, they'd keep hurting him. It can't handle the eye impact. Methodically, with his non-dominant hand, Izuku cracks his pouch with the golden apple slices open and slowly puts one in his mouth, his eyes hazed over as he closes the pouch. His jaw can barely chew, and both of his arms fall slack at his sides. Smoke that steamed from his arms slowly diminished, the burnt skin and his broken arm still in the air healing. Pink steam rolls off of his body, billowing out the broken windows. Staggering, Izuku collapses to the ground as he runs out of energy, just barely swallowing the apple slice. His broken arm shifts, suddenly, before a sharp series of cracks ring in the air because Izuku's arm just fixed itself in seconds and God, that hurt. As he bites his hand on the arm with less damage to muffle his cries, he wonders how he's even differentiating the pain anymore. Either way, he manages to hear All Might hesitantly call out, Hero. Hero team wins. Izuku feels his body sag with relief and exhaustion, and after his arm cracks once more, he passes out. 2. When Izuku hears how Bakugo left early, his legs itch to go after him. He feels himself turn around, to tell someone a small piece about this burden, but he pauses, right as he's about to leave. The only person Izuku has told about OFA is Tommy, and even that was with All Might's consent. Is Bakugo really a good person to share an ancient secret with? Is Bakugo allowed to be privy to this precious thing, even if it's only a tenth of the truth? Something that can affect millions, if not billions if given to the wrong person. Can feel the starburst burns on his form crawl. Izuku purses his lips. He turns back around, shrugging off stares and answering a select few questions. Hey, Midoriya, Uraraka asks on the day of the USJ field trip, why do you have an extra bag? Izuku thinks of Tommy's fretting and sheepishly scratches his head. He gives the bag a small jostle. Extra things. Just something in case things go wrong in one of the disaster zones. And IIVE also got my staffs in there. With an acknowledging oh, Uraraka stands beside him and starts talking about how cool he, apparently, was during the combat training. Izuku hides his face behind his bag, face flaming, and thinks that he'll have fun today. Tommy was right. Izuku steps back as the lights suddenly fizz out, going counterclockwise until the entire stadium is dimmed. More importantly, there's a shift in the air as something akin to a vortex materializes, warping the space around it. Sir! Izuku alerts, pointing behind Aizawa. His teacher whirls around, eyes wide, watching with the class as that dark vortex expands. It stretches and widens, obscuring the fountain from view. A hand reaches out of it. Izuku's already rifling through his bag and taking a steel baton out. Gather together and don't move. Aizawa barks. Dread settles over Izuku like an uncomfortable weighted blanket. 13. Protect the students. Hands, then arms, heads. Villains move out of the portal. What Izuku can only assume is the leader at the front with hands covering his face and body. Dismembered hands. Kirishima says something about the start of the lesson and God. Izuku wishes it was. But he interrupts, heart hammering, because this isn't the time to fool around, not now. Kirishima, those are VV villains. Why would people like that be a part of rescue training? If they're a part of rescue training, then they should look like damaged sea civilians, yeah. Izuku's hands are shaking as he gets into a stance. This isn't practice at all. Before anyone can refute, Aizawa looks at Izuku. Midoriya, don't move. Don't fight. Izuku stares past him because no, they're outnumbered. This class is too small and inexperienced. He can already count at least 20 villains and rising. Aizawa is an underground hero. He's meant for quick attacks and short bursts for quick eliminations, for one-on-one fights, not this. 13 is a rescue hero. As well, they aren't as prepared as Aizawa is to fight, so if villains swarm the only entrance and escape, then his teacher slides his signature yellow goggles onto his eyes anyways. He is right, Aizawa affirms, the air filling with dread. Those are villains. Shouldn't we? I don't know. Izuku presses, run? Before his teacher can answer, a disembodied voice speaks out. 13 an Eraserhead, huh? It sounds disappointed. Why? Izuku doesn't have time to ponder when the portal forms two diagonal streaks of yellow eyes. Those are its eyes. The teacher's schedule we received the other day. The break-in, Izuku whispers. Oh God, the break-in. Said that All Might was also supposed to be here. Aizawa comes to the same conclusion as Izuku does. The trespassing the other day was the work of these scumbags after all, huh? Izuku can barely hear him, mind swimming as villains stalk forward, all centered in the middle plaza. He can see smiles, grins, unashamed and bloodlusty and morally deranged. They don't mind killing kids. Izuku forces himself to breathe and not think about being ripped apart. Where is he? A scratchy, hoarse voice rings out. Some sort of monster stands next to the presumed leader, brain exposed, body disproportionate, and sharp teeth on display. I went through the whole trouble of bringing this crowd, too. All Might. The symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids. Aizawa activates his quirk, his capture weapon rising into the air, and everything else is distant. Izuku breathes, in and out. They're after All Might, and no one just makes claims about killing All Might unless they have enough power to back it up. The hero in training can feel the world freeze as he comes to a single conclusion. There's a villain strong enough to defeat the symbol of peace, and if All Might's time is too little, if his wound is too grave, Izuku will be alive to see him fall. That is, if he's alive at all. Focus, focus. Teacher. Momo thankfully gives him something to focus on, looking at 13. What about the trespasser sensors? The electricity went out, so those are disabled. Probably. Someone here's disrupting the electrical signal, which caused the lights to break. So, Izuku zones back in as soon as Todoroki mentions something about a goal. They're after All Might, Izuku says. He doesn't let anyone speak. That's their goal. No one just makes an implied threat about taking down the psi symbol of peace. No one comes to UA and thinks of countermeasures, of DDD disrupting signals to prevent communication, of specifically timing when they'd appear, when and how to prepare. No one does this without certain CCCon confidence that All Might can be taken down, because he's the symbol of peace. I know that the signal's been disrupted because the light fissures up above are out, he adds, gesturing up, mind running and planning for survival. So who's to say that the person that's blocking electromagnetic waves aren't blocking radio wave signals, too? 13. Start the evacuation. Eraserhead cuts in, walking forwards. I'm leaving it to you. No, that's such a bad idea. Eraserhead leans forward on the first step of stairs and leaps off anyway, hair wildly flying behind him as he readies his capture weapon. Izuku stops a panicked noise from escaping his throat, instead choosing to watch as his teacher makes the running option unavailable, curse his selfless heart. His mind feels like it's been dunked into panic, his hands shaking and what can he do? Ida grabs his arm, tugging him away from the scene. Izuku remembers to breathe and tries to pull away, but wow, the class president's grip is strong, forcing him to follow. That warp vortex villain materializes in front of the class, and Izuku can only scowl at the long lane that leads to the exit. Why is it so long, anyway? No, never mind. Izuku focuses on what the villain's saying. "We are the League of Villains, nice to meet you," the living portal begins. "It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. 13 can't do anything here. Their quirk black hole can disperse or absorb some of the portal, yes, but what happens when that's reflected back on them? This villain is essentially a portal, after all, and it's most likely a two-way one. 13's not immune to their own quirk, either. The many videos and clips Izuku has seen and watched online can prove it. Ultimately, no one here can do anything. No quirk here can disperse something like a portal all at once, only chunks of it at a time. Even then, because it seems like mist, it'll come back, forming once more, and any progress will be for naught. Izuku grits his teeth in fear and frustration. When 13 unclasps the tip of their finger on their costume, Izuku hears himself shout, "Don't do that." It's useless, anyway, because Bakugo and Kirishima launch in for an attack, and of course they do, of course they're the ones who do it. An explosion blasts the villain in what should have been a direct hit, but Izuku's stomach pummels because it's not one at all. Smoke clouds his vision, causing him to only be able to hear Kirishima's next words. "Did you consider that you'd get beaten by us before you did it?" Kirishima asks cockily, and Izuku wants to scream. The mist's portal just forms back, exactly like Izuku predicted. "Oh dear, that's dangerous." They muse. "That's right, even if you are students, you're excellent golden eggs. No use, move away, you too," 13 exclaims, and "No. He'll reflect it at you, 13. Izuku practically yells, "He's a portal." 13 stops just in time, but the villain doesn't. "My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death," they exclaim, expanding and covering the entire class. Tendrils of black mist encase Izuku, and he shoves back a call for help in his throat as he's dragged somewhere else. After this, he's never taking Tommy for granted again. Izuku screams as his body flips, now going headfirst into a large body of water. He takes as much air in as he can, quickly snapping his mouth closed when he actually impacts the water. His body protests at the impact, but he forces his eyes open and no, he can't see. Whatever chemicals are in the water may be salt, maybe chlorine stings. Desperately, Izuku swims up, movement sluggish and slowed. Something next to him gets slammed. Izuku hears someone call him, feels something wrap around his waist, and then he's heaving for air as he's dragged out the lake. He blinks rapidly, pushing through the pain as he feels the water being pushed out of his eyes. His back lands on the surface of something, a ship? This is the shipwreck zone, then, and he can't be more grateful for it. Someone lands behind him. From their voice, they sound like Mineta. 3. Thank you, Azui. Izuku belatedly says as he gets up, watching the frog quirk user climb aboard by scaling the side of the ship. "Call me Tsu," she says, climbing over. "Right, sorry, Tsu," Izuku sheepishly laughs. Some of the tension leaves his mind, but he quickly gains this stress back when Tsu mentions how bad the situation has become. All of them look out at the lake, glancing at the blurry, darkened figures underneath the surface. Izuku nods, agreed. The villains were the ones who broke into UA, using the media invasion to get the schedule from there. This is planned. Mineta points out on the lake, right at villains moving through the surface. Midoriya. He exclaims, "What do we do about them?" The villains shout profanities and curses below. Oh, they're surrounded. Izuku breathes, ignoring Mineta panicking further as he tries to keep his own emotions in check. Now's not the time for panic. He just has to make a plan, pronto. Okay, consider the situation. Tsu has frog-like characteristics, so she's specialized for water. Which is beneficial, as of now. The villains are expecting them to go into the water to fight, as there's no nearby land. Wait. That doesn't make sense. Why are the villains expertly placed in their specialized zones, but not the reverse for the students? Did the mist villain randomized where the students were sent? Oh, they only got the UA schedule. They didn't see the student records because the whole point of the attack is to kill All Might, not the students. Maybe they got the formatting of the USJ, as well, due to the placement of their troops, but the student records were probably left untouched due to not enough time to look through them, memorize the contents, and go, or it just wasn't thought to be necessary. Taking the files would be too suspicious for just a media break-in, anyway. If All Might were here and they succeeded in killing him, they probably would have tried to kill them all because of the hopelessness that would inflict. The very thought sends a cold shiver down Izuku's spine. Regardless, this means that these pawn villains don't know about their quirks. That's true, Tsu nods along. Izuku blinks, cupping his mouth. He's gotta stop mumbling. Sorry. It's fine, ribbit. Anyways, he mumbles, they've planned to overthrow us based on NN numbers and general inexperience. If we can just make our quirks work together, somehow, to create an even bigger advantage, then we can win. Atsu, Mineta, Izuku says, give me the characteristics of your quirk. Tsu immediately starts. I can jump high, stick to walls, and stick my tongue out up to about 20 meters. I can also spit out my stomach and wash it, and secrete toxic mucus that actually just stings a little. The last two are practically useless, so you can probably forget about them. Izuku nods. I have, plainly put, super strength. I'm basically a one-trick pony, however. One hit and my hand or arm is out of commission, unless I'm focused, which is something we can't afford. Yet. Tugging the straps of his damp bag, the teen gestures to it. My friend can grow, they can grow special apples, which hold healing properties. I only have FFF5. Izuku shuts his mouth, cursing his stutter, and tries again. I only have 5 slices since they only grow once a year, and no matter how much my friend tries, but they can heal me, as shown yesterday. So, I have 5 tries. And I'm also good at close combat with a blunt weapon, but that won't work in water, so... Oh. Izuku slips his bag off and ruffles through it, taking out the extra set of armor Tommy gave him. Take this, he says, passing the set over to Tsu. I'm wearing another set, right now. This is the only one I have besides my own, so... Despite their quirk, my friend likes to work with metals and the like, so this is pure metal. Equip it now, Jay, just in case. Tsu nods, fumbling with the metal and its leather straps, but learning how to strap the pieces on with much more ease than expected. Izuku smiles in satisfaction, turning to Mineta, who's staring off into nothing, thinking about. He doesn't want to know. You, Mineta? Mineta snaps out of his daze after a few seconds of staring. My quirk lets me stick these things super tight, he says, taking a ball from his head and attaching it to the side of the ship. His gloved hands tap on the sphere lightly, bouncing off. Depending on how I'm feeling, they can stick for a whole day. They grow back when I pull them off, but if I pull off too many, then I'll start bleeding. They don't stick to me, they just bounce off. Why isn't it sticking to his glove if his hand is covered by it? How does it know who isn't Mineta and who is through fabric? Izuku mentally smacks himself. Not now, later. Is it water-resistant? Izuku immediately asks. Like, even in water, is it still sticky? I think so? I haven't tried that, Mineta admits. He looks at the water below them and pales drastically. But now? I think we should just wait for the heroes to come. We are the heroes for now, Mineta, Atsu bluntly states. Mineta whimpers. Assuming that Mineta's quirk can be effective in water, that can be used as something to bound the villains, blocking their movement advantage in the zone. Maybe Tsu could use her tongue to carry Mineta above in order to use his quirk? Wait, no, if someone has a quirk that can sort of manipulate water, her tongue could be cut off. They'll just swim away before their comrades touch them, anyway. Izuku's the only one who can maybe deal actual damage, even underwater. If Mineta drops some of his sphere things into the water, and some villains are stupid enough to get trapped with each other, that'd be an advantage. However, OFA in general is suited for an area that's more open, in the water, where his movements are slowed and he can't see or breathe. That's a no-go. Wait. So what happens when he doesn't aim at the villains, but at the water instead? What happens when he makes a large, gaping hole in a body of water? OFA has enough blast force to do that, like in the hero training incident. Wouldn't that have the same effect as swishing a plastic water bottle around and watching the water inside make a mini bubble tornado? So the water would spin and spin, dragging things towards the center in order to find equilibrium. And then, the reflected blast force could be used as propulsion. That could work. Suddenly, a large clawed hand formed of water rises, slashing the ship. Izuku stumbles with a yelp, catching on to Tsu's arm so as to not lose balance. He looks up at the hand, hearing a villain exclaim, "I'm getting impatient. Let's end this quickly." As a hand made of water tears the ship into two. Izuku staggers as the halves move inwards and sink. As Tsu, Mineta, he calls, "Trust me on whatever I say for now. I'll hopefully get us out of here." He channels his fear into power and breathes, tugging on Tsu's sleeve. "Let's go." They live. Izuku laughs incredulously, bordering hysteria as Tsu helps all three of them flee. His finger's broken, but that's so very numb compared to the exhilaration of surviving, of, oh my god, that plan actually worked, of the wind carting through his hair, shivering as his soaked body is assaulted with the cold, as they're flying with what's practically a geyser of water behind them. And they're alive, alive, alive. Even from afar, seeing Eraserhead fight and getting pummeled is gut-wrenching. Izuku chokes on the fear and bile that rises in his throat, barely being able to hold back a whimper as Eraserhead's head is slammed into the ground by that Nomu, its scream withering, and if he strains his ears enough he can hear an amalgamation of voices into one body. Crimson splatters on the ground, and he can see a glimpse of bloodshot eyes, can feel the horrid crack of an arm being wrenched back, twisted, bones and muscle and tendon tearing, and God, Izuku wants to go home. The Nomu drags his teacher's head up, only to slam it down again. Izuku can't look away. His ears ring as the portal villain materializes next to the hand leader. Izuku distantly hears something about being able to run away, and he would have sagged in relief had his fear not been consuming enough to choke him. The leader scratches his neck, long and harsh enough to maybe cause bleeding, before he pauses. Game over. Let's go home. Izuku hears, yet tenses. Mineta looks relieved, but Izuku slams a hand over his mouth when he goes to say something, letting go when the shorter teen looks at him with panic. Izuku purses his lips and gently pushes Tsu and Mineta back with his dominant hand, his non-dominant arm slipping the strap of his backpack off and swinging it around so that it's in front of him. Silently, he digs inside the bag and takes out a staff, shifting so that he's covering his peers, back nudging them away further. Move, he hisses, seeing both of them minutely flinch. Move back. Away. Dive down, even, and hold your breath. What that man said is a lie. No villain would just retreat after manhandling a class teacher to the brink of death, after organizing so much of this attack. And then, the leader looks at Izuku, their uncovered eye a startling, bloody red, hand reaching out. Izuku blocks just in time, seeing the hand wrap around his staff instead of his face. Yet, nothing happens. The leader lets out a TCH, looking behind him. Izuku GGS when he sees Eraserhead's red eyes and floating hair and the blood that drips down his skin. As soon as the Nomu even twitches, Izuku's already heaved himself up with the ledge of the ground, his staff reeled back into a surefire hit. OFA thrums through his veins and into his weapon, the wind whistling as he strikes. But he doesn't hit the right thing. He's nearly blasted off his feet when the recoil hits the entire stadium, but holds steady, feeling his staff push further into whatever he's hit regardless of whether or not this is the leader. Glass shatters and cracks, smoke billowing into his vision, and Izuku leaps back as it clears. His staff, warm and buzzing and bent, is still intact. His arm is unbroken. Izuku heaves, feeling the adrenaline pump through him. He glances at his peers, or where they were. There's a few bubbles away from where they should be hiding. Izuku slumps just the slightest. When the smoke clears, it reveals desaturated navy skin, then bulging eyes, seeping through sharp teeth, silhouetting an exposed brain, and Izuku almost curses when he finally makes out the Nomu. Almost. Because it's unscathed. It took a fully charged hit, and it's unscathed. Izuku feels his stomach drop, hands shaking, and the promise of death settling on his shoulders. All Might is not smiling when he breaks the USJ entrance down. It's fine, he says, but Izuku can feel the broken bones in his arm and see the blood flowing down Eraserhead's face and the Nomu standing there, and it's not, because I am here. And hopefully, desperately, he prays that it's true. As he and Tsu carry Aizawa to the entrance, the man face up, Izuku leans towards Mineta. Carry him, Izuku orders, gently setting his teacher onto Mineta's hands, ignoring the squawk of protest as he rummages through his bag. Taking out 2 golden slices, Izuku munches on one before squeezing the other slice into Aizawa's mouth. The juice drops steadily into Aizawa's barely parted lips, and it's hard to keep up with Tsu and Mineta as he's doing this, but his teacher will survive. His teacher has to survive. Has to, because Class 1A including himself are not heroes, not yet, but a bunch of kids new to being a hero. They can't take everything on immediately. The future line of heroes will become child soldiers like Tommy if that happens, and Izuku will not let that stand. It's why he doesn't go after All Might when the Nomu digs its hands into his wound, despite his heart screaming. It's why he can't. You can't die, he quietly chants, staring at Aizawa. You can't die. Izuku smears the juice on some of the external wounds, like the gash to his forehead and his dissolving elbow, and almost sobs when the cuts heal. When Aizawa's Adam's apple bobs just the slightest, tendrils of steam beginning to seep out of his skin, and All Might gets up and wins, Izuku breathes. Shoyuta, unknowingly, first finds him in a small cafe. Tari's Coffee Shuta's favorite. It's an unpopular little place despite constantly smelling of baked goods and delicious coffee, and maybe a little like home. He visits regularly, and because he's an underground hero plus the cafe's usually empty, no one recognizes him. They treat him like everyone else, with kindness and warmth that makes Shoyuta feel normal. It's an amazing place to be able to relax for once, before and after patrols. Oh, and the coffee's out of this world. The new employee there is something. From what Shuta's seen, Tommy's aggressive yet is loved by the customers. He has short blonde hair and a blue eye, the other covered by a navy blue eye patch. He's tall and seems lanky, the bandages over his arms highlighting that, which is highly concerning, but Shoyuta wouldn't be able to get an answer out of him with how stubborn he's seen Tommy can get. Yet, his body language reveals a lot. Like how Tommy flinches when someone shouts in excitement, or how his hands have a constant shake, or how he's always in full view of everyone in front of him with constant glances behind him, or when he scratches his arms or pulls his hair harshly when nervous. It's alarming. He wants to ask, wants to know who and how and who did this to you, but he's already seen what happens when someone does. Tommy closes in on himself, his eye dulling, and doesn't answer or deflects the question. What would make Shoyuta any different? Thus, the most logical decision to not prod and wait, and that hurts as a hero. When Tommy is abnormally tense one day, Shoyuta watches him even more than before. His hands are shaking minutely instead of worse, oddly enough, but they're shoved into the apron he wears so Shoyuta could be wrong. Tommy's fidgeting regardless, staring out the window, waiting. Shoyuta sees what exactly he's waiting for when robbers burst from the front and crash through the windows. However, he isn't prepared when Tommy, who should be a regular civilian, manages to beat the leading robber with what the hero can see is practiced experience. As if he's fought people before and knows where to hit, how to dodge. He only gets to ask if Tommy's alright before the police call him over. Though, as he glances at where Tommy's sorting things away, he stores this event in his memories. Shoyuta moves with trained agility, feeling his hands flex as he shoots his scarf out and retracts. Dusk is just as quick, if not a little less, though he's only dodging. At some moments his feet fumble, at others he barely manages to avoid the hero's scarf, and if Shoyuta looks a bit closer he can see how his heterochromatic eyes are wide. He isn't too sure about the heterochromatic part. Dusk covers his other eye with his blonde hair, and the glimpse of hot pink Shoyuta saw once could just be a trick of the light. Regardless, this is impressive. Shoyuta has night vision, and Dusk doesn't. This level of spatial awareness, or maybe heightened senses, is uncommon. Just when Shoyuta thinks he's got the vigilante exhausted enough, he takes a glowing, shimmering purple axe out of thin air and cuts a piece of Shuta's scarf off. It shocks the hero enough to falter just long enough, and Dusk gets away. The hero finds the bit that was cut off float down to him from the rooftop, his hand catching it and looking at the ends. It's a clean cut. The scarf was intertwined with metal alloys. Shoyuta frowns. He calls Tsukachi, because his situation may be a lot more complex than it appears to be. Dusk is covered in scars. His skin is covered in old and new ones, but what's worrying is that the old ones are so expansive. Some wrap around his arms, and they're a sharp contrast to the tone of his unblemished skin, a pale peach meeting warped red in ugly dissonance. What Shoyuta can be sure of now as he stands upon the rooftop, observing Dusk wrap his arms over and over with shaky hands, is that those scars are most likely not the worst damage he's gone through. The self-blame that sets itself on Shuta's shoulders, no matter how small, is inevitable. He knows that not everyone can be saved, but to be damaged to this extent? To have scars that dark and deep, without a single person knowing until now? Shoyuta feels like he's failed. So he takes a gamble and asks. The bandages that were on Dusk had similar coffee stains. It's interesting, when Shoyuta realizes that the problem child uses a bow staff like Dusk during both the hero training and USJ. Regardless of what he thinks of Dusk, Shoyuta catches him in the end. It's what a hero should do. But is it fine when the vigilante in question has done nothing but good? Is it fine when a vigilante has done more than most heroes, has done their own job better, even? Food for thought for another time. Shoyuta does so during a regular patrol after his injuries from the USJ incident are healed, when he encounters Dusk tying up some robbers, blood splattered on the ground. He's holding an empty bottle, looking at the white liquid inside with a scowl. Unlike most of the other times wherein he observes the vigilante, trying to piece together the paradox that is Dusk, he doesn't hesitate to try and capture the vigilante with his scarf. His aim will never be the same again, but it's still effective. Predictably, the masked vigilante pivots, dropping the object he held, a bottle. Regardless, Dusk's movement, it's slower. Shoyuta frowns, but doesn't stop. It's only when Dusk goes from steady to slipping that his concern rises. He pauses, watching the vigilante sway and sway, movements turning sloppier and sloppier. When he looks closer, his hands are shaking, and Shoyuta hears the smallest murmur about buying more milk. Wait, a murmur? Dusk doesn't speak. Shoyuta narrows his eyes, moving nearer. He definitely hears Dusk mutter a vile curse before collapsing, and oh, there's a diagonal gash bleeding on his back. That blood on the ground was Dusk's, wasn't it? God damn it, Shoyuta curses himself for being so ignorant, because Dusk hasn't injured a single criminal he's caught too severely, and he has nothing that could cut anyone besides the axe. Even then, the vigilante doesn't use it often, if not at all or on any person. Only the bow staff is seen. Shoyuta shakes his thoughts out his head and hurriedly rushes over, maneuvering the vigilante. What the hell, he's so skinny and light, into a position that doesn't touch his back. One of those robbers must have had a deadly quirk that was supposed to cut deep, but from the looks of it, they only succeeded partially. The hero rips off a piece of fabric from part of Dusk's hoodie, one of the pieces of patchwork, and applies some pressure to the wound. But shit, the crimson's already seeping through, and he needs to call. What if they aren't fast enough, though? What sort of paramedic would be able to get through these dingy, grimy, twisting mazes that are the city's alleyways? Shoyuta doubts any of them know where he even is, nor how to get there quickly and with the right equipment. Shoyuta racks through his mental map of the area. The Muzutafu City Hospital's a bit far from here, but it's nothing for an experienced underground hero like him. There's so much too much blood. Shoyuta takes at least a quarter of his scarf, cuts it off, and carefully wraps it once, thrice, 4 times around, making sure the bandages are firm but not tight. He takes a shaky breath. No, he isn't concerned for the vigilante, and lifts Dusk up into a careful hold. It takes a bit to climb up without his hands and without making the injury worse, but he manages to get up and onto the rooftops. Then, Shoyuta adjusts his grip one last time, while skillfully ignoring the vigilante's pained whimper and weak struggles, even as his heart aches, and darts off to the nearest hospital he knows. 1. The staff recognize Dusk as soon as Shoyuta comes in. Of course they do. Fortunately, this hospital acknowledges more of his good deeds than how Dusk is literally illegal and immediately take him in. The pro-hero sets the masked vigilante onto the stretcher they provide, and then they're all off, Shoyuta following the doctors and nurses as they go into the ER. He's told to stay out when they get near an operation room, to sit on one of the chairs provided and wait. And that the mere thought of waiting, of not being able to see if Dusk is alright, if Shoyuta has failed once more, it's nerve-wracking. But the hero concedes, setting his head into his hands, because what else can Shoyuta do? It's a miracle he's even allowed to wait, because he isn't even one of Dusk's guardians. Does Dusk even have legal guardians? Does he even need them? Regretfully, he takes his phone out and dials Tsukachi. There's a lot that needs to be considered. Did you know? One of the doctors chokes out. It's soon after the operation's been done. Shoyuta hears the sorrow, the despair in their voice, and braces himself. It's not enough, in the end. Did you know? The doctor repeats, hand over their heart like it physically hurts, that Dusk is just a boy, and that he's the most injured patient I've ever had to deal with? They look down. Do not take that lightly, sir. With all due respect, you are a pro-hero and I know you have seen things, but I am a 48-year-old doctor, and I've seen horrors you never will. But that child? He will be a part of my nightmares, what his body has gone through. What I had to fix. Shoyuta forgets how to breathe. You. Shoyuta stares in disbelief at the man before him. The police department feels so very crowded, even though there is only him and the detective. You. Tsukachi, you're still going to arrest him? Tsukachi swallows heavily. I have to. Dusk is a criminal. He is a child. Yes, he is. But the law is the law, and it's... No. Shoyuta pinches the bridge of his nose and sighs. It feels like there are boulders on his shoulders. No, never mind. He weighs rationality with emotion, something he hasn't had to do in years because he always chooses the former. It makes sense, for Tsukachi to still arrest Dusk, for Dusk to go to prison. It makes sense. It feels wrong. It feels wrong, because Dusk is a child who probably never got to be one. Shoyuta sighs once more and buries his face in his hands. He doesn't know what's right anymore. Shoyuta is able to see the vigilante unmasked once, and once is enough. Because it's Tommy laying there, respirator over his lower face, breathing, his vigilante clothes set aside and still soiled with blood. It's the same hot-headed, single blue-eyed blonde who'd playfully bicker with customers and make the dark coffee Shoyuta likes the best. It's Tommy, the same Tommy who works at Tari's Coffee, someone Shoyuta sees literally every time he goes there. And under those coffee-stained bandages were monstrosities of scars, curling and winding and bursting like stars, and Shoyuta should have trusted his gut because Tommy is Dusk is Tommy. Tommy, Dusk, is probably an abuse survivor or something, someone who knew the dark and grimy parts of the society as soon as he was born and who wanted to fix it, even if by his own hands. Tommy is who may have needed help, and he was right there in Shoyuta knows the signs, and he did nothing. 4 months. He does not visit again until he's forced to. With each passing day since Dusk has been captured, the problem child looks worse and worse. It peaks when he reads something on his phone. Shoyuta frowns. Izuku stares at the front headlines on the Vigilante News forum, eyes unblinking. He knows he looks disheveled, but Tommy hasn't contacted him in a long time, and he hasn't been at Takoda, and Vigilante Dusk presumably seen captured by pro hero. Oh shit. Days after Dusk Tommy has been captured, the boy, because that's exactly what he is still knocked out when Nezu invites Shoyuta and Tsukachi for some tea in his office. I have a proposition for Dusk, he says, sipping his tea, when he wakes. I would like you to come with. If all goes right, Dusk will not have to be arrested. Tsukachi blinks. Shoyuta freezes. He sets his cup down. What? Nezu only smiles with that maddening glint in his eyes. There's no arguing with that, so Shoyuta is forced to agree. Tommy wakes to bright, fluorescent lights and white, and the first thing he thinks is he's so screwed. Izuku's gonna revive him just to decimate him for being careless. That one wanker with the knife quirk did Tommy in, hiding his quirk until the last moment when Tommy was sure that he was knocked out. Shitty rookie mistake, thinking that once a criminal's down on the ground they're down. And then, that other fucker had a sleep influence quirk, or some sheet. He just looked into his eyes and then everything became fuzzy and heavy. The Midoriyas ran out of milk because Tommy took the leftovers, so there wasn't much he could do to combat the effects. Prime DMN it. 2. The second thing he thinks as he sees three faces is that he's definitely dreaming. Because seeing the face of a white, humanoid, rat, mouse, small bear, looming over him in Aizawa's scarf, along with Aizawa's face and a random brown-haired stranger's assures Tommy that this isn't heaven. He isn't dead. It's both reassuring and dreadful simultaneously. Tommy closes his eyes, because like hell is he gonna have to deal with this sheet now. Not when he still feel lethargy cover him like a warm blanket, and maybe it wouldn't be so bad if he just slept a bit more. So he does, even if that small pinch in his arms almost doesn't let him, because that noise. The next time Tommy wakes, he immediately tries to sleep again. What? It's the best he's had in months, maybe a year or so. No nightmares, just drifting. It's fucking nice, alright? A sharp jab of pain shoots through his arm. Sheet. Tommy curses, drooping eye. Oh, they let him keep his eye patch, launching open once more. As quickly as it happened, it's gone, and he looks at the white-furred menace that gave him the pinch. Because he was so rudely taken out of sleep, he hisses as the light assaults his eye, nearly making him see stars. He can't move his arms over his head because there's those needles in his arms? Tommy, in lieu of a large sling of curses, says, "Wah, thfck, man?" His voice is hoarse. The brown-haired stranger gives him a glass of water with a straw in it from the counter on his side, of which is carefully held to his lips, and no. Tommy scowls, snatching the glass out of the person's hand and holding it himself, despite the shakiness of his fingers and how heavy the cup feels. Th's sheet himself, BTCH, he insists, before taking a few sips from the straw to prove it. His throat feels a lot better immediately. Don't need your fucking pity. Tommy keeps his eye open, watching them all warily. The brunette stranger looks like a detective. Dressed exactly like the ones in the movies Izuku's let him watch. Whatever quirk they have isn't a visible thing, he thinks, so not a mutation mental, perhaps? Emitter? Maybe he can transform? No, his outfit's too non-versatile. It looks like it's really just made of normal fabric, and Tommy's had a keen eye for this sheet ever since he made his costume. There's no opening for wings or a tail or any other extra appendages, unless it's on the back. Tommy glares when the human stranger meets his eye. They look away. Next, the hybrid. They're dressed in a classic suit fit for their size. The type with a red tie and a white undershirt or whatever. There's a scar over one of their eyes, though. Not a chemical burn maybe, 'cause it's a bit indented, so perhaps from a weapon. A thin one. The hybrid looks at Tommy with a sharp smile and intelligent eyes, not like Henry's or friends, but different. Tommy's positive he doesn't want to make an enemy with them. And then Aizawa. Tommy does not look his way. Can't, especially because he doesn't have his mask anymore. Who the F are you two? He says instead, setting the glass down. Tommy only drank a quarter of the water because it could be drugged or something. He hopes it's drugged with sleeping potions. I'm Nezu, the hybrid cheerfully introduces, a paw to their chest. The principal of UA. He and him pronouns. Oh, sheet. The principal of UA. Before Tommy can think about it longer, the brunette stranger goes next. Tsukachi Naomesa, they say. A detective. Same as Nezu, for pronouns. Tommy snorts. Like I couldn't tell that you're a detective. Anyways, he continues, I understand you and Eraserhead being here, but why the hell are you here, Nezu? You're a principal. I am a vigilante. You shouldn't be dealing with this. Sheet, he's surrounded. One underground hero who specializes in close combat, another a principal at a definitely high-ranking school. Are there bodyguards around here? He can't tell, no, he doesn't have to, Because if someone from the police force is here, that guarantees that there's more officers around in case Tommy does something. The room is suffocating. Tommy's head pounds with a headache and forced delirium. There's no way out of here, is there? As panic bubbles in his chest, something immediately dulls it. Feels like a quirk, or something, maybe whatever the FS being injected in him. Regardless, it makes Tommy stop fiddling his fingers for just a second, gives him a clear mind a little more. If they truly believed he was a threat, he'd already be in jail or something, right? Yet here he is, being healed in a hospital, even with how its walls and the people in front of him make his heart race. So he'll be fine, won't he? He'll be fine. Whatever the hospital has him on is something, if he can think like this without lashing out in a frenzy. Think that these people don't consider him as much of a threat as others, enough to be this close. It might be his saving grace, really, because he isn't too sure what they'll do to him if he fought them right now. The principal sips his tea, where? Did he get that from? He says some vague bullshit about explaining later. Tommy doesn't really care since his mind feels foggy enough to not comprehend a lot right as Tsukachi asks for a quick interrogation to take place. But can they just not? Tommy just woke up, just now, he's not ready for this sheet in the slightest. Especially because he still feels whatever drags he's on. Drags. You could just be sent to jail, instead, Nedzu chimes. A mask. Cold obsidian. Maybe it's not as bad as it could be, though. Tommy ponders it. Jail could be free living quarters, as well as food, water, and more, but it's too. There are eyes staring at him from across the cell. There is a bloodied potato on the ground. Closed. Stuffy. The food wouldn't be that good, either, nor would the water. It'll all be shared or something as well, probably. Ugh. Let's just get this FING over with. Glad to have your cooperation, Nedzu says when Tommy nods, the principal's words a tone that leads to nothing good. Tsukachi says some sheet about being able to know of Tommy's lies if he says any, taking out a clipboard and a pen before finally starting. What are your motivations for being a vigilante? Wow, straight to the point. Alright. Quirks all have flaws. Izuku's told Tommy this who knows how many times. A single weakness, or maybe multiple. Tsukachi has a lie detector quirk or some sheet. So, what if that's just black and white? What if? My motivations are to help, Tommy says, nothing more, nothing less. Tsukachi raises an eyebrow. Elaborate, he says. That isn't a part of the question, sir. Tsukachi frowns, Nedzu smiles. It looks terrifying. Oh, sheet. What did Tommy do? What do you mean by, to help? Tsukachi says instead. To help heroes and people. How so? By saving, dickhead. Saving, meaning. Helping. Tsukachi sighs and writes something. Tommy grins in triumph, because partial, vague truths are still truths according to the detective's quirk. Next question. Do you have relations regarding to Midoriya Izuku? Bostaff, similar techniques. Izuku wasn't really hiding his friendship with Tommy, huh? They'll have to work on that later. Yes. What kinds? Different ones. Such as companionship. And other things. Have you trained him? Depends. On what? On what training means. Did you teach him to fight? No. With the bow staff, yes, but not with OFA. Only gave advice and sheet. If Tommy thinks that he's talking about OFA, then Tommy's technically being honest. And if Tsukachi's quirk picks up on that. Tsukachi sighs again as he jots something down. It's deeper, as if he has so much to deal with besides this, and Tommy's grin widens because it's so much FING fun messing with this poor man. Final one, he murmurs, more to himself than anything. What's your quirk? Tommy blinks. This is the last one? He thought there'd be a lot more. Lots of things. Such as? An inventory. Of? Things. That include? Items. What kinds? Food. And? Materials. What kinds of materials? How much can your inventory hold? Anything and a lot, respectively. Tsukachi looks like he's gonna bang his head on something. He sets his head into his hands instead, pen tapping against his head. Just never mind. What else is your quirk? A lot of things. Like? Crafting. Tsukachi blinks. What does that mean? Making stuff. What does it include, and what do you need? Tommy snorts. Nothing you'd believe. Tsukachi blinks once more. An open sign of weakness. Shock, most likely. Point one more thing, he says after a bit, marking a few things down on his clipboard. What would you call your quirk? Oh. What would he call his quirk without revealing too much? Minecraft, he says, because no one here knows what Minecraft is. Besides maybe Izuku. Minecraft, Tsukachi repeats. Yeah. Probably thinks the name's bad, huh? Well, Tommy thinks, crossing his arms. F him. All right, the man says agreeably, writing it down. If that's all, then you all can F off, Tommy demands, because he's still FING tired. But then, Nedzu makes his presence known once more. The hybrid smiles, and that means nothing good. Tommy doesn't think it ever will. I have a proposition for you, Tommy Kraft. Tommy just wants to be done with this, so he bites the bullet. What? Nedzu grins, leaning as close as he can despite being wrapped up in Aizawa's scarf. Would you like to work at UA? Tommy recoils a little. Actually, everyone besides the principal does. It's only Tommy who can manage a response, though. Sorry, what? Would you like to work at UA as a teacher assistant? The hybrid clarifies, and what the F dash? That's not what he from some sources that I know of, you, Tommy Kraft, are practically non-existent in any records. You just appeared and applied to Tari's coffee, they let you in even without identification, and that's all the info I have on you. Nothing of your family or your name, so I can safely assume that you're practically homeless. You wouldn't have the proper identification to rent an apartment, never mind a house. There were a few rumors about a blonde living on Takota Municipal Beach Park, regardless. In addition, as Dusk, you are a highly skilled fighter who deals with blunt weaponry. Mostly. Perfect for heroes in training, as well as for future villain attacks, should they be enacted on U.A students once more. As you are also clearly attentive, you can analyze the weaknesses of UA's hero classes and adapt yourself based on that information, therefore being able to teach said classes how to cover for their weaknesses, both as a whole and as respective students. Then, adding your agility, and you make the perfect person to help with training. Finally, if you accept, UA will guarantee that you have proper living quarters. You'll be given a rental paid by UA, as well as adequate food, water, electricity, etc. And, of course, a salary. Nedzu smiles with too many teeth. It's menacing, just like the many, many hidden threats he probably has up his sleeves and pant legs. It reminds Tommy of Dream. How do I fucking believe you? Tommy questions, crossing his arms despite how his back throbs. You can ask Midoriya. Izuku's a fanboy. Doesn't count. Aizawa and Tsukachi's eyes narrow at the casual first name. Then spend a week there, Nedzu suggests. Spend a week as an assistant, and decide if it's worth it. Tommy frowns. He may be playing into Nedzu's hands again, but Tommy can't do much but agree. Nedzu sounded like he can ruin Izuku's life in moments, and Tommy can't risk that. Alright. Sure, fine, what the F ever. Nedzu grins, and Tommy feels like he's made a deal with the devil.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.